This young man, Tin Vu, was at home when suddenly, out of nowhere, a ferocious beast charged straight at him. Just as the beast stared intently at Tin Vu, a chant echoed. In the beginning of chaos, when heaven and earth were yet undivided, did I take heart's blood to forge an alliance, summoning a spirit from the void. With blood as my oath, with words as my seal, heed my command. Flame lion, obliterate. As the incantation ended, the beast vanished. Confirming the beast's defeat, Tin Vu, thinking it was all a dream due to how quickly it happened, rubbed his eyes. Opening his eyes again, he found his surroundings still in ruins, but instead of the beast, he saw a young woman with a giant lion. This was Nu Yen, the dean of Tan Long Academy. I apologize for the unnecessary trouble we've caused you. The damage to your home will be repaired by our Tan Long Academy. We will also compensate you appropriately. Nu Yen smiled, handed Tin Vu a business card, and left with several other beast masters. Tin Vu looked admiringly at the beast masters who had just saved his life and gave a wry smile. Everyone wants to be a beast master these days. If only I were one too, but I don't even have the money to buy a beast. I can't participate in the National Beast Master competition. I can't be a beast master. I can't protect anyone. Lost in thought, Tin Vu was startled by a dog that suddenly appeared, gently placing its paw on his leg and then licking his face enthusiastically, surprising him. Don't tell me you followed that giant lion here. What kind of beginning is this? A husky falling from the sky. Could this dog be a beast? Suddenly, Tin Vu remembered seeing a picture of this dog in a book. That's right. It's that dog breed with the long name in the textbook, a Tat Phong Kuyen. Low bloodline. Doesn't require spiritual energy. Maybe I can actually afford to keep you. Great. With a beast, I can become a beast master too. But there are only 3 days left until the National Beast Master competition. I probably won't make it in time. Despite this, Tin Vu decided to keep the Tat Phong Kuyen. However, the very next morning, Tin Vu carried the Tat Phong Kuyen to a beast shop. You won't have any future following me. Tin Vu said this, but in his heart, he thought it's better to give him to someone who can afford to care for him. This little glutton, he ate a whole week's worth of my food in one night. At that moment, the shop owner opened the door and, seeing Tin Vu, grumbled irritably, "What are you doing standing in front of my shop so early in the morning, kid?" "Shopkeeper, do you want this beast?" The beast shop owner looked at the Tat Phong Kuyen in Tin Vu's arms and waved him away dismissively. "Ah, Tat Phong Kuyen. This low bloodline beast doesn't even have an evolutionary path. Who would waste money on it? Go away. Don't interfere with my business." Hearing this, the Tat Phong Kuyen dejectedly nuzzled into Tin Vu's arms. "Fine. If you don't want it, you don't want it. Why be so mean about it?" Tin Vu said. Just then, a notification appeared. Tat Phong Kuyen. Level. Initial stage level 1. Loyalty, 59. Bloodline low. Hidden bloodline, hell. Quality, epic. Talent, no. Hidden talent, hellfire, can cause true damage that pierces armor. Evolution route, no. Hiden evoliten du, Tat Phong Kuyen. How Tat Phong wop, how neta wop, divin how zama wop. Am I seeing things? System interface. Tin Vu rubbed his eyes. But when he opened them, the system interface was still displayed above the Tat Phong Kuyen's head. Hidden route. What hidden route? Tat Phong Kuyen fundamentally doesn't have an evolution route. Get out, the shop owner said as he shooed Tin Vu away with a broom. Can't you see it, owner? Can it be that only I can see this interface? While Tin Vu was still in doubt, a familiar voice rang out. Isn't that Xiao Tin Vu? I remember you weren't planning on participating in the national competition because you didn't have a beast. What? Got the money to buy a beast now. To try it, the richest kid in Tan Phong City and Tin Vu's classmate from private high school approached. He looked over the Tat Phong Kuyen and sneered. Looks like what Lana said is true. You don't plan on taking the Beastmaster Academy entrance exam at all, do you? Of course, even if you wanted to, you wouldn't be able to get in, haha. Tinu est in surprise. Lin, you still don't know. Your girlfriend, oh no, I should say your ex-girlfriend, Kwang Lana, has been with me for a while now, to try it said smugly. Brother Try It, where did you run off to? I couldn't find you just now. Lana clung to the Try It's arm, acting coquettishly. Didn't I just run into your old acquaintance? Go say hello. Only then did Luna notice Tin Vu's presence. She forced a smile and replied, Brother Try It, don't joke around. I have nothing to do with him anymore. She thought to herself, I finally snagged a rich guy, and he sees me like this. And he's holding that useless tat Fong Kuyan. How cheap. Kwang Lana. Don't forget how I helped you when you were poor. Just go live your life with your rich boyfriend. And remember, I dumped you. Tinvu shouted, then turned and left resolutely. His attitude enraged to try it. Shout Tinvu, what's that attitude? Do you want me to crush you at the national competition? Lana quickly consoled him. Brother, try it. Don't bother with him. He's holding a useless tat Fong Kuyan. I should have broken up with him sooner. These words reached Tin Vu's ears, strengthening his resolve. Who says Tat Fong Kuyan is useless? Just you wait and see if we have a future or not. 3 days later, at Tai Lam Square, the Unified National High-Level Beast Master Competition is about to begin. The competition location is Tan Fong City. Contestants, please enter the arena. The competition has officially begun. As soon as they saw Tin Vu, the other contestants began to whisper amongst themselves. Tat Xiao Ting Vu, why is he participating in the National Beastmaster competition? Doesn't he not even have a beast? That's right, he doesn't have money to buy a beast. He registered for the exam 3 days ago, and he even applied to Tan Long Academy. Tan Long Academy. Is he kidding? Isn't that one of the top 4 academies? Right? How dare that loser? Ignoring the gossip, Tinvu walked to the judge's table and said, Hello, Proctor. I'm here to participate in the exam. Chun Kai Nian, the Tan Fong City Jiaosheng teacher for Tan Long Academy, was lounging. Hearing Tin Vu's voice, he looked up at him. He couldn't help but wonder, is this the only student from Qingfeng District applying to Azure Dragon Academy? Shouting you really are clueless. In the past 5 years, during the 5 Realms Grand Examination in Qingfeng City, only 8 students dared to apply to Azure Dragon Academy. None of them were accepted, and you dare to apply to Azure Dragon Academy. If you get in, I'll kneel down and call you dad. Faced with Suge's insults and provocations, Tingyu coldly replied, Then you better get ready to call me dad. Then, he turned to Chen Kenyan and said, Teacher, I'm ready. We can begin the exam. Students shouting you, I need to make something clear first. Azure Dragon Academy has a strict examination process, and you didn't choose to register for an adjusted application. Therefore, if you fail, you won't have the opportunity to apply to any other beast taming academy. Tingyu resolutely replied, Teacher, I understand. We can begin. Chun Kainyan, having nothing more to say, began the examination. The first part, spiritual power test. With that, Chun Kainyan pointed towards the orb on the table. Understanding, Tingyu placed his hand on the orb. Shouting you, your spiritual power is 316. Suja burst out laughing. I thought you were so impressive. You can't even reach Azure Dragon Academy's threshold. Chun Kenyan remained silent, but couldn't help but feel disappointed, thinking he had found a promising seedling. Just as he was about to call the next applicant, something unexpected happened. The number displayed on the orb began to change, jumping to 621, 711, 800, and finally stopping at 1028, stunning everyone present. Spiritual power is directly related to the beast taming potential that a beast tamer can achieve in the future. Every 100 points of spiritual power corresponds to the ability to contract with one beast. And with 1028 spiritual power points, it means that Shouting Yu has the potential to become a 10-star beast tamer in the future. In the past few decades, very few people in the Dragon Kingdom have reached this level. It seems the Dragon Kingdom is about to have another genius. Thinking to himself, Chun Kanyan announced, Applicant Shouting Yu, spiritual power score, 1,028 points. I remember the genius girl, Yi Ningshuang, only achieved 1030 spiritual power points last year. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Your spiritual power is only 2 points lower than Yi Ningshuang's. Suja, still not giving up the opportunity to belittle Tingyu, said so what? The Azure Dragon Academy examination has 2 parts. Jiang Lina chimed in. He definitely won't pass the next beast bloodline quality test. Applicant Xiao Tingyu, the second part of the exam. Chun Kenyan was speaking when the technician in charge rushed over and whispered in his ear. Teacher Chun, there is a slight malfunction with the spiritual power measuring device just now. This applicant's actual score is 1032. 2 points higher than that Yi Ningshuang girl. Chun Kenyan thought for a few seconds and then said, let's not announce the issue with the measuring device for now. Yes, Teacher Chun, the technician replied and quickly left. The second part of the exam, Tingyu's Beast Bloodline Quality Test, officially began. Applicant Xiao Tingyu, please summon your beast. Hey phone, it's your turn to take the stage. Everyone waited with bated breath. But as soon as Chun Kainyan saw that Xiao Tingyu's familiar was just a galehound, he couldn't help but be surprised. A galehound? Isn't that the familiar with the worst bloodline quality? In this day and age, who would still form a contract with a galehound as a familiar? Not to mention spiritual power value. The bloodline quality of a familiar is also a huge factor limiting the future development of a beast tamer. Clearly, the bloodline quality of Xiao Tingyu's familiar is far too poor. Thinking this, Chun Kainyan was about to fail Tingyu's test when suddenly someone spoke. Everyone look, this isn't a galehound at all. Galehounds have absolutely no evolutionary path. At this moment, Heifeng transformed from a husky-like appearance into a gigantic, monstrous beast. Along with it appeared a description above its head. Name, Hell Gale Wolf. Level, initial body level 1. Bloodline, Epic Hell Bloodline. Talent, Hellfire, Fire Attribute, Wind Attribute. Skills, Hellbind, Targeted Skill, Hell Roar, Penetrating Attack. Evolutionary path, unknown. Second stage, evolution. Shouting you, unexpectedly. He's such a formidable person. Chun Kainyan smiled with satisfaction and announced, Contestant Xiao Tingyu has passed the examination. Welcome to Azure Dragon Academy. Suja and Jianglina, having just received their results, were about to leave when Tingyu called out to them. Where are you two going? Without even greeting your father. Don't get cocky, brat. I won't call you that. What can you do about it? Suferi tortiv. Heifeng, understanding his intent. Heifeng immediately walked over and gently pressed Suja's head to the ground with his paw. Can you speak now? Although unwilling, Suja had no choice but to call out, Father, I don't have a son like you. Get lost. Saying this, Tingyu recalled Heifeng and turned to leave. As he passed Jianglina, she shamelessly said, Tingyu, actually, my feelings for you have been very deep these past 2.5 years. So could we. Sorry, I'm not going back. Tingyu refused directly and quickly left. I have to tell my sister the good news that I got into Azure Dragon Academy. Tingyu excitedly took out his phone and made a call. But as soon as the other side picked up, he heard a weak voice calling out Xiao Wu, followed by continuous screams before the call disconnected. Worried that something bad had happened, he immediately ran to find his sister. Elsewhere, the farmer's market on the outskirts of Azure Dragon City was under attack by a monstrous beast. Ru Shui huddled behind a collapsed wall, holding a child and whispering reassurances. Don't be afraid. At that moment, the monstrous beast was right behind the wall, looking at her with bloodthirsty eyes. At the same time, after a while, Tingyu finally arrived at the market his sister frequented, his heart filled with worry. What happened? Where's my sister? He went against the crowd, deeper into the market under attack, just in time to see the monstrous beast thrust its pincer down towards the collapsed wall where his sister, Ru Shui, was hiding. Sister. Without a second thought, Tingyu rushed forward with Heifeng. Suddenly, a notification appeared. A Hell Gale Wolf. Heifeng can use the skills Hell Howl and Hell Binding. Should he use them? Of course. Heifeng, Hell Binding, Hell Howl. At this moment, Heifeng didn't use any skills, didn't even move, but just turned to look at Tingyu. Seeing the monster charging straight towards his sister in this critical situation, Tingyu suddenly remembered the beast tamer who saved him from the magical beast last time. When they broke the window, it seemed like the people from Azure Dragon Academy recited some kind of incantation. All right, I'll give it a try. In the beginning of chaos, the end of heaven and earth, I use my heart's blood to form a pact, summoning a spirit from the vast emptiness. With blood I swear, with words as a talisman, heed my command, go. Just as Tingyu finished speaking, Heifeng's Hell Howl skill activated. One move instantly obliterated the monster, surprising even Tingyu himself. It's dead. Is this the power of a beast tamer? At this moment, he suddenly remembered that his dear sister was also near the monster and rushed over to check on her. Sister, are you all right? Seeing his sister safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. I'm late, but thankfully you're okay. Tingyu, how? Sister, I passed the Azure Dragon Academy entrance exam. From now on, I'm a beast tamer. Oh, and this is my contracted beast, the Hell Gale Wolf, Heifeng. After that, Tingyu and Ru Shui went to check the monster's corpse and found a beast core. Initial stage beast core, poison attribute. Acquisition condition, obtained after defeating a mutated beast. Effect, can increase the poison attribute attack of a beast. Attack power +5, experience +10. Tingyu didn't hesitate and immediately fed it to Heifeng. Although it was only an initial stage poison attribute beast core, every little bit helps, and it would be beneficial for Heifeng's evolution. That night, Ru Shui secretly observed Tingyu while he slept. After confirming the dragon mark on his back was still there, she called that person. The dragon mark forbidden spell is still there. The Dragon Soul King seal hasn't loosened at all, but how can Xiao Tingyu still form a contract with a beast? Isn't this unscientific? The person on the other end replied, "It seems this is fate's arrangement. Keep a close watch on him." "Yes, I understand. I will keep an eye on him." Time passed, and finally, the day arrived for Tingyu to start school. Many people from the market came to see him off. Not only did they prepare food, but everyone also pooled some money to give to Tingyu to help him with some of the expenses of attending the academy. "Everyone, please don't see me off any further. I'll come back to visit during my breaks." With that, he and his sister boarded the train. A few hours later, "Attention passengers, there is a magical beast on the tracks ahead. There may be some shaking of the train cars." A moment later, another announcement rang out. "Attention passengers, the train has passed the dangerous section of the track and is now running normally." Tingyu, Ru Shui, and the other passengers hadn't had much time to celebrate before a loud crash echoed through the train, shaking it violently. Another announcement followed. "Attention passengers, a pack of three-eyed giant apes has appeared ahead. Please protect your lives and belongings." Dents began to appear on the roof of the train car, evidence of powerful impacts. Then, the train car roof ripped open, and a monstrous ape appeared, sending the terrified passengers scattering in panic. Tingyu quickly pulled Ru Shui to a corner as far from the beast as possible. "Sister, stay here, don't come out." "Tingyu, what are you going to do?" Ru Shui asked. Tingyu didn't answer, running straight towards the monster. Just as the monster swung down at Tingyu, a fox with gleaming gold fur appeared. Out of nowhere, slamming its tail into the monster's face, disrupting its attack. "You idiot, what are you standing there for? If you don't want to die, get back." A girl with fiery red hair stepped forward, shielding Tingyu, then commanded the golden fox. "Xiao Xiao, Thunderflash." Then, both girl and beast charged forward to attack the monster. Name, Three-Tailed Thunder Fox. Level, Transcendent Stage Level 3. Bloodline, Thunder Fox Bloodline. Quality, Epic. Attributes, Lightning Wind. Evolution, Three-Tailed Thunder Fox, Four-Tailed Thunder Fox, Nine-Tailed Thunder Fox. Hidden Evolution, Three-Tailed Thunder Fox, Extreme Shadow Chain Lightning Fox, Crimson Lotus Lightning Fox. Skills, Three-Tailed Thunderstorm. All three tails sweep simultaneously, dealing lightning damage and a 1-second stun effect. Thunder Flash. Teleportation skill. Instantly closes the distance to the enemy, dodges enemy attacks, and simultaneously deals lightning strike damage. Reading Xiao Zhao's information, Tingyu was secretly delighted. A three-tailed thunder fox. Looking at the spear and the three-tailed thunder fox. Isn't that Qin Yanran, the daughter of the Sky Guild's leader? We're saved. Seeing the three-eyed giant ape getting enraged, Tingyu urged the others to leave the train car. At that moment, he noticed something unusual. Three-eyed giant apes are pack animals, so why was there only one? Just as he thought this, two more three-eyed giant apes appeared. While Qin Yanran was busy fighting the first one, they snuck up behind her, attempting a sneak attack. Fortunately, Tingyu summoned Heifeng in time, using hellish binding to restrain all the three-eyed giant apes, saving Qin Yanran's life. "I didn't know you were a beast tamer too. Thank you so much," Qin Yanran said gratefully. "It's nothing. I think anyone would have done the same. But your beast." Tingyu looked doubtfully at the information panel above. Xiao Xiao. Beast status, mentally suppressed, lethargic. Diagnosis, post-traumatic stress disorder. Treatment, soak soul calming flower in hot water, combined with a lightning attribute catalyst and a dissolve complete water-type beast core. Has it been overly excited every time it fights recently? After fighting, does it become listless and tend to frequently self-harm? Qin Yanran asked in surprise, "How did you know?" He couldn't tell her that he could see information related to her beast. Thinking to himself, Tingyu explained, "It has post-traumatic stress disorder. I read about this illness in the Beast Pathology Handbook. This three-tailed thunder fox is very susceptible to this disease." No wonder Xiao hasn't been smiling lately. It turns out she's sick. "Thank you so much. I'll treat her as soon as I get home." Qin Yanran slapped Tingyu hard on the back, almost knocking him off his feet. Then, she slung an arm around his shoulders and said boisterously, "From now on, you're my little brother." At this moment, she didn't notice Ru Shui standing not far away, looking at her with dagger-like eyes. Rushue stepped forward and grabbed Tingyu's arm, smiling. "Excuse me, he's not anyone's little brother. He's my little brother." Qin Yinran narrowed her eyes slightly and then directly went over and grabbed Tingyu's other arm, smiling. "Oh really? Well, from now on, he'll be my Qin Yinran's little brother. My little brother. My little brother." It seemed like Long Kingdom was about to have another genius. Neither of them yielded, both pulling on Tingyu's arms. Tingyu inwardly groaned. "Oh no, please, you're gonna rip me apart." A few hours later, at the central square of Azure Dragon Academy, a male teacher, holding a microphone in one hand, smiled at the students lined up neatly in front of him and said, "New students, welcome to Azure Dragon Academy. Please wait patiently for the headmaster to arrive." Standing in line, Tingyu breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, after saying goodbye to Sister Qin, I finally made it to enrollment safely. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed, and everyone saw a beast carrying a girl on its back fly down into the square. It's the purple death lion. That's Headmaster Su. It's Su Ruyan, Headmaster Su. Hearing everyone shouting, Tingyu's jaw dropped. Isn't that the woman who defeated the Shadow Dragon? I can't believe she's the headmaster of Azure Dragon Academy. By now, Su Ruyan had controlled the purple death lion to land. The male teacher immediately went over and handed her the microphone, saying, "Headmaster, please say a few words to the new students." Su Ruyan nodded, took the microphone, and looked at the new students, speaking seriously, "Congratulations on being admitted to Azure Dragon Academy. But I must emphasize one thing. Whether you are from a prestigious family or a poor background at Azure Dragon Academy, everyone must abide by my rules, especially rule number 8. The new students murmured amongst themselves in suspicion. Have you heard about rule number 8? That special one. What? Which one is that? Su Ruyan continued, rule number 8. If there is a conflict between students, regardless of who is right or wrong, it must be resolved through a duel in the arena. The loser must apologize to the winner. Hearing this, the new student's expressions changed. Tingyu thought to himself, rule number 8 seems harsh, but it actually helps prevent rich kids from bullying the weak. Even commoner students can seek justice with their fists. 2 hours later, in Tingyu's classroom, the students were introducing themselves. When it was Tingyu's turn, as soon as he said his name, a classmate named Wu Shengho jumped up, pointed at him, and excitedly exclaimed, "You're Xiao Tingyu. I can't believe I'm in the same class as you. Are you the monster whose spiritual power is almost equal to senior sister Yining Shuang's?" Chun Kainyan, standing on the podium, said irritably, "Sit down. Class is starting." Wu Shengho immediately sat back down and turned to Tingyu at the next table, smiling faintly. "Brother Xiao, I'm your fan from now on." Chun Kainyan coughed lightly and barked, "Quiet down." Then he wrote a line on the board and turned back to the students. "Class, I, Chun Kainyan, will be your homeroom teacher. I hope you all study well at Azure Dragon Academy. Everyone, open the first chapter of the Beast Tamer Encyclopedia. We'll start with the theoretical knowledge of beast taming. A beast's strength depends on 2 main factors. First is the beast's level. The known levels, from lowest to highest, are embryonic stage, growth stage, complete stage, transcendent stage, and beast king stage. Second is the beast's bloodline quality. According to existing records, spirit beast bloodlines are ranked from low to high. The higher the bloodline quality, the stronger the spirit beast, and the more it can suppress weaker species. In addition, the beast's attributes can also create counter effects. For example, the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, have a counter relationship. Metal counters wood, wood counters earth counters water, water counters fire, and fire counters metal. Besides these basic attributes, there are other variations, such as the sand attribute and the lightning attribute. I won't give examples of each one. The lecture continued like this. While the students were listening attentively, Tingyu was slumped over his desk, fast asleep. Chun Kainyan angrily threw a piece of chalk at his head and yelled, shouting, "You get up." Tingyu groggily stood up. Chun Kainyan said, "How dare you? You dare sleep in my class. Tell me, what is the weakness of the sky demon lizard? If you can't answer my question, pack your things and get out." Tingyu replied, "The poison sac under its belly." Chun Kainyan's anger subsided slightly, and he continued to ask, "Go on. Where do ice condensation crocodiles usually live?" Tingyu replied, "The frozen bone lake area in southern Long Kingdom and the cold pool waterfall below the Kunlun Mountains." The other students gaped at him in astonishment. Chun Kainyan was also surprised. He wanted to test him further, so he asked a more difficult question. If you encounter a heaven-devouring tiger in the wild, how would you deal with it? Ting Yu answered, I would put my identification card in my mouth and lie down in the shade. Chun Kainyin was stunned. Why? The other students also looked at him curiously. Ting Yu smiled and explained, because the heaven-devouring tiger is a mutated Beast King level magical beast. Only 6-star beast tamers and above can handle it. If a trainee beast tamer, like me, encounters a heaven-devouring tiger in the wild, I'm as good as dead. So I put my ID card in my mouth so my family can easily identify my body. Lying down in the shade might prevent the body from smelling too bad. Chun Kenyon slammed his hand on the desk and said loudly, for this answer, I'll give you full marks. Shouting you, I just tested you with knowledge from the end of the textbook. How did you? Before he could finish, Ting Yu pulled out 3 books and said with a smile, because I've already finished studying all the remaining content. The other students immediately groaned. How are we supposed to live like this? What kind of monster genius is this? Chun Kanyin spoke up, everyone, study on your own for a bit. Shouting you, come out here and talk to me. A moment later, outside the classroom, Ting Yu said, Teacher Chun, I apologize for sleeping in class. I promise I won't do it again. Chun Kanyin replied, it's not about that. You finished the entire course theory in just half a class. Ting Yu responded, it's thanks to your excellent teaching, Teacher Chun. You teach so well. Chun Kanyin said exasperatedly, don't flatter me, kid. If you've finished the theory, then move on to more advanced material. He handed him a card and patted him on the shoulder. This is a library card for the Azure Dragon Academy. With this, you can access the library anytime and also enjoy free borrowing privileges. Go on, I have nothing left to teach you. A while later, at the Azure Dragon Academy library, Ting Yu was quietly reading when Wang Yin swaggered in with a few of his lackeys and yelled, this Azure Dragon library is mine today. All the boys get out. The male students knew he was the son of Vice Principal Wang Dongsheng, so no one dared to say anything and hurried out of the library. Wang Yin then leered at the female students and said, ladies, stay and read with me. Haha. The female students cried out in fear, young Master Wang, please spare us. At this moment, the only male student who hadn't run, Ting Yu, threw the book he was reading at Wang Yin's head and said, perfect timing. Wang Yin roared angrily. Who did that? One of his lackeys pointed at Ting Yu and shouted, young Master Wang. It was that impudent brat. Ting Yu walked in front of a female student and looked at Wang Yin. Bullying girls. How embarrassing. Wang Yin bellowed. Who are you? Trying to play the hero. The kind female student urged Ting Yu, you should leave quickly. He's the son of Vice Principal Wang Dongsheng. We can't afford to offend him. Hearing this, Ting Yu scoffed. So, he has his daddy as the vice principal. No wonder he's so arrogant. Wang Yin wasn't angered. Instead, he puffed out his chest and said, good that you know. Now get on your knees and apologize to me. Dream on. Ting Yu shouted and suddenly kicked Wang Yin squarely in the groin, causing him to double over in pain and roll on the floor. His lackeys asked anxiously, young Master Wang, are you all right? Wang Yin, trembling, pointed at Ting Yu. Ridiculous. He doesn't even know who I am. You dare lay a hand on me. I'll make sure you don't get out of this library. Today, I'll teach you who runs this Azure Dragon Academy. Just then, Suruan entered the library, accompanied by Chun Qingyan and another male student. They happened to overhear Wang Yan's words. Suruoyan spoke up. Such arrogance. I wasn't aware that you were in charge of the Azure Dragon Academy. Wang Yin was startled, thinking, how did Headmaster Su find out so quickly? Suruan walked up to Wang Yin, her expression dark as she said, Wang Yin, I know what happened. If you two have a conflict, then settle it according to school rule number 8. This news quickly spread throughout the Azure Dragon Academy. The students, full of excitement, dragged each other along to watch. Hurry up, shouting Yu and Wang Yin are fighting in the arena. Let's go see. Wang Yan's familiar is the 6-clawed Gale Leopard, a legendary bloodline. Can Shouting Yu even fight back? Nonsense. Our brother Xiao is invincible. A moment later, at the arena, Chun Kanyin sat in the stands, looking down at Ting Yu and murmuring, Shouting Yu, don't disappoint me. In the arena, the referee shouted, the match is about to begin. Please enter the arena. Hearing this, both Shouting Yu and Wang Yin stepped onto the stage and shook hands. Wang Yin said, Shouting Yu, I want you to know the consequences of opposing me. Ting Yu smiled and replied, is that so? Then I'll be waiting for your apology. The referee shouted again. The match officially begins. Wang Yin cast a summoning spell and shouted, Binji, come forth. A second later, Binji appeared beside Wang Yin. Tingyu didn't summon his familiar immediately. He used the system to observe Binji's detailed information. Name, six-clawed gale leopard. Level, initial stage level 1. Bloodline, legendary. Attributes, ice, wind, dual element. Talent, profound ice winter. Any attack has a certain freezing damage effect, reducing the target's movement speed by 30% and attack speed by 30%. Ice burst, attacks with an ice sphere, which after locking onto the target, explodes instantly. The exploding ice rings form a large-scale attack. Loyalty, 72. Tingyu thought to himself, a dual-element familiar. His expression turned serious as he softly called out, time to enter the stage. Hei Feng. A second later, Hei Feng appeared before everyone's eyes. Wu Shengho exclaimed, damn, Brother Zhao's familiar is so cool. The boy beside him echoed. In terms of looks, the six-clawed gale leopard is completely outclassed. In the VIP stands, Su Ruoyan looked at Hei Feng thoughtfully, shouting Yu's familiar. I've never seen it before. It looks like an evolved form of the Swiftwind Hound. But the Swiftwind Hound has always been known as a useless familiar with no evolutionary path. How did shouting Yu manage it? In the arena, Wang Yin, hearing everyone praising Tingyu's familiar, grew even more jealous. Trying to win the crowd over. Let's see how I defeat you. With that, Wang Yin ordered Binji to attack Hei Feng with ice-splitting piercing claws. Seeing this, Tingyu commanded Hei Feng to use Serpent's zigzag steps to dodge, simultaneously closing in on Binji. However, just as he got close, Binji was about to attack, but Binji was faster. It circled around Hei Feng's flank and attacked his back with its claws, causing Hei Feng pain and forcing him to retreat. In the stands, Chun Kanyan frowned and muttered to himself, shouting Yu's Hellfire Gale Wolf is a dual wind and fire attribute beast, while the six-clawed Gale Leopard is a dual ice and wind attribute beast. It seems a tribute counter is inevitable. In the arena, Binji pressed its advantage, relentlessly attacking with its claws. Hei Feng could only passively dodge. Wang Yin yelled, shouting Yu, I'll cripple your beast. Binji, unleash Frozen Heaven Shatter. Binji stopped its pursuit upon hearing the command. It opened its mouth and spat out an ice sphere that struck Hei Feng and exploded, encasing Hei Feng in a large block of ice. Seeing this, Wang Yin laughed loudly, shouting Yu, it won't be long before your beast freezes to death inside. In the stands, everyone focused on shouting Yu, wanting to see what he would do. In the arena, shouting Yu chuckled and said, is that so? Hei Feng, shadow sneak. Then, everyone watched in astonishment as Hei Feng transformed into a mass of black chi and vanished from the ice block. In the stands, Chun Kanyan and Su Ruoyan both frowned simultaneously and muttered, dark attribute. The Hellfire Gale Hound actually has 3 attributes. In the arena, Wang Yin looked around in a daze, muttering, what the hell? Where did it go? He was completely unaware that a shadow was rapidly approaching him on the ground, right behind him. Chun Kanyan and Su Ruoyan, watching from the stands, understood and muttered to themselves. So it turned into a shadow. No wonder the ice couldn't freeze Hei Feng. At that moment, Hei Feng lunged out from the shadow behind Wang Yin to launch a surprise attack. Fortunately for him, Binji reacted in time to protect its master, successfully repelling Hei Feng back to Shouting Yu's side. Shouting Yu snorted and said, let me show you what we're capable of. Hei Feng, silent claws. Hei Feng vanished once more, then suddenly reappeared beside Binji and launched a rapid series of claw attacks. Binji howled in pain from the high-speed assault. Binji, fight back. I said fight back. Wang Yin shouted frantically, but to no avail. Silent Claws was a dark attribute skill that inflicted a continuous silence effect for 3 seconds after hitting its target. Seizing the opportunity, Shouting Yu immediately ordered Hei Feng to use Hell Howl. Everyone then saw Binji fly backward and faint, completely incapacitated. The battle was over. The referee walked over to Shouting Yu, grabbed his hand, raised it high, and announced, the winner, Shouting Yu. The stands erupted. The students excitedly rose to their feet, chanting Shouting Yu's name. Wang Yin, on the other hand, collapsed to his knees, muttering, no, impossible. Shouting Yu walked over to him and said, you lost. Su Ruoyan also descended into the arena. According to the rules, you should apologize. And in this farce, Wang Yin hung his head in silence for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and said, "Shouting you, I apologize." He then left the arena, muttering under his breath, "Shouting you, just you wait. I'll make you pay for this." Su Ruoyan turned to Shouting you and said with a smile, "Shouting you, your performance in this match wasn't bad. You're the second student who's made me look at them differently. I'm really looking forward to your performance in the freshman ranking competition in 3 days." Shouting you scratched his head shyly and replied, "Thank you, Dean, for the praise. By the way, who was the first person to make you look at them differently?" Su Ruoyan said seriously, "The genius girl who broke through 1,000 spiritual power points, Yi Xining." Shouting you thought to himself, "Her again. I heard about her during the entrance exam." At this moment, Su Ruoyan took out a ring and handed it to Shouting you, saying with a smile, "You are also very talented. Take this spatial ring. Consider it a reward for this competition." A spatial ring is a type of equipment made using high technology, capable of storing food and necessary supplements. Shouting you was startled and exclaimed inwardly, "A spatial ring that can store all sorts of things." Shouting you took the spatial ring and said with a smile, "Then I'll gratefully accept. Thank you, Dean." Afterwards, worried that Ruo Shui would be anxiously waiting at home, Shouting you quickly left. However, as soon as he reached the academy gate, he accidentally bumped into Sherman. Shouting you asked with concern, "Little girl, are you all right?" Sherman replied, a little dazed, "No, I'm fine." Shouting you knelt down and patted Sherman's head. "Little girl, be careful next time. Hurry home." After giving this reminder, Shouting you stood up to leave, but Sherman grabbed his leg and said, "Big brother, I have nowhere to go. Please take me in." A moment later, at the family apartment, seeing Shouting you bring a little girl home, Ruo Shui immediately pinched his ear and scolded, "It's only my first day moving to Longyin City, Shouting you, and you're already abducting children." Hearing this, Shouting you hurriedly pleaded his innocence. "No, sister, listen to my explanation. Please listen to my explanation." Ruo Shui angrily questioned, "Explain. What's there to explain? Isn't the proof right here?" A few minutes later, "Sister, it's like this. Sherman has a fear of magical beasts, and she was determined that she couldn't become a beast tamer. She was bullied by her family, so she ran away from home. I brought her back to cure her fear of magical beasts." Sherman cooperated by hugging Ruo Shui and pleaded tearfully, "That's right, Sister Ruo Shui, can you take me in? I don't want to go home." Ruo Shui reluctantly said with a smile, "Well, you can stay." Then Ruo Shui added, "But, Shouting you, you must remember, never look for a girl from the Yi family." The next day, at Azure Dragon Academy, Shouting you was currently standing in line waiting for inspection, but Ruo Shui's words from yesterday kept echoing in his mind. "Don't look for someone from the Yi family." Why did she suddenly say that? Hearing him muttering, Wu Shengho leaned in and asked softly, "What are you saying, Brother Xiao? What's this about not looking for someone from the Yi family?" Teacher Chun said, "These 2 periods are for battlefield position allocation." What do you think battlefield position means? Brother Xiao, what position do you think my violent butterfly beast is suitable for? Chun Kanyan pointed at him disapprovingly and said, "Wu Xingho, don't whisper during class." Wu Xingho hurriedly returned to his position and said, "Yes, Teacher Chun." At this moment, Chun Kanyan looked seriously at the students in front of him and said, "Now, according to your student ID numbers, summon your spirit beasts one by one and participate in the test items. This will determine your battle positions." Then, as each student went up for the test, Chun Kanyan announced the results immediately. Song Hu, your spirit beast defensive power is formidable. Your position is tank. Wu Shengho, your violent rain butterfly specializes in ranged water attacks. Your position is mage. Next, Shouting you. Hearing his name, Shouting you immediately stepped forward. Chun Kanyan looked at him and asked, "The first test item is the attack test. Shouting you, are you ready? Let's begin." Saying that, Shouting you summoned Black Wind and instructed it to use the Hell Howl skill on the testing machine. The testing machine quickly displayed the result, a triple critical hit with a value of 6,371. The students exclaimed in astonishment, "Damn, a triple critical hit. I can't even manage a 1.5x critical hit." Chun Kanyan looked at the number on the testing screen and thought to himself, normally, the attack value that a beginner-level spirit beast's ultimate skill can achieve is between 500 and 1500. I didn't expect the Hellgale Wolf to be able to achieve a triple critical hit exceeding 2000. Shouting you said, "Teacher Chun, the attack test is complete. I think I'm suited for the assassin position, right? As for the rest, Before he could finish, Chun Kanyan interrupted him. Continue. He thought to himself, shouting you, let's see what your potential limit truly is. Thus, shouting you could only honestly complete the remaining test items. In a long-range attack test, shouting you commanded Black Wind to use Hellfire. Wu Shengho exclaimed, damn, that range is at least 800 meters, right? Hey, shouting you, why don't you become a marksman? In the defense test, Wu Shengho exclaimed, he can even withstand the attack of Teacher Chen's transcendent level spirit beast, the ice-armored war turtle. Shouting you is too awesome. In the control test, shouting you commanded Black Wind to use Hell Whirlwind. Wu Shengho suggested, shouting you, why don't you switch to mage? In the buff test, Chun Kanyan observed the parameters on the tablet and said, based on the data simulation analysis, any spirit beast that approaches the Hell Gale Wolf within a 10-meter radius will receive a 30% boost to their fighting spirit, a 10% increase in attack power, and a 10% increase in movement speed. Wu Shengho curiously asked, Teacher Chun, what exactly is Xiao Tingyu's battlefield position? He can fill any position. It's so hard to choose. In his mind, he added, he's so amazing, I don't even want to speak anymore. Chun Kanyan suddenly raised a finger and said, students, actually, besides these 5 positions, there's one more position that's extremely suitable for shouting you, the all-rounder. Shouting you being designated as an all-rounder surprised everyone. Wu Shengho, after hearing this, asked, Teacher Chun, what does all-rounder mean? Chun Kanyan quickly explained, if a spirit master's spirit beast excels in all positions, then that spirit master will receive the title of all-rounder. Then he smiled and continued, clearly, shouting you is the only all-rounder in our class. Shouting you, hearing this, felt extremely proud under the admiring gazes of everyone. They kept praising Tingyu. Xiao, how are you so skilled? That's right, that's right. Under their praise and admiring gazes, Tingyu became even more embarrassed. No, not at all. Kanyan suddenly spoke up, reminding them, but don't celebrate too early. Although all-rounders are rare, they're not non-existent. We don't have a data on the new students yet. Currently, we only know Xiao Tingyu is an all-rounder, but he continued, the second year's all-rounders are Yi Ning and Han Tianjun. The third year's all-rounders include Mu Rongqing and Li Xiancheng. Kanyan looked at his students and encouraged them. So, everyone, you must continue to work hard. After class ended, Tingyu walked down the street, thinking to himself, I need to buy some supplement for my spirit beast to prepare for the freshman ranking competition. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in front of Tingyu. Kid, where do you think you're going? Tingyu frowned and asked them, who are you? The group was full of bluster. You don't even know our Black Tiger Guild. You're asking for a beating. Wang Yin pointed at him. Boss Lei, why waste your breath on him? Just cripple one of his legs for me. Let's see if he's still arrogant then. He replied, oh, right, young Master Wang. The group aggressively approached Tingyu, daring to mess with young Master Wang. Well, consider yourself unlucky. Tingyu was a little surprised, Boss Lei. He looked at the star rankings on their clothes. Every one of you is a 3-star or 4-star spirit master. He said angrily, isn't it a bit excessive to bully a 1-star spirit master like me? Wang Yin disregarded Tingyu's words. This young master is bullying you. What can you do about it, even if it's excessive? Boss Lei added, young Master Wang, don't be impatient. I'll take care of him right away. He then called out his spirit beast in a loud voice. Thunder Tiger. A majestic white tiger appeared, surrounded by violet lightning. Boss Lei then commanded it attack. The Thunder Tiger charged towards Tingyu. In an instant, Black Wind, summoned by Tingyu, quickly pounced on the opponent. Its eyes glowed red. Its jaws clamped tightly around the Thunder Tiger's neck. Boss Lei's spirit beast was immediately knocked to the ground by Black Wind. He stared in disbelief. Young Master Wang didn't tell me this kid's spirit beast was so strong. Boss Lei started to panic. How can a 1-star spirit master be on par with my transcendent Thunder Tiger? He then revealed his contempt for Tingyu. Well, let's see how powerful a 1-star brat like you is, or how powerful my Black Tiger Guild's 3-star and 4-star spirit masters are. After he finished speaking, Boss Lei's teammates all summoned their spirit beasts. The 3 newly appeared spirit beasts were extremely ferocious, growling at Tingyu and Black Wind. Suddenly, a woman's voice interrupted. Well, let me see how powerful your Black Tiger Guild is. The sudden appearance of the person before them stunned Boss Lei and the guild members. The girl stood protectively in front of Tingyu, hands on her hips, and continued, speaking arrogantly. Or is my Thuong Kung Guild a step above? Ting Yu turned around in surprise, looking with black wind at the people who had just come to his aid. When he saw Yin Ran leading the group, he called out joyfully, "Sister Qin." The Black Tiger Guild members were surrounded, and terror filled their eyes. "Guild leader, we're done for. We're surrounded." One stammered, The Thuong Kung Guild. Boss Lei paled. He knew that the Thuong Kung Guild was the second strongest beast tamer guild in Longyin City. Even the top guild, the Siyu Fong Guild, wouldn't dare to provoke them. Immediately, he groveled. "Miss Qin, what brings you here?" Yin Ran casually draped an arm around Ting Yu's shoulders and smiled. "If I hadn't been passing by, who knows what guild leader Lei was planning to do to my dear little brother." Boss Lei gaped. "Aren't you guild leader Qin's only child? Since when?" Yin Ran cut him off. "He, Ting Yu, is the adopted brother that I, Qin Yin Ran, acknowledge." She looked at him and declared, "Anyone who bullies him is making an enemy of me, Qin Yin Ran." Boss Lei instantly fell silent, resignation clear on his face. Then, with imposing grandeur, Yin Ran continued, "And that means making an enemy of my Thuong Kung Guild." Boss Lei quickly switched to flattery. "Miss Qin, it's all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding." He then pointed at Wang Yin. "It's him. This brat hired us to cause trouble for your brother." Wang Yin, singled out, panicked, and raised his hands in surrender. Miss Qin, I didn't mean to antagonize," shouting you. Yin Ran ignored him and turned back to Boss Lei. "You know what to do." Boss Lei, sweating, replied, "Yes, yes." He then ordered his men, "You dare bully young Master Shao. Get him, men. Teach him a lesson." Wang Yin, beaten senseless, whimpered, "I hired you. Why are you doing this to me?" Back at the Thuong Kung Guild, Yin Ran fumed. "Ting Yu, how did you run into those people?" Ting Yu replied, "I went out to buy supplements for my spirit beast. Who knew I'd be so unlucky?" Yin Ran's eyes lit up. "Supplements for your spirit beast. Come to me. My Thuong Kung Guild specializes in those." She added, "From now on, if you need supplements, just tell me. They're on the house." Ting Yu's jaw dropped. "Sister Qin, you're so generous. And to think you're the only child of the Thuong Kung Guild leader." Yin Ran then took Ting Yu on a tour of the guild. This is the Thuong Kung Guild's training grounds. Equipped with state-of-the-art machinery and tools, it can help spirit beasts improve their combat skills, training efficiency. Moving to another area, she explained, "This is the recreation area. Beast tamers returning from missions can rest here. We have various entertainment options like golf and saunas." Leading him to another location, she said, "And this is the meeting room on the top floor. We usually hold meetings here for important missions and strategize." This next area is the infirmary. It has advanced medical equipment and a full stock of medicinal herbs. Then Yin Ran revealed, most importantly, she said excitedly, "Our beast physician here at the Thuong Kung Guild has incredibly high medical skills and can provide the most advanced technical services for injured spirit beasts." Hearing this, Ting Yu thought, a beast physician. He immediately took Yin Ran's hand. "Sister Yin Ran, could my sister Qin join the Thuong Kung Guild and be your beast physician?" She looked at him hesitantly. That might be difficult. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. "Absolutely not." It was Lu Yu, the vice guild leader of the Thuong Kung Guild. She spoke firmly with a hint of mockery. "No one has even mentioned who you are or why you're here. Your age and experience as a beast physician for our guild. This joke isn't funny at all." Yin Ran recognized the voice immediately and explained, "Annie, he's the one who helped me subdue the giant three-eyed ape on the ship, the one I told you about. He's also my adopted brother." Suddenly, a man rushed in from the doorway, panicked, Vice Guild leader Lu. "Several seriously injured spirit beasts have just arrived at the infirmary." He stammered, flustered, "We don't have enough people. What should we do?" Lu Yu reassured him, "Don't panic. Transfer personnel from the other branches." Then she turned to Yin Ran, "Go to the other guilds and request support." Before she could finish, the man interrupted urgently, "There's no time. Vice Guild leader, those spirit beasts are bleeding profusely. They won't last much longer." Hearing this, Ting Yu stepped forward. "Let me, Vice Guild leader Lu. Time is of the essence." At that moment, within the Thuong Kung Guild, Bai Qing lay on a stretcher, being rushed towards the operating room by two frantic medics. While pushing the stretcher, they instructed a nurse, Bai Qing, the raging howler, is in operating room 3, hemorrhaging severely. "Quickly get the emergency blood supply." Sensing its body's changes, its owner frantically ordered, "Move aside." "Move aside?" Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, Bai Qing lay motionless, its breathing weakening. The medic stood anxiously around the stretcher, the air thick with tension as a trembling voice pleaded, "Doctor, please save my spirit beast." The people in the guild were in a state of chaos. Too much blood loss. Stop the bleeding first. The hemostats aren't working. Prepare the medicine. It's no use. We can't stop the bleeding. A doctor shook his head helplessly. Conventional methods won't work. Tingyu continued to observe the situation, his eyes flashing with seriousness and a hint of contemplation. On the high-tech treatment table, Bai Qing whimpered in pain, its eyes tightly shut, enduring the agony. The system displayed its information. Name, Bai Qing, the Raging Howler. Rank, Supernal Body Stage 3. Loyalty, 92. Bloodline, Elite. Vital signs, puncture wound caused by the Demon King level beast, the Venomous Needle King. Large wound surface covered with a green mucus inhibiting healing. Wound unable to close. The doctors analyzed the large wound on Bai Qing's body. The wound was caused by the Venomous Needle King. This shimmering green mucus is its unique toxin, preventing the wound from healing. Suddenly, Tingyu looked toward the owner, his voice firm. "I have a way to stop the bleeding for your spirit beast. Do you trust me?" The owner trembled, placing a hand on Bai Qing, pleading desperately. "At this point, I have no choice but to trust you. Please, I beg you, stop the bleeding for my spirit beast." Tingyu explained his method. 1 celestial spirit herb and a purple ing flower, crushed and made into 20 grams of preventative medicine. Then, add a supernal-grade poison attribute spirit beast crystal and boil for 5 minutes. As he finished, the physicians were startled, looking at him with disbelief. The ingredients he mentioned were all poisonous to varying degrees. Wouldn't this be like rubbing salt into the spirit beast's wounds? Hearing this, Tingyu remained unfazed and firmly continued. "Apply the medicine as I instructed immediately. If you miss the optimal time, Bai Qing, the Raging Howler, will certainly die." Bai Qing's owner anxiously shouted, "Don't just stand there. Hurry and prepare the medicine. I'm begging you." Understanding the urgency, the two physicians quickly followed his instructions. 5 minutes later, the physician returned with a vial containing a greenish liquid. "The medicine is ready." Tingyu swiftly and skillfully put on a pair of black surgical gloves. He took the vial from the physician and carefully opened the lid. Tingyu applied the medicine inside to Bai Qing's wound, a deep, round gash oozing green mucus. As soon as he finished applying the medicine, Bai Qing roared in pain, startling both him and its owner. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "The bleeding has stopped. The bleeding has stopped." Indeed, only a few drops of green liquid remained on the wound. While Bai Qing drifted off to sleep from exhaustion, its owner embraced it emotionally. "Bai Qing, I saved you. It's all right now." Nearby, Tingyu clasped his hands and asked Lu Yu with a smile, "Vice Guild Leader Lu, I wonder if my performance has satisfied you." She, somewhat impressed by what she had just witnessed, extended her hand towards him. "Your performance truly exceeded my expectations. I was presumptuous before. Now, allow me to formally invite you to join the Thuong Kung Guild as our special pharmacist." "I'm very happy to accept." Tingyu's face lit up with joy as they shook hands, signifying their agreement. The scene shifted to Tingyu's home, where Yin Ran was questioning him. "You said you were late because you were signing a contract to be a special pharmacist with the Thuong Kung Guild." He replied hesitantly, "Yes, sister." She turned away, feigning anger. "I see you have a foster sister and have forgotten about your real sister." Tingyu quickly explained, "How could that be? Sister, that's not true at all." Amidst the tension, Team Man appeared. "Brother Tingyu, what's a special pharmacist? Is it something you can eat?" Tingyu happily explained to the little girl, of course. "Becoming a special pharmacist for the Thuong Kung Guild means I'll have a salary." He exclaimed excitedly, "This weekend, I can treat everyone to a feast." Ti mindset pone entusitasti. Okay. Okay. Meanwhile, in Wang Yan's room, he was lying down with his left leg in a cast and suspended. Wang Yan yelled furiously, "Tingyu, I won't let you off." Lin Shang looked down at him with his arms crossed. "You useless, incompetent fool." Wang Yan, with tears streaming down his face, said resentfully, "Dad, you have to get justice for me." He sternly lectured, "You are the son of Lin Shang. yet you lost to a clown from a small town in the competition. You not only embarrassed yourself, but also disgraced our Wang family. Wang Yin wiped his tears and sobbed, Dad, don't scold me anymore. I don't know where that Ting Yu got a contract with a 3-attribute spirit beast. Lin Shang sat down next to Wang Yin, gritting his teeth as he explained, besides, he has the Thuong Kung Guild backing him. I'm afraid you won't have a chance to regain your face. Wang Yin nodded. The Thuong Kung Guild. Our Wang family really can't afford to offend them. But if Ting Yu meets with misfortune in the Yinna Mountain trial, dies at the hands of a magical beast, wouldn't that have nothing to do with us? Lin Shang gave a sinister smile, adjusting his glasses as if victory was already in his grasp. The sun shone brightly over Yinna Mountain today, its rays piercing through the vibrant foliage. Instructors stood above, supervising the students. Lin Shang announced clearly, today is the day for the new students to participate in the Yinna Mountain trial. This trial will be live-streamed across social media. Lin Shang held a microphone, gesturing to the students. The bracelets you are wearing can monitor the number of magical beasts you hunt in your combat performance. He explained the scoring system to them. Hunting 1 to 10 magical beasts earns a C grade. 11 to 30 earns a B grade. 31 to 50 earns an A grade. A high-tech screen displayed the scoring tower. Lin Shang continued, hunting 51 to 80 magical beasts earns an S grade, and hunting 80 or more earns an S+ grade. Ru Yin spoke up, Vice Principal Wang, before we begin the trial, please announce the all-around talents among this batch of new students. Whispers rippled through the crowd below. I heard the top scorer in last year's Yinna Mountain trial was Yining Shuang. Lin Shang addressed the students below. Based on the placement test, there are a total of 3 all-around talents among this new batch of students. Mu Rongyang Suo from Class 1. The tall young man with long platinum blonde hair and a confident aura was Mu Rongyang Suo, son of the Mu Rong family. He continued the announcement, Mu Ronghan Han from Class 1. Surprised voices rose from below. Wow, Class 1 has 2 all-around talents. The beautiful girl with pink hair was Mu Ronghan Han, daughter of the Mu Rong family. The final all-around talent is Xiao Tingyu from Class 3. Most of the crowd reacted with surprise at this name. Only Tingyu, the center of attention, was preoccupied with the name Mu Rong family. The Long Kingdom had 4 great beast-taming families: the Yi family, the Li family, the Mu Rong family, and the Shangwan family. Could it be that Mu Rong family? He wondered. The 4 great families, each represented by a different magical beast, ruled over 4 different territories. The scene shifted to the Azure Dragon Academy's broadcasting station, where the instructors sat around a table, their eyes fixed on the screen behind Yang Su. He introduced himself formally. Hello everyone watching the live stream. I'm your MC for this trial, Yang Su. The live stream camera panned to Ru Yin, who posed a question. Vice Principal Wang, how many magical beasts do you think you will hunt? Lin Shang replied coldly. I'd say 50 is a generous estimate. Kai Yin, sitting to the side, appeared thoughtful. He countered, no way. With that kid's talent, he'll hunt at least 80 magical beasts. Ru Yin rested her chin on her hand, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She said confidently, what if you're all wrong? I think he'll break Yining Shuang's record. Just wait and see him create a miracle. Meanwhile, outside, the weather was perfect for outdoor activities. Yang Su's voice rang out. Now, the students are entering the arena in order. The camera immediately shifted, showing the students enthusiastically warming up, seemingly each one prepared to give 100% for the competition. Yang Su's voice, crisp and filled with excitement, announced the trial has officially begun. 20 minutes later, he reported, in less than half an hour, Wan Lin from Class 2 has successfully killed a short-tailed bear, bringing the total number of magical beasts hunted to over 10. Ru Yin frowned, worried about Tingyu. The screen continued to broadcast images of giant magical beasts, accompanied by words of encouragement. Congratulations to Tun Tian Hao from Class 5, whose number of hunted magical beasts has exceeded 20. Suddenly, Yang Su exclaimed in surprise, this is hard to believe. The trial has only been going for a short hour, and Mu Rong Yang Suo from Class 1 has already hunted 43 magical beasts. The comment section on the live stream nearly went out of control. As expected of the favored child of the Mu Rong family, young Master Mu Rong is amazing. I want to marry young Master Mu Rong. Holy crap, is the Murong family really that awesome? Yang Su used all his might to praise Yang Suo, Murong Yang Suo's white ape beast, as expected of the only superpower-type beast in this trial. Its spatial warping ability not only closes the distance with magical beasts instantly, but any attack it launches can also cause a penetration effect. The screen immediately showed the white ape holding a silver serpent, its eyes shining brightly and sharply. Yang Su's voice remained steady. Although the silver serpent is a type of magical beast with strong regenerative abilities, it happens to be restrained by the white ape beast's ability. The result is so tragic it's hard to watch. The white ape used its beak to tear the silver serpent apart, but Yang Suo stopped it. Xiaobai, don't torment it. He touched the silver serpent and ordered the white ape, just take the magical beast crystal. The scoreboard numbers kept jumping. The current leader was Han Han, also the only girl in the top 3, followed by Yang Suo and Ting Yu. The livestream switched to show her fighting a giant magical beast. Yang Su introduced. After watching Mu Rong Yang Suo's performance, let's take a look at Mu Rong Han Han. Her beast is the bone-sucking sea turtle of legendary bloodline quality. It's also the only undead-type beast in this trial. I just want to say, she's truly a spiritual player. The opposing magical beast roared, its expression determined for battle. Yang Su explained, the bloodthirsty mad lion is an initial stage level 2 beast possessing an epic bloodline. Its physical attacks carry a 5-fold critical hit effect, a super powerful ability, but it has encountered the bone-sucking sea turtle. Today will be its last day. The comments section exploded with virtual roses. Brave Miss Murong. Han Han, fighting, forever supporting you. This talent is even stronger than her brother, Murong Yang Suo. Yang Su's voice boomed with excitement. If Murong Han Han successfully hunts the bloodthirsty mad lion, her total hunted beasts will reach 51. Somewhere, Yang Suo looked at the scoreboard, proudly thinking, it seems that in this trial, my sister will probably take first place. Suddenly, he was astonished to discover someone has overtaken my sister. Rewinding to a minute earlier, when she was fighting the magical beast, Han Han watched with a worried but determined expression as her beast attacked. Her beast companion shot out a beam of purple light, both eye-catching and dangerous. Han Han smiled triumphantly, thinking another one down. At that moment, Ting Yu's shout startled her. Black wind teared apart. Her beast companion was already flying towards a magical beast, mouth wide open, ready to attack. But the last minute, a surprise attack hit the beast. It spurted blood from its chest as everyone watched in awe. A triumphant voice rang out, "Gotcha!" On Enam Mountain, Ting Yu and Han Han stood facing each other, the slain bloodthirsty mad lion between them. Riding black wind, hegrindat Han Han. Murong Han Han, thanks for the gift. She maintained a calm facade, while internally screaming, I want to murder you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The scoreboard began to change. Yang Su enthusiastically announced, ladies and gentlemen, what a dramatic turn of events. This young man is truly cunning. Murong Han Han, despite all her precautions, couldn't defend against the sly Xiao Ting Yu. He snatched her kill and jumped into first place. Suddenly, a giant magical beast appeared near Ting Yu. The situation changed. A 3-eyed ant had emerged from nowhere. He quickly took a fighting stance. Yang Su continued his commentary. Ladies and gentlemen, even through the screen, I can feel the burning desire to win between these two. Han Han was equally determined, her eyes filled with resolve. Who would ultimately slay the 3-eyed ant Ting Yu? On Blackwind's back, gave the command to attack. Blackwind, Hellfire Whirlwind. Yang Su provided the blow-by-blow account. Ting Yu charges in. The 3-eyed ant shell is notoriously thick and tough. Blackwind's flames wrap around the ant like fiery ropes, but the Hellfire of the Hellfire Gale Wolf ignores armor, dealing direct damage to its foe. Ting Yu waits for the right moment, then gives the next command, Blackwind Reap. He unleashes a blazing inferno aimed directly at the ant. Hellfire Blast. Suddenly, a gust of wind gently pushed back the fierce flames. Murong makes hard move. The bone-winged sea turtle unleashes a sonic wave, interrupting the Hellfire Gale Wolf's final attack. Han Han quickly directed the finishing blow. Bone-winged sea turtle, ice fire blast. The attack successfully incinerated the three-eyed ant. The ant collapsed, instantly dissolving into a large spirit stone. She reached out and picked up the glittering stone from the pool of blood. Tingyu approached, his voice tinged with frustration. Mu Rong Han Han, I didn't realize you were such a fierce competitor. The changing tides make this competition even more exciting, ladies and gentlemen. Things have just gotten much more interesting. Currently, Xiao Tingyu and Mu Rong Han Han are tied, with no clear leader. With less than an hour left in the trial, who will claim the top spot? Let's wait and see. Tingyu then found another target. Black Wind, get ready. Before he could attack, the beast was killed in an instant. It was Han Han. Mu Rong Han Han and Xiao Tingyu are at it again. She's stolen another kill. He watched the fallen beast, frustration building. Wherever Xiao Tingyu goes, Mu Rong Han Han follows to steal his kills. Her total number of magical beasts hunted has reached 89. Yang Su continues. Half an hour has passed, and Mu Rong Han Han, by stealing Xiao Tingyu's kills, has firmly secured the top position. Tingyu is only now starting to feel remorseful. Han Han, although it was wrong of me to steal your kills, you don't have to keep following me relentlessly, do you? Han Han, still fuming, replies, yeah, right. He then leads the viewers on. Will Mu Rong Han Han be able to extend her lead? Will Xiao Tingyu be able to rally and advance? Let's wait and see. The screen now zooms in on Han Han's sullen and unsightly face. Tingyu now issues a challenge. Han Han, I won't go easy on you next time. You better be careful. His confident demeanor is captured by the camera. Everyone, what Xiao Tingyu means is that he wasn't going all out before. But with less than half an hour left, can Xiao Tingyu really reclaim the top spot? He mounts Hei Feng and quickly searches for another magical beast. Wherever Tingyu goes, Han Han follows closely behind. The two are determined not to yield to each other. Time ticks by second. The number of magical beasts they've killed has already broken the record. They have become, one after the other, the most anticipated highlights of the program. He easily takes down the magical beasts that appear at lower altitudes and boasts, I don't believe you can compete with me, even if you fly in the sky. Han Han, focused solely on snatching Tingyu's kills, misses quite a few targets herself. Riding her spirit beast, she angrily curses him, you scoundrel. Tingyu retorts confidently, Han Han, there's less than half a minute left. You can't beat me. I use tre pats, skondred. Even Yang Su is now leaning towards Tingyu's victory. If nothing unexpected happens, it looks like the top spot will belong to Xiao Tingyu. Tingyu, hearing Han Han's words, is indignant. Are those the only 2 words in your vocabulary? Suddenly, a magical beast with incredibly powerful energy appears nearby. It hides behind a large boulder, having observed Tingyu and Han Han for a while. Suddenly, it roars and charges towards him. Yang Su is also surprised by this unexpected turn of events. What's going on? Why is there a complete stage 3 magical beast here? Tingyu, realizing the danger, quickly climbs on a hay phone. By now, the magical beast is rapidly closing in. Its magical power is incredibly fierce. His eyes widen in terror. Both he and Hei Feng are unable to dodge and are pushed off the cliff by the beast's force. Oh no! Han Han, witnessing everything, is stunned into silence. Xiao! She rushes to the edge of the cliff and sees that Tingyu has luckily managed to grab a branch, while Hei Feng clutches his leg. Han Han sets her spirit beast to confront and hold back the magical beast while she tries to help him. Give me your hand. Hanging precariously from the cliff face, Tingyu's eyes suddenly catch a glimpse of Wang Yen lurking below. Wang Yen, it's you again. The weak branch, unable to bear the weight of both him and his spirit beast, quickly snaps. Han Han watches him fall with a desperate cry, shouting you. After the incident, the atmosphere at the broadcasting station becomes incredibly tense. Kai Yin slammed the table and stood up, unable to remain calm. Headmaster, I want to personally go rescue my students. As Yin calmly reassured him, Teacher Chun, don't be anxious. Xiao Tingyu and Mu Ronghan Han are also my students. As the headmaster, I won't let anything happen to them. The two left together to find solution. Kai Yin announced, I'll have security initiate the emergency rescue program. Lin Shang remained seated, smug about his plan. Genius, my foot. I just used a little trick, and hasn't that brat gone to report to the king of hell already? A while later, at the foot of Nam Mountain, the harsh sunlight pierced through the dense canopy. Tingyu slowly opened his eyes, his whole body aching. Am I still alive? The image of Wang Yin, with a cunning smile, lurking on the other side of the cliff, flashed through his mind. He now had time to reason. It was Wang Yin again. This time, I won't let him off the hook. Suddenly, Tingyu realized he hadn't seen Hei Feng and frantically searched. Hei Feng. He realized he was lying on top of it and felt extremely remorseful. He quickly stroked it. Hei Feng, did you use your body as a cushion for me? It groaned painfully and howled. Tingyu, being a pharmacist, luckily always carried emergency medicine with him. He opened the lid and gently fed at the medicine. Hei Feng, drink this nutrient potion. The pain will go away soon. At that moment, the skies suddenly turned gray, dark clouds rolled in, and rain poured down like a trickle. Seeing the unfavorable weather, Tingyu could only exclaim helplessly, "It's raining." He quickly recalled Hei Feng to prevent it from getting more exhausted. I'll take you to find shelter from the rain. After wandering around for a while, he luckily found a relatively spacious cave. Looking outside, he saw the rain getting heavier, his mood gloomy. I wonder when the rain will stop. Unable to contact anyone, he felt uneasy. She must be worried sick. And also, remembering the scene where Han Han had yelled, "Give me your hand," he wondered how she was doing. Suddenly, the sound of someone stepping on branches echoed in the cave. Tingyu quickly realized and panicked. Someone's in the cave. As he turned around, a hand reached out and choked him. Dalu looked at him with the eyes of an enemy, uttering venomous words. "Human, you have seen my face. I have no choice but to eliminate you." She tightened her grip, and he struggled, using all his energy. Quickly, all the information about Dalu appeared. Title: Nine-Tailed Fox Demon. Rank: Level 1 Beast Emperor. Bloodline: Mythical Nine-Tailed Fox Clan. Talent 1: Eye of Calamity. After activating this technique, can petrify any enemy of a lower rank. Talent 2: Nine-Tailed Fox Transformation. Burns the enemy's soul, accompanied by a terrifying mental attack. Attributes: Beastman, Psychic Fire. Loyalty: None. Hidden Evolution Path. Nine-Tailed Fox Demon. Ten-Tailed Heavenly Fox. Ten-Tailed Dragon Fox. He realized her identity. So, she's a beastman-type magical beast, a nine-tailed fox demon. Dalu was surprised that he had discovered her true form. "Human, I didn't expect you to recognize my true self." Unable to speak, he tried to use his thoughts to persuade her. "Even if I recognize you, I can't defeat you. A beast emperor level magical beast. I have no chance against you." But Dalu had no intention of sparing him. "It seems this Empress can't keep you." Shouting You struggled with all his might to stop her. Cough, cough, wait. He choked out with difficulty. "You were injured by a pure-blooded dragon. You'll die in less than half an hour." She was even more surprised that he knew so much. "How do you?" At this moment, the pain from her injury seemed to overwhelm her. Cough, cough. Could it be? Shouting You immediately seized the opportunity while she was distracted. "This is my chance." Shouting You quickly used his own energy. Dalu was momentarily blinded by the bright light of his magic. While she was disoriented, he retreated a few steps, keeping a safe distance. Shouting You rubbed his aching neck and added, "If I know you're a nine-tailed fox demon, how could I not know such a trivial thing?" Looking at Dalu coughing up blood, he checked her injury status. Status: severely injured magical beast, near death. Time of death: half an hour. Pathology analysis: injured by a pure-blooded dragon. Dragon's power has invaded the body, damaging the heart meridian and reversing the flow of chi and blood. This information surprised Shouting You. Although he didn't know why a pure-blooded dragon, extinct for 300 years, had reappeared, he needed to calm her down first. He said decisively, "I can save you." Weakened by her injury, Dalu didn't readily trust him. "You're just a one-star beast tamer. Can you really heal me?" She understood the severity of her injuries. "My wounds were inflicted by a pure-blooded dragon. Even the most skilled beast tamer physician of mankind would struggle." Shouting You's face remained confident. "It's not difficult. I can save you, but..." He had already planned his escape route. "I don't want to heal you only to have you kill me." To ensure his safety, Shouting You set a condition. "You must sign a blood contract with me." Outside, the rain showed no sign of stopping, and neither did the conflict in the cave. Dalu angrily unleashed her power. "You wicked boy. You want this Empress to submit to you, to become your spirit beast." Shouting You seemed to be affected by the burst of purple energy emanating from her. He frowned and replied, "That's right." Dalu roared furiously, her eyes blazing red at him. "You're digging your own grave. With that, she lunged fiercely at Xiao Tingyu, her body radiating a violent energy as if she wanted to devour him alive. His neck caught in her grip. Xiao Tingyu strained to speak. Taking my life is easy, but if I'm gone, you won't survive either. Delu glared at him, unwilling to accept her fate. Do I really have to submit to this human? Suddenly, a powerful tremor struck, momentarily stunning her. Delu trembled and stumbled. Xiao Tingyu reminded her, the dragon's power has already penetrated deep into your heart meridian, hasn't it? If you don't sign the blood contract, it'll be too late. Internally, Delu still struggled against submission. No, I can't die now. I still have the mission my sister gave me. She gradually loosened her grip on his neck, leaving purple marks on his skin. Finally, Delu conceded to his proposal. I agree to sign the blood contract with you. Then, from now on, as he spoke, Xiao Tingyu lightly bit his finger, his face serious as he performed the blood contract ritual. A drop of fresh blood flowed from his fingertip. Xiao Tingyu continued the ritual. Oh, it's Xiao Tingyu's beast. He lightly touched her forehead with the finger that held the drop of blood, and immediately a dazzling star-shaped light appeared between them. Delu marveled inwardly, but didn't forget to remind him. So your name is Xiao Tingyu. Can you heal me now? Tingyu calmly replied, of course. You're my beast now, so I'll definitely protect you. What are you doing taking your clothes off? Delu blushed at his unexpected action. With a serious expression, he held a sharp dagger in his hand and looked at her, saying, healing you. How can I draw blood without taking my clothes off? As he spoke, he stabbed the dagger directly into his chest, his face contorted in pain. Tingyu pointed to the cut on his left chest and said, quickly, drink. Delu blushed with embarrassment at his actions, her voice stammering, what are you saying? How could I? I could never do such a thing. Ignoring Delu's embarrassment, Tingyu explained, my heart's blood can protect your core. Panic began to rise within her. I don't care, she exclaimed, then shyly moved closer to Tingyu. Delu began to drink his heart's blood. My core. A look of satisfaction spread across her face as she repeated the thought, seemingly surrounded by a surge of power. After healing Delu, Tingyu softly said, your injuries are temporarily stabilized. Now, can you tell me your name? After all, I am your master now. Her expression softened as she replied, I am Delu. Then she hesitated before continuing, also, if you say you're my master, then can you tell me? Delu's face suddenly darkened as she questioned him. How did you know my injuries were caused by dragon power? Tingyu seemed to anticipate her question. He thought, Delu is connected to the extinct dragon clan. She's clearly not ordinary. Perhaps she really does know my current situation. Then he sighed and said, I won't hide it from you. 2 months ago, after my eyes were exposed to dragon blood. As he spoke, Tingyu's eyes turned a golden-orange color. He continued, with a shift in my consciousness, I could see a panel that records information related to beasts like. He then offered his guess, a system. Your injuries were also displayed through the status panel I see with my eyes. Delu listened to his explanation, her mind reeling. From his description, his eyes sound like the demon god's eyes from the legends. She pondered deeply. According to legend, the demon god's eyes can see through all information about magical beasts. Shouting you must have mistaken them for a system. But this is something only the demon god dragon clan could inherit through generations. Shouting you is clearly human. Delu couldn't believe a human like him possessed the demon god's eyes. Shouting you, or were you really? Seeing her long silence, Tingyu spoke up, why aren't you saying anything? Though still worried, Delu reassured herself. Forget it. He's my master now. If it really is the demon god's eyes, it's a good thing for me. Then, Delu gently sat down on a stone slab and said to Tingyu, you're in luck. Then she crossed her arms and continued, perhaps your eyes, exposed to dragon blood, have mutated into the legendary demon god's eyes. Shouting you asked in surprise, demon god's eyes. Not a system. She glanced at him, system. Don't be delusional. You're not someone who transmigrated. Read fewer novels. The data panel you see is just an external manifestation of the demon god's eyes power. Shouting you brought a hand to his chin, analyzing just a visualization of the demon god's eyes power. But why did I hear it talk? He recalled a time when he'd inadvertently followed a voice urging him, quickly pick it up. It can awaken the beast-taming bloodline and help your beast transform. He continued to reminisce, The first time was after the Dark Demon Dragon attack. It led me to an awakening crystal, saying it could help Hei Feng evolve. Then, during the Azure Dragon Academy's entrance exam, I gave the awakening crystal to Hei Feng. Shouting You remembered the moment Hei Feng clenched the crystal in its mouth, the surrounding air turning a vibrant red, enveloping it. He hadn't expected it to actually evolve into the Hellgale Wolf, allowing him to pass the Azure Dragon Academy's test. Both times, he'd heard that voice. Shouting You pondered, wondering when he would hear it next. Nearby, a magical beast was watching the situation in the cave, baring its sharp teeth as if waiting for something. Suddenly, it charged towards where they were sitting, roaring loudly. Delu reacted quickly, pulling Shouting You back by his collar. You idiot, stop thinking about it. Outside the cave, the rain continued to pour, foreshadowing an intense battle. The beast's powerful aura radiated outwards, accompanied by a blinding red light. Shouting You quickly recognized it. The lava tiger beast. It's the one that knocked me off the cliff. He thought he had escaped it, but it had relentlessly pursued him. As soon as he finished speaking, the beast lunged at them. Shouting You and Delu barely managed to dodge the attack. He was forced against the cave wall by its overwhelming aura. Is this the end? I'm done for. Suddenly, the lava tiger beast's body was enveloped in purple light. It roared in pain. Shouting You was also surprised by this counterattack. His eyes widened as he looked at the beast being injured by the magic. It turned out to be Delu's attack. She looked at it confidently. Even injured, I am not someone you can provoke. Unfazed by Delu's powerful aura, the beast growled and attacked with its sharp claws. Their clash was incredibly destructive, throwing the surroundings into chaos. Although she blocked its attack, she was also struggling. How dare you disrespect me? Then, as soon as she finished speaking, Delu used her psychic power to attack. Simultaneously, she activated the skill Heaven's Extinction Eye. Instantly, the image of a large, ferocious eye appeared, projecting down onto the beast. It instantly petrified, shattering into pieces. Seeing the lava tiger beast destroyed, Shouting You sighed in relief. We're safe. But I don't feel so good. Shouting You's vision then blurred, and he only heard her voice calling him before passing out. Inside Shouting You's mind, a gigantic dragon, hundreds of meters long, appeared before him. You have finally awakened. The dragon called him the demon god's eye. Shouting You was stunned by the colossal figure before him. He stammered, Who? Who is speaking? Then he realized he was sitting on the back of a black dragon, Hei Feng. But just a moment ago, he was clearly in the cave with Delu. Who are you? Where is this? As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon replied, Have you forgotten me? Your spirit beast's evolution was guided by me. He finally recognized the identity of the black dragon before him. So, it was you who guided me to find the bloodline awakening crystals. Who are you really? The dragon began to tell him about itself. I was awakened by the power of blood, but I don't know who I am. Shouting You suddenly remembered something from the past. The power of blood. Could be the dragon's blood from back then. Before he could continue, the dragon made him an offer. But I know I can help you achieve supreme glory. Shouting You scoffed. Ridiculous. How can you help me when you don't even know who you are? As the dragon spoke, it displayed a system panel before him. Don't you already know my abilities? The system panel displayed designation, Galehound. Rank, initial stage level 1. Loyalty, 59. Bloodline, lowly. Hidden bloodline, hell bloodline, epic quality. Talent, none. Hidden talent, Hellfire, can inflict true damage, ignoring defense. Evolution path, none. Hidden evolution path, Galehound, Hell Gale Wolf, Hell Nether Wolf, Hell Yama Wolf. Shouting You finally understood. The control panel he had mistaken for a system was indeed this dragon's doing. The dragon continued to explain. I can see through all the information of your spirit beasts. You just need to summon me with your consciousness, and I will appear. As long as you follow my instructions, you are bound to become an outstanding individual in the future. Shouting You said suspiciously, so many benefits. What's your purpose? Perhaps to regain my memories. I don't know. Then why are you only appearing now? I thought it was some kind of system. The dragon replied, As your power increases, I can communicate with you more stably through your consciousness. Now that you have contracted with 2 spirit beasts, it's time for me to appear. Standing in the vast space, Shouting You couldn't help but ask curiously, By the way, where is this? Why am I here? The dragon answered, this is the mindscape where our consciousnesses connect. After you fell unconscious, I took the opportunity to meet you. I was unconscious. It's time for me to wake up then. Unsure if he would be able to see the dragon again, he asked, when will we meet again? The dragon didn't give a specific answer, only a vague reply. I'm always by your side. When Shouting You woke up, he realized he was no longer in the cave. Why am I in the hospital? Wasn't I in the cave? Kain Yin and Yin were already standing at the door. Seeing that he had woken up, they asked anxiously, Shouting You, are you awake? He slowly replied, I've caused Headmaster Yin and Teacher Kain Yin to worry. Shouting You slowly propped himself up, asking Yin with confusion, Headmaster Yin, I remember being in the cave under the cliff. How? Yin explained, the rescue team found you near the cave. You were already unconscious when they found you. Yin's expression was serious as she asked Shouting You about the events in the cave. Strangely, the rescue team discovered the lava tiger beast carcass near the cave, less than 100 meters from where he was rescued. Do you know what happened? She inquired. Shouting You felt a pang of guilt. Headmaster Yin, you said I was unconscious. How would I know what happened? You don't suspect a one-star beast tamer who nearly died could kill a lava tiger beast, do you? After hearing Shouting You's reply, Yin looked bewildered and questioned herself. Could I really be overthinking this? She quickly reassured him, Shouting You, don't worry. The Academy will thoroughly investigate this incident and give you an explanation. He forced a smile and replied, of course, I trust you, Headmaster. Kain Yin also spoke up, praising him. Furthermore, for this Na Mountain trial, both you and Mu Rong Han Han received an S+ evaluation, breaking the Academy's record. Rest well and prepare for the freshman ranking competition at the end of the week. After saying this, the two of them left, leaving Shouting You alone in the hospital room. As soon as the room was empty, a flash of light appeared. It was Delu. I was wondering where you went. Turns out you were in the beast taming badge. She then scolded him. You brat, relying on your strength. You made this Empress drain my heart's blood. After being injured, you overexerted yourself and fell into a coma. Recalling the scene in the cave earlier, her face darkened. Just as the rescue team arrived, this Empress didn't want to be discovered by humans, so I hid. Dalufuruit herburais in confusion. From what those two said just now, your fall down the cliff was an accident. He chuckled, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. What accident? I know exactly who did it. Shouting You recalled Wang Yan's provocative face. Angrily, he continued, this time, I won't let him off the hook. In Wang Yan's study, Lin Shang was calmly sitting, drinking tea and reading a book. Suddenly, Wang Yin rushed in, his face pale with fright. He held up his phone, his voice trembling. Dad, something happened. Seeing his haste, Lin Shang frowned and placed his teacup on the table. What's with this Wang Huang Zhang Zhang? Have some composure. Wang Yin spoke urgently. Dad, something bad happened. He quickly handed the phone to his father and continued, Shouting You isn't dead. He's still alive. Wang Yin was extremely worried. Dad, we didn't kill Shouting You last time. He'll take revenge on us. He has the Thuong Kung guild backing him. Lin Shang adjusted his glasses. Ah, revenge. What does the accident at Na Mountain have to do with us? Wang Yin was still uneasy, but Lin Shang didn't let him finish. Even if Shouting You suspects us, does he have any proof? Fear welled up in Wang Yan's heart. He asked frantically, Dad, what should we do next? Lin Shang walked over to a nearby cabinet and rummaged through it. In for a penny, not in for a pound. His expression darkened as he fiddled with a box in his hand. He then tossed the box to Wang Yin, coldly ordering, kill him. Meanwhile, at the family apartment, it was completely dark outside, but the flickering lights within the apartment complex illuminated the area. Shouting You was relaxing on his bed when he received a call. He thought to himself, a call from old Wu. As soon as he answered the phone, Sheng Yu yelled, Boo-hoo-hoo, Brother Xiao, you're alive. Thank goodness. You're safe and sound, and you won first place in the Yunnan Mountain competition. Amazing. I worship Brother Xiao for no reason. I'm so obsessed. If I find out which brat harmed Brother Xiao, I'll walk him like a dog. Hearing this, Shouting You couldn't help but smile. It seemed everyone was very worried about him. Before he could speak, Sheng Yu continued. The freshman ranking competition was postponed until Brother Xiao climbed to the top of the mountain for a leisurely stroll. May our friendship last forever, Brother Xiao. Shouting Yu quickly interrupted. Sheng Yu, wait a minute. He seemed to realize what Sheng Yu was referring to. Hold on, are you talking about the cave incident? On the other end of the line, Sheng Yu continued to explain, Brother Xiao, you don't know yet, do you? Your disappearance was trending. The Academy initiated emergency procedures, devoting all their efforts to searching for and rescuing you. Several classes were postponed, including the freshman ranking competition. He added, his face full of anticipation. The freshman ranking competition is an annual event at Azure Dragon Academy. Freshmen are divided into groups, and the order of competition is determined by lottery. After selecting the 8 strongest individuals, the top 3 are chosen from among them. This is a life or death battle that determines the future of the freshmen. It's very intense and exciting. Sheng Yu urged him, Brother Xiao, don't be late. Shouting Yu gave a perfunctory nod and hung up the phone. All right, I understand. You go to bed early. He looked at the darkened phone screen and pondered for a long time. The freshman ranking competition. If I get a good ranking, I'll definitely be valued by the Academy, receive training, and be prioritized for resources. As far as I know, spirit beasts need the spirit master to provide sufficient spiritual energy to use their skills. The higher the level of the spirit beast, the more spiritual energy is needed for their skills. Shouting Yu recalled the last time Delu used her skill. She had drained all his spiritual energy, leaving him exhausted. He mused, if I have resources from the Academy to support me, I can definitely increase my spiritual energy faster and avoid the situation where Delu drains all my spiritual energy like last time. He closed his eyes and thought, maybe I should ask it. Lost in his thoughts, he drifted off to sleep before he knew it. Within his mindscape, Shouting Yu fell into a dark, undefined space, surrounded by glowing red eyes staring at him. Suddenly, a bright light emanated from behind Shouting Yu, blocking his path. His expression was startled by what was right before his eyes. It was the enormous, furious red eye of the demon god, staring intently at him before speaking in a chilling voice. You want to take a shortcut? He gave a wry smile and scratched his head. Well, with you around, why not take advantage of the opportunity? The demon gods, I fell silent, then sighed. Fine. As long as you can help me regain my memories, I will do my best to assist you. Shouting Yu breathed a sigh of relief at the successful agreement. He replied resolutely, simple. Shouting Yu, always keep my word. We'll help each other. The demon gods, I continued. You had to be deep in thought for a long time to enter your mindscape and talk to me. This is very dangerous. So, information retrieval, disease analysis area, shop. I've modeled a data control panel for you based on the games of the human world. A data panel full of information appeared before Shouting Yu. It continued to explain, from now on, you can purchase necessary items through the shop. But as a precaution, to prevent you from slacking off and delaying the retrieval of my memories, I will send you random missions through the system. Completing the corresponding missions will reward you with points or other items. Looking at the item list before him, Shouting Yu couldn't contain his excitement. This really motivates me. Perhaps because he was too excited. When looking over the items in the system, Shouting Yu didn't hesitate to immediately click the Buy Dragon Spirit Pill button. After that, a line of information appeared. Dragon Spirit Pill. This pill can instantly increase the user's spiritual power tenfold, but after 5 minutes, the effects will wear off, resulting in a period of weakness. Seeing him click the buy button, the demon god's voice echoed from within his mind. This dragon spirit pill is certainly something you need, but the side effects are significant, so use it with caution. Consider this a gift. In the future, you'll have to earn what you want. He continued, his crimson eye fixated on Shouting Yu. From now on, just recite Beast Taming. Break the void in your mind to summon the system. Beast Taming, break the void. Your servant obeys your command. I need to rest. Unless it's an emergency, don't come to me casually. Hearing this, Shouting Yu replied solemnly, then I won't disturb your rest any longer. I'll be going now. The demon god chuckled, his voice both challenging and trusting. Yes, you won't disappoint me, will you? After Shouting Yu left, the demon god watched his receding figure, his deep gaze holding countless unspoken meanings. The next morning at his family's apartment, the sun had risen high, its rays shining through the windows, making the small space feel cozy. A voice called out, "Sister, I'm going to school." Shouting Yu ran out the door and turned back to look at the two people seeing him off. Yushuel looked at him with some worry. calling out, "You've just recovered. Take it easy." T-Man, standing beside her, also gently reminded, "Brother, take good care of yourself." He smiled. "I know, go back inside." As Shouting Yu walked, he thought, "Today is the freshman ranking competition. I wonder if Sheng Yu remembers me." Passing a utility pole, Shouting Yu glanced at a flyer posted on it. A moment later, he stopped abruptly, looking closely, noticing its unusual content. He picked it up to examine it, his voice hardening. "What is this?" He was surprised to find it was a wanted poster with Delu's image printed on it and the words, "Wanted, nine-tailed fox beast emperor." Shouting Yu stepped into a deserted alleyway. There, he angrily pushed Delu against the wall. Shouting Yu, without holding back, questioned her, his voice sterner than ever. "Delu, you lied to me." He held the wanted poster in front of her and angrily shouted, "You're wanted by the royal family. Why didn't you tell me?" Delu sighed, avoiding his sharp gaze, and replied, "I didn't intend to hide it." "You didn't ask." Shouting Yu frowned, unable to contain his indignation. He pointed at the wanted poster and growled, "You're a criminal, personally wanted by the Empress. How could you not tell me something this important?" Delu shrugged, her eyes indifferent as she looked at Shouting Yu and said, "So what if I told you? If you regret signing the blood pact with me, just sell me and collect the reward." He sighed in frustration, then softened his tone to reason with her. Delu ignored him. "I'm your beast tamer now. I hope you won't hide anything from me." Seeing Shouting Yu's patience, Delu was startled and suddenly felt a pang of remorse. She hesitated. "Me." After a moment of silence, Delu spoke, breaking the awkward atmosphere. She nodded in agreement. "All right." Delu's eyes darkened, and she spoke in an extremely serious tone. "That woman, Shangwan Lan, put such a huge bounty on my head because of this item in my hand." She raised her hand, revealing a sparkling purple crystal ball in her palm. Shouting Yu stared at the mesmerizing, radiant crystal ball. A strange feeling welled up inside him. He wondered, "What is this?" Delu replied immediately, "This is one of the supreme treasures of the Dragon Clan." Her voice was deep and solemn, dragon's tears. The crystal in Delu's hand emitted a brilliant light, full of mystery and allure. The pure-blooded Dragon Clan has 3 supreme treasures: the inverse scale sword, the Dragon King's tendon, and the Dragon's tears. The inverse scale sword and the Dragon King's tendon are divine weapons that can unleash earth-shattering destructive power in battle, Delu explained gently. The Dragon's tears, on the other hand, have no offensive power, but they are fused from the tears of 10,000 pure-blooded dragons. She continued, "If its full power is activated, it can reverse time and return to the past." Shouting Yu's jaw dropped in astonishment. He exclaimed, "Return to the past." Shouting Yu took a deep breath as if trying to stay calm, his expression thoughtful. "Before, I wanted to ask you, wasn't the Dragon Clan extinct 300 years ago? Why have there been dragons around recently?" His face darkened. Shouting Yu looked directly at Delu, his voice low and icy. "What is the truth behind the dragon-slaying war 300 years ago?" Seeing his expression, she became somewhat wary. She stammered, "This matter, I also..." Suddenly, someone called his name, Shouting Yu. Immediately, Delu disappeared, returning to the badge. Shouting Yu turned around and found that it was Mu Rongyang Suo and Mu Ronghan Han. He looked at Shouting Yu and greeted him. "What a coincidence, you're here too. I thought my sister was mistaken." Yang Suo lowered his eyes and sighed. "You truly cheated death. Be careful not to die again next time." His words were callous, but Han Han noticed. She thought, he clearly cares about him, so why does he speak so harshly? Yang Suo frowned, angrily jabbing at Shouting Yu. "Because you fell off the cliff, my sister felt so guilty she wouldn't even eat." Yang Suo explained how he tried to coax Han Han to eat. "Sister, eat something." She just hid under the covers and called out, "No." He continued, "Until she saw the news of your safety on TV. That night my sister ate several extra bowls of rice." Yang Suo spoke haltingly because before he could finish a sentence, Han Han covered his mouth with her hand. "Be careful next time, or my sister won't be able to eat again." Shouting Yu chuckled, pleased to know they were worried about him. All right, I won't worry Mu Rong anymore. The freshman ranking competition is about to begin. Let's go in together." Hearing this, Yang Suo was displeased. He coldly pulled his hand away from Han Han's grip, his voice sharp. "Our relationship isn't good enough to go together. Besides, you stole my sister's prey during the Ina Mountain trial. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Then Yang Suo pulled Han Han's hand and entered the academy. Han Han, let's go. Leaving Xiao Tingyu standing there alone, confused. He watched them go, his face full of suspicion. Then why bother coming to talk to me? Upon arriving at the Azure Dragon Academy, the atmosphere was heating up. Brilliant fireworks shot into the sky, creating a lively and bustling scene. The vast hall buzzed with excitement. The MC spoke enthusiastically. Good morning, teachers and students. He formally announced the annual freshman ranking competition is about to begin. All freshmen must draw lots to determine the order of battle. Hearing this, each student approached the wooden box to draw their lot. Please line up one by one, the MC instructed. The annual freshman ranking competition is about to begin. All freshmen must draw lots to determine the order of their matches. Upon hearing this, the freshmen proceeded one by one to the wooden box to draw lots and determine their turn. Everyone, please line up in an orderly fashion, instructed the announcer. In a corner of the hall, Wang DM spotted Xiao Tingyu. He couldn't hide his resentment. Shouting you actually returned safe and sound, he thought. His eyes flashed with hatred. Wang Dam remembered the strangely shaped box his father had given him and thought, this time, I'll make sure you won't live to see another day. The MC continued, next, please come forward to draw your lot. Hearing his name called, Wang DM swaggered to the front. Seeing him, the surrounding participants whispered amongst themselves, isn't that Vice Principal Wang's son? Let's go, one said. Another replied, that's him. He relies on his father's power and influence to harass female students in the library. Let's get out of here. The whispers continued. Wasn't he utterly humiliated by Xiao Tingyu in the arena battle? Wang Dam, drawing his lot, was aware of the whispers behind his back. He was furious, his face contorted in a grimace. Someone else chimed in. He's the laughingstock of Azure Dragon Academy. Wang DM's face darkened. He clenched the slip of paper in his hand and smiled sinisterly. Xiao Tingyu, the humiliation you brought upon me. The slip read, Round 1, Match 7, Xiao Tingyu versus Wang DM. Today was his chance for revenge. Wang DM chuckled to himself. Today, I'll pay you back 100-fold. The displayed matchups surprised the entire audience. I'm not seeing things, am I? Wang DM versus Xiao Tingyu. Oh my god, what a coincidence. Talk about enemies meeting on a narrow road. Wang DM recalled the slip pasted on the top of the lottery box. Smugly he thought, Father, don't worry. I definitely won't disappoint you. Wang Dam strode towards Xiao Tingyu, pointed at him, and said, Xiao Tingyu, later in the arena. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Xiao Tingyu as if wanting to devour him alive. He declared menacingly, I will personally cripple your beast. Xiao Tingyu responded with disdain, Is that so? I'll be waiting to see it. With that, both stepped onto the arena, facing each other, their auras brimming with fighting spirit. A strong gust of wind blew past as Xiao Tingyu calmly strode towards the battle area, his eyes filled with confidence. In the stands, Mu Rong Yang Suo asked, Han Han, why do you keep staring at Xiao Tingyu? Mu Rong Han Han didn't answer immediately, but instead asked, Brother, do you sense it? Yang Suo looked bewildered, unsure what she meant. Since what? Mu Rong Han Han replied quietly. Ever since Xiao Tingyu fell down the cliff and was rescued, his aura has become much stronger. At the same time, Ruo Yin also sensed it. She wondered to herself, Xiao Tingyu, what have you been through in just a few short days? Back to the match between Xiao Tingyu and Wang DM. Yang Hu raised his flag and announced, the first match of round 1, Xiao Tingyu versus Wang DM. Begin. He excitedly waved the flag down, signaling the start of the match. Begin, he shouted. Immediately after hearing the referee's call, Wang DM took a defensive stance, leaping backward. At the same time, Xiao Tingyu also moved to the side, taking a proactive stance and creating a safe distance from his opponent. With a determined glint in his eyes, Xiao Tingyu shouted as he summoned his beast, Hei Feng, who immediately assumed an attack-ready posture. Wang Dam summoned his beast, Bing Dian, a leopard with ice-like markings, his eyes filled with the resolve to defeat Xiao Tingyu. Information about the two beasts appeared on the electronic screen. Hei Feng, Name, Hellgale Wolf. Rank, Initial Stage Level 1. Bloodline, Epic Quality. Talent, Hellfire, ignoring any armor to inflict damage on the enemy. Attribute, Wind Element, Fire Element. Bing Dian. Name, Six-Clawed Sky Leopard. Rank, Initial Stage Level 1. Bloodline, Legendary. Talent, Profound Ice Freeze. All attacks inflict a certain amount of freeze damage, reducing the enemy's movement speed by 30% and attack speed by 30%. Attribute, Ice Element, Wind Element. Yang Hu explained to the audience. On the electronic screen is the information about the beast that the measuring device has detected. Please take a look. Suddenly, Mu Rong Han Han's face darkened. It seemed she had noticed something about Hei Feng. This aura isn't quite right. The electronic screen displayed Hei Feng's information. Hellgale Wolf. Rank, Initial Stage Level 1. Bloodline, Epic Quality. Mu Rong Han Han became suspicious because the Hei Feng before her eyes couldn't be that low of a level. With the current aura of the Hellgale Wolf, its rank couldn't just be Initial Stage Level 1. But she reconsidered, but the beast measuring device wouldn't be wrong. The Hellgale Wolf's rank really is Initial Stage Level 1. Mu Rong Han Han propped her chin in her hand, lost in thought. There were many mysteries she couldn't understand. So strange. Unless she suddenly realized something. Shouting You is deliberately suppressing the Hellgale Wolf's rank, wanting to use this competition to achieve a breakthrough and level up. Back to the battle between the two beasts, Bing Dian was continuously charging, baring its sharp fangs to attack Hei Feng. With its agility, Hei Feng dodged Bing Dian's attack and leaped to another spot. This time, Bing Dian unleashed its force field to attack, Frozen Heaven Shatter. A large block of ice shot from its mouth towards Hei Feng. Dark shadows surged forth, thanks to Hei Feng's ability, blocking the attack. Lurking Shadow. The ice shattered in midair. Bing Dian's attack radiated a chilling aura that enveloped both the arena and the stands. Everyone in the audience shivered in the icy wind, affected by the attack, watching while trembling. The dark shadows gradually disappeared. After Bing Dian's attack, Hei Feng had vanished without a trace. But what Bing Dian didn't expect was that Hei Feng, with glowing red eyes, was staring at it from behind. Hei Feng used the skill Hell Howl. The ground exploded into pieces, sending Bing Dian flying. The way it flew through the air, helpless, looked comical. The audience below was sweating as they watched the match. Everyone felt hot and stifled. Despite wearing a parka in this scorching weather, the MC continued to broadcast live. One amazing duel. Freezing cold one moment, and now it's getting hotter and hotter. A symbol appeared on the back of Shouting Yu's hand. He used his special move, Black Front, Claws of Silence. Looking at how the MC was commentating, you had to admit he was truly dedicated to his craft. Shouting You was leading in showcasing dark attribute combat skills. A shadowy, spectral figure appeared behind Hei Feng. Its aura was truly capable of overwhelming the opponent. Hei Feng gave Bing Dian an affectionate slap, but it honestly looked incredibly painful. The audience couldn't stop teasing. The leopard's been hit. Its skill couldn't even be released. Look at how stupid it is, just like its owner. Like master, like beast. Wang DM was furious. Shouting You think I'll fall for the same trick twice? He turned and signaled to Bing Dian to quickly take down the opponent. I wonder if it'll put up any kind of fight this time. Seeing its master's command, Bing Dian opened its mouth, revealing a blue gem inside. Without hesitation, Bing Dian bit down and shattered the gem. Immediately, its body began to transform. Shards of ice inexplicably rose from within its body. Its fangs elongated as if growing at a terrifying rate. Its claws and leg strength also increased. Bing Dian had truly transformed, both physically and in appearance. Its eyes were no longer as adorable as before. Suddenly, Bing Dian became even stronger. It roared, and even thicker blocks of ice appeared around it, forming a protective barrier. Shouting Yu's face showed a flicker of confusion. He wondered, how did he suddenly get so strong? He immediately used his ability to see the truth behind it. Demon God's Eye. Oh, Shouting You was curious. Let me see. He used his ability to look at Bing Dian. A red aura of forbidden substances emanated from it. Don't tell me he's using forbidden drugs to get a short-term power boost. Shouting You angrily exposed Wang DM. Wang DM, to defeat me, you're forcing your beast to use forbidden drugs. He didn't deny it, instead retorting, yeah, mind your own business. Wang DM immediately ordered Bing Dian to attack. He shouted, Bing Dian, Ice Ring Defense. It was stronger than before, charging forward with fierce momentum and launching a volley of sharp ice shards towards Heifeng. Heifeng was rooted to the spot, unable to react. It continuously endured the sharp ice shards, suffering superficial wounds. Shouting Yu was worried. He continuously encouraged it to keep fighting. Heifeng, hang in there. Wang Dian was triumphant, arrogantly boasting. That's not all. He ordered Bing Dian to launch its next attack. Bing Dian, Ice Smashing Mallet. It used its ability to gather small ice fragments, forming a massive chunk of ice that threatened Heifeng. The ice chunk Bing Dian created grew larger than ever, hovering over Heifeng's head. Waiting until the ice was large enough, Bing Dian immediately launched the attack towards Heifeng. Heifeng was pinned down by the sharp ice shards, unable to move. Everyone in the audience was surprised by the current situation. Damn, how did the six-clawed flaming leopard suddenly become so powerful? It's over. Shouting Yu's at a disadvantage. He's about to lose the match. Wang Dian, arrogant, began to provoke Shouting Yu. Shouting Yu, I let you in the last fight in the arena. This time, you'll see my true power. Meanwhile, Lin Shang was talking to Ru Yin about Wang DM. Headmaster Su, my DMer's talent isn't inferior to Shouting Yu's, is it? But Ru Yin ignored him, focused on the match. Her face was etched with displeasure, her eyes burning with anger. She thought Black Front, Claws of Silence didn't power up instantly. I don't believe there aren't any tricks involved. What a pair of foolish father and son. Back in the arena, Heifeng was in a difficult situation. The referee spoke. Shouting Yu's current situation isn't looking good. At this rate, the Hellgale Wolf will not only lose, but also suffer lasting injuries and contract a backlash. Witnessing the unfolding match, Yang Hu exclaimed, could it be that the outcome is already decided? Does Ting Yu still have a chance to turn the tables? Everyone watching Xiao Ting Yu's match couldn't help but feel worried and anxious. Facing his opponent's arrogance, Xiao Ting Yu smiled inwardly, thinking, you think the 100+ demonic beasts Heifeng hunted in the Yinan Mountains were weaklings. He pointed at Wang DM and commanded Heifeng to attack. Heifeng, Hellfire Lotus. Immediately, Heifeng broke free from the ice, a lotus of fire appearing beneath its feet. Seeing the tide turning, Wang DM panicked and yelled, Bing Dian, run. Run. Heifeng was closing in, radiating an astonishing heat. Bing Dian's attempts to escape were futile. Heifeng stopped in an open space, lowered its head, and inhaled deeply, sparks igniting in its mouth. Then it unleashed a blazing, powerful fire lotus. Kan Yin seemed pleased with this turn of events. He exclaimed, a fire attribute combat skill, Hellfire Lotus. Ru Yin was impressed. Unexpectedly, it can use a combat skill that only a complete beast form can execute. What a bright future. Lin Shang was even more surprised. Such rapid growth. It seems we can't hold him back. Heifeng's Fire Lotus relentlessly pursued Bing Dian. Dear viewers, you're not seeing things. Ting Yu has used a combat skill of a complete fire-type beast form. A giant Fire Lotus now hovered above Bing Dian. The referee continued. The Hellgale Wolf, currently only in its initial beast form, has surpassed its level to learn a high-level skill. Yang Hu declared confidently, at this rate, I fear Ting Yu will surpass Yi Shuangning. Xiao Ting Yu put all his strength into the final blow, Hellfire Lotus. The moment the referee announces the result, the commentator said, he might become the #1 genius of Azure Dragon Academy. Heifeng's attack struck Bing Dian, incinerating it. Smoke and dust filled the arena after Heifeng's critical hit. As the flames subsided, Bing Dian lay motionless on the ground, with Xiao Ting Yu standing beside it. Silence fell over the audience, stunned by the attack. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the referee's announcement. Yang Hu interrupted everyone's thoughts and excitedly shouted, the winner, Xiao Ting Yu. He pointed towards Xiao Ting Yu, loudly announcing his victory. At this moment, Xiao Ting Yu's expression was one of immense satisfaction. All of his classmates erupted in cheers. This guy is a monster. Hellfire Lotus. Absolutely terrifying. Suddenly, the electronic screen lit up. Everyone urged each other, look at the electronic screen. Heifeng's data has changed. Heifeng's image appeared, transforming from initial stage level 1 to level 3, all within a single match. Wang DM was completely devastated. He never expected to suffer such a crushing defeat. Yang Hu exclaimed, Xiao Ting Yu has set a new, unprecedented record. He continued, since the Azure Dragon Academy began holding the fresh freshman ranking competition, this is the first time such a miracle has occurred. A beast tamer's beast rising 2 levels right in the arena. The one who created this miracle is Shouting You. Hearing this, Shouting You and Hei Feng exchanged gleeful smiles. In the arena, Bing Dian lay defeated under Wang Dam's helpless gaze, while Hei Feng howled in delight. It ran quickly towards Shouting You, who smiled proudly and patted its head. Hei Feng, well done. Shouting You recalled the time after Hei Feng had hunted dozens of magical beasts at Mount Nan and was then attacked by Rong Nan's 6-clawed gale leopard. Having gone through that life-or-death trial, Hei Feng had reached its upgrade limit. The ferocious expression Hei Feng wore during the fight flashed in his mind. This time, I relied on the ice attribute combat flag to restrain Hei Feng, pushing it to its limits, forcing a breakthrough and rebirth. Lost in thought, Shouting You noticed an argument erupting in the stands. It was Ruyan's voice. Any accusation needs evidence. Where's the evidence? He frowned uneasily, thinking, what is Lin Shang up to now? He decided to go and see. Lin Shang seemed to be indignant on his son's behalf, saying loudly, the rules of the competition state to stop at the right time. Now that the 6-clawed gale leopard is dead in the arena, isn't that evidence enough? The instructors appeared angry. Headmaster, although Shouting You is talented, his methods are ruthless. He can't be allowed to stay. That's right. If Shouting You's character is flawed, he must be expelled. Headmaster, you can't cover for him. Ruyan reassured them. Everyone, the academy will conduct a thorough investigation and give everyone an explanation. However, she turned her gaze towards Lin Shang, warning him, before the truth is revealed, if anyone falsely accuses my student, I will not let them off. Ruyan ordered the staff, someone, bring the body of the 6-clawed gale leopard here. Invite the beast physician to perform an autopsy. A moment later, the beast physicians began a meticulous examination of Bing Dian's body. Various instruments were placed on it. Ruyan approached and asked, Doctor, how is it? Have you found anything? A physician replied, Headmaster, there's massive internal bleeding, likely caused by the Hellfire Lotus. The answer surprised Ruyan slightly. Lin Shang, standing to the side, thought cunningly, good thing I bribed the Academy's beast physician. I knew the headmaster, with her meticulous nature, would use this tactic. He smugly asked Ruyan, Headmaster, did you hear? Even the physician said. Shouting You interrupted indignantly. Excuse me, Vice Headmaster Wang, has there ever been a culprit who acted so cruelly in front of everyone? Explain yourself. Furthermore, my Heifeng's Hellfire Lotus is a soul-burning attack, while the 6-clawed gale leopard's body clearly shows death by excessive internal bleeding. The instructors also chimed in, he's right. There's no need for him to act so brazenly with everyone watching. Shouting You pressed, I want a 3-way confrontation. Doctor, are you absolutely certain there's nothing wrong with your diagnosis? The physician's face paled. About that, Shouting You leaned in and whispered, I advise you not to throw away your entire career as a beast physician for a small profit. Think carefully before you speak. The panicked physician stammered, Vice Headmaster Wang, what should I do? I've been exposed. Shouting You looked pleadingly at the instructors and Headmaster Ruyan. Headmaster, this is extremely important. I request a blood test on the 6-clawed gale leopard before any final decisions are made. Ruyan ordered, well, what are you waiting for? Go. 5 minutes passed, and the physicians continued to work on Bing Dian's body while Wang Dam stood by in a daze. The physician from earlier hesitantly addressed Ruyan, Headmaster, the 6-clawed gale leopard. Died because Ruyan lost her patience. Spit it out. What are you stammering about? Still in disbelief, the physician pointed at the results. It died from Fury Pill. Hearing the physician's confirmation, Wang DM was about to explode. You quack. Don't slander me. He knelt down, begging Ruyan. Headmaster, please believe me. I didn't give Bing Dian a Fury Pill. The physician continued his analysis. Headmaster, these are the test results. They confirm that the 6-clawed gale leopard ingested a Fury Pill. After consuming this drug, a beast enters a frenzied state. Its power skyrockets, but it suffers severe backlash. Ruyan took the test results and glared at Wang DM. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still deny it? He stammered. I. Wang DM turned to Lin Shang for help. Father, save me. Save me. The instructors murmured amongst themselves. How could Vice Headmaster Wang's son be so cruel? To think he'd give his beast such a drug. It's unbelievable. This heartless brat. Lin Shang, heartbroken for his son, pleaded with Ru Yin. Headmaster, about this matter, could you give my son another chance? She responded coldly, Vice Headmaster Wang, don't forget your position. You're not just a father, but also the Vice Headmaster of Azure Dragon Academy. If you intend to disrupt the Academy's discipline for personal reasons, then leave Azure Dragon Academy with your son. Seeing Ru Yan's ruthlessness, Lin Shang thought, at this rate, even I will be implicated. He announced loudly, Wang DM violated school regulations by giving his beast a fury pill. He is hereby expelled. These words were like a bolt from the blue for Wang DM. He looked at Lin Shang in disbelief. Father, even you want to expel me? Lin Shang spoke in a low voice, only for Wang DM to hear. The fury pill is undeniable. We must make peace with this now. But son, I will avenge you. They then put on a show of a broken father-son relationship. Someone, get this disgrace out of here. Wang DM cried out, Father. The scene shifts to the school grounds, filled with the chatter of students. It's finally over. I heard the list of the top 8 is out. The announcement board displays. Top 8 freshman ranking tournament. Mo Rong Hanin, Xiao Tingyu, Mo Rong Yangsuo, Zhao Tianming, Fan Jia, Zhou Siwu, Sun Wanbong, Lin Anzhua. Students gossip in front of the Mo Rong siblings. Shouting You is definitely the biggest dark horse among this batch of freshmen. Yeah, this guy has no background or connections, but he made it into the top 8. That's what you call a straight shot to the top. After everyone saw the match between Xiao Tingyu and Wang DM, they all forfeited. Yang Suok comforts Hanin, little sister, shouting You made it into the top 8. He stole so many of your prey during the Yunnan mountain trial. I'll fight him tomorrow and avenge you. Hanin stares at shouting Yu's name on the board. I hope I can defeat him personally tomorrow. Nearby, Sheng Yochi excitedly calls out to Xiao Tingyu, Brother Xiao, good news. You're in the top 8. Xiao Tingyu replies indifferently, isn't it just the top 8? Do you need to be so excited? Sheng Yochi, panting, says, we have to celebrate. Behind them, Lin Shang can't hide his anger. He grits his teeth, don't celebrate too early, Xiao Tingyu. The scene cuts to Xiao Tingyu's ransacked home, looking like it's been burglarized. Let's see if you can still smile when you get home. Earlier, Wang DM pleaded with Lin Shang, promising, Dad, don't expel me. I'll steal Xiao Tingyu's victory token. Lin Shang told him, you fool, can you steal so many people's tokens? What about the other things? You have to go quietly. This is a necessary sacrifice. On his way home, Shouting You happily recalls what happened. Late at night, Old Wu insisted on dragging me out to celebrate. I'm finally home. Arriving, he's shocked by the sight of his destroyed front door. Why is the door smashed like this? Shouting You rushes inside, shouting, Sister. Manman, seeing him, T-Man, tears welling up, cries out, Brother. Sister Yueshue was kidnapped by a masked man. He left a letter. She hugs Shouting You. He asks anxiously what. His face tightens with worry as he strokes her head. Manman, don't cry. Sister Yueshue will be all right. Shouting You reads the letter, which contains only one line. If you want to save your sister, come to Yunnan Mountain. The scene changes to Yunnan Mountain. It's still dark. Shouting You, in his worry, must have arrived quickly. As he runs, he thinks, the person who dares to touch my sister. Don't tell me. Sister. He finds Yueshue asleep under a large tree with no one else around. Suddenly, a mysterious figure in a black cloak emerges from behind the tree. Don't shout. Your sister isn't dead yet. Shouting You angrily demands, release my sister. The figure asks, aren't you curious about my identity? As if everything is clicked into place, Shouting You analyzes, the only person who has a grudge against me recently is Wang DM, but he doesn't have the guts or the ability to kidnap someone. So you're his father, Lin Shang. Removing his cloak and hood, Lin Shang smiles slyly. As expected of you, Shouting You. With a sinister expression, he says confidently, if you were my son, I could definitely train you to become the strongest young beast tamer in the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Shang's expression changed, his voice cold as he declared, but not only are you not, you've also harmed my own son. Therefore, you must disappear. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned his beast, the Earth Strength, Lava Guardian. Lava Giant Bear descend. His beast roared as Lin Shang continued to boast. My Lava Giant Bear is a Beast King class beast. It can enter Overlord state, unleashing skills without interruption and removing any controlling effects from the enemy. A 1-star beast tamer against a beast king. Shouting You, your life ends here. His beast snarled, baring its fangs at him. Tingyu confidently retorted, Vice Headmaster Wang, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Lin Shang adjusted his glasses. What? Are you planning to summon that little wolf of yours to be a tasty meal for my lava giant bear, who said I only have one beast? With that, Ting Yu extended his hand to summon his own beast. Lulu, it's your turn to shine. At that moment, a massive, inky black cloud appeared above them. Lin Shang's face paled. As this terrifying aura, a fox ear emerged, twitching a few times as if just waking up. Why have you summoned this queen? It turned out to be a beautiful fox woman. She stretched languidly, disturbing my beauty sleep again. Tamer, you better think of a way to compensate me. Ting Yu pointed towards Lin Shang's beast. Lulu, send that bear to the heavens. Lulu asked, if I take care of this bear, I could go back to sleep, right? Ting Yu readily agreed. Right? You can sleep as long as you want. Lin Shang was calculating. The aura emanating from this beast is too terrifying. If I don't act now, it'll be too late. Thinking this, he immediately commanded his beast to attack Ting Yu. The sparks from the attack startled Lulu, but after a moment, she simply cast a cold glance at the incoming bear. As Lin Shang's beast raised its hammer high, preparing to strike Lulu, she casually unleashed her technique. Eye of Heaven's genius. In less than a second, his beast was petrified, frozen in place. Lin Shang trembled, pointing at Lulu and stammering. Why you? You're the nine-tailed fox. You're the beast emperor-class fox on a national wanted list. Lulu simply stared at him, seemingly unconcerned. Lin Shang threatened. Xiao Tingyu, the beast you've contracted is the most wanted criminal in the entire country. Once this is exposed, before he could finish, Tingyu grinned slyly. Vice Headmaster Wong, if I've summoned the nine-tailed fox in front of you, it means I don't intend for you to leave this mountain alive. Lin Shang roared in fury. You brat. The difference between a 1-star and a 6-star isn't something a single beast can overcome. It became clear that Lin Shang was a 6-star beast tamer. He cast a spell, shattering the stone encasing his beast's head. It then used its own strength to break free from the remaining petrification. As the last of the stone crumbled away, the rage within Lin Shang's beast reached its peak. It roared, eyes blazing with a destructive fury. Seeing this, Tingyu gave Lulu her orders. Lulu, finish this bear. I'll trade the victory for some delicious food for you. Everything seemed to suddenly fall silent in the desolate mountains, leaving only the sound of everyone's panting breaths. Lin Shang was the first to speak. Ha! Shouting you. The nine-tailed fox is certainly formidable, but don't forget, no matter how strong the nine-tailed fox is, it can't change the fact that you're only a 1-star beast tamer. Immediately, he stirred the atmosphere by igniting a blazing purple flame. Next, I'll show you the difference between a 1-star and a 6-star. Lin Shang's beast began to exert its power, shaking the very ground of the mountain forest, sending chunks of earth flying. It seemed to growl and breathe fire, wielding a weapon only 2/10 its size, but radiating immense killing intent, creating a loud echo that reverberated through the Yunnan Mountains. Its growls echoed further and further, blanketing almost the entire area in a thick fog. Tingyu saw the situation worsening, his expression darkening as he witnessed everything unfolding before his eyes. This dense fog is a dark attribute. Lin Shang's beast is going berserk, its aura blazing. He immediately thought, it's a dark attribute beast that needs to consume the blood of humans or other beasts to nourish itself. Tingyu's eyes narrowed as he realized everything. So, for the past 5 years, the frequent disappearances of low-level beasts in Longyin City were your doing. He pushed up his glasses. Lin Shang's face quickly displayed a skull symbol. He said with a sinister tone, being killed by the malevolent giant bear is your honor. Tingyu was utterly shocked. That was the symbol of the Red Skull Guild, a beast tamer guild specializing in training dark attribute beast tamers, classified as an evil terrorist organization. It was a gathering place for savage Red Skulls and one of the 5 great dark guilds. He calmly confronted Lin Shang. What do you think will happen if the world finds out that the vice headmaster of Azure Dragon Academy is a member of the Red Skull Guild? Lin Shang replied without a trace of fear, if I've revealed my true identity to you, I won't let you leave this mountain alive. Lu, beside him, overheard this and turned to remind Tingyu, Master, With your current spiritual energy reserves, I can't use any battle techniques. He reassured her, don't worry, shouting you, never fight battles with a win probability lower than 100%. Finishing his words, Tingyu immediately put the dragon spirit pill into his mouth. Then he lowered his head and exhaled a breath filled with spiritual energy. Gradually, spiritual energy began to surge throughout Tingyu's body, causing him to cry out. Seeing this, Lin Shang commanded his beast to attack. Next year on this day, I'll be sure to visit your grave and light incense for you. The dragon spirit pill, filled with spiritual energy, now dissolved and permeated Tingyu's body, sending a chilling wave through him. He called out, Lulu. Empowered by Tingyu's support, she readily accepted the command. Master, I'm here. At this moment, Lin Shang's beast sprang into action, furiously charging towards Tingyu and Lulu, its body radiating dark spiritual energy. In this critical situation, Tingyu shouted urgently, Bloodlust I. Immediately after, a beastly figure appeared with blazing eyes. It was Lulu, having transformed into the nine-tailed fox. Very quickly, she, in her beast form, roared and howled towards the sky. Above, a giant eye quickly appeared. It began to lock onto its target, the bear's heart. Lin Shang's beast, unaware of anything, continued to growl and charge forward. Right after locking onto its target, the eye shot out a beam of spiritual energy. The energy pierced through the opponent's body, penetrating even its final layer of armor. Even worse, it pierced through Lin Shang's body, causing him to scream in pain. Lin Shang writhed in agony. No, I'm not resigned to this. Dark Guild. Then flames erupted, burning him to death. From Yinan Mountain Cliff, Shouting You and Lulu witnessed everything that happened. His body swayed slightly. Is this the after effect of using the dragon spirit pill? Shouting You felt dizzy, only vaguely hearing Lulu calling him Master. She anxiously sat beside him. Master, don't fall asleep. As she spoke, Lulu slapped Xiao Tingyu's face. Wake up this instant for this queen. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Lulu, with her sharp hearing, clearly heard them. She turned her head and said, Who's there? Immediately, a hand gripped her throat. Unexpectedly, a bolt of lightning struck down, and Lulu clearly saw the face of the person standing before her. Amidst the desolate cliffs of Yinan Mountain, Yu Shui gripped Lulu's throat tightly, lifting her into the air. Lulu was terrified. The aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Yu Shui said indifferently, Nine-tailed fox. Then she frowned and continued, You're a majestic beast, a queen beast. I can't believe you made a contract with my little brother. As soon as Yu Shui finished speaking, Lulu's eyes widened. She asked in astonishment, the power of a dragon. Looking at the cold expression and the surging spiritual energy emanating from Yu Shui's body, Lulu was stunned. This queen has never seen such a surge of dragon power. This left Lulu extremely bewildered. Aren't you Shouting Yu's older sister? Why do you have the power of a dragon? Just who? Lulu didn't finish her sentence before Yu Shui signaled her to be silent. Shu. Yu Shui, with an impassive yet enigmatic expression, continued, You don't need to know about my identity. She then tossed Lulu aside and turned to face Shouting Yu, calmly saying, In short right now. Yu Shui went to Shouting Yu and sat down. She looked at him worriedly and continued, I'm just Tingyu's older sister. Having said that, Yu Shui placed her hand on his chest and transferred spiritual energy to him to help him recover. While she was focused on healing Shouting Yu, Lulu hesitantly approached and asked, How is he? Yu Shui, while healing, diagnosed, he must have taken some kind of medicine that temporarily boosts spiritual power. He's suffering from the side effects. After Yu Shui finished healing Shouting Yu, she calmly added, But don't worry, he'll be fine. 3 days of rest should do it. Lulu, letting Shouting Yu lean against her, softly replied, That's good then. Seemingly having completed her task, Yu Shui stood up. Then she walked straight to the edge of the cliff, spiritual energy swirling around her. Lulu, seeing this, cried out in alarm, What are you? Before Lulu could finish, Yu Shui's pupils widened sharply. A strange, enchanting melody began to flow from her lips. Following, there were countless resonant sounds as Yu Shui activated the dragon's light language skill. The resonant sounds drifted deeper into the forest, reaching the raging flames beneath the cliff. Everywhere the notes touched, the area quickly returned to its normal state. Lulu was astonished. This was the dragon's light language. She knew that the dragon's light language was a battle skill of the pure-blooded dragon clan. It could restore all things in the world through chanting a specific melody. After using her spiritual energy to erase all traces of tonight's battle, Yushue revealed a few scales on her cheek and said smugly, "All traces of the fight tonight have been erased. Except for us and Tingyu. No one will know what happened tonight." Lulu, not being foolish, replied, "As far as I know, among the pure-blooded dragon clan, only the scales of a platinum dragon." She looked at Yu Shue's darkening expression and affirmed, "Its name is Chaos." Yu Shue quickly radiated the overwhelming aura of a nine-tailed silver dragon. "I might overlook your status as a fugitive from the Dragon Empress, but since you've signed a blood pact with my younger brother, don't even think about being two-faced." She threatened with a burst of murderous aura. "From now on, oh my brother, and I won't do anything to you. Otherwise," she pointed at Lulu, "I will cut off all 9 of your tails immediately. Remember that." Lulu responded in a panic, "Yes, I remember. I remember." Yu Shui reminded Lulu with a gloomy expression, "And also, don't you dare breathe a word to Tingyu about my identity." The scene shifted to a hospital room. Tingyu woke up and looked toward the two of them, sister and headmaster too. She sighed in relief and slumped down next to the bed. "Tingyu, you're all right. That's so good. I was so worried." He chuckled helplessly. "Sister, you're crushing me. I can't breathe." Tingyu suddenly spoke, "Sister," that night. Yushue unconsciously sat up and stared at him intently. Then she recounted the events. "That night, after I woke up, I found myself on Yinan Mountain. You were unconscious beside me as well. Although I didn't know what happened, you were sweating profusely, so I carried you down the mountain to see a doctor." Hearing this, Tingyu couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. She didn't notice anything unusual. It seems Lulu cleaned everything up properly. Ru Yin approached and explained the situation regarding the ranking competition. "Shouting you were unconscious for 3 days and missed the semi-finals and finals of the freshman ranking competition. Considering the top 2 ranked individuals in the competition and their reputations." She then told Tingyu the results of the competition. The first and second ranked individuals are Murong Henin and Murong Yangsa, so it's considered that you voluntarily forfeited your participation in the competition. Ru Yin gave a forced smile, intending to encourage Tingyu. "But you also—" Tingyu interrupted her, realizing something. "Headmaster Su, don't you find it strange how I ended up on Yinan Mountain?" Tingyu's expression was furrowed with worry and anxiety. In the hospital room, Yu Shui and Tingyu tensely awaited Ru Yan's answer. She thought for a moment and then sighed wearily. Ru Yan seriously addressed the issue. 3 days ago, Vice Headmaster Wang also disappeared. Tingyu was apprehensive, nervously fearing that everything would be exposed. Is it about to be discovered? Yu Shui, beside him, glared at Ru Yan with murderous intent if she dares to harm Tingyu. She readied herself in a fighting stance. "I will eliminate you immediately." Ru Yin continued speaking, "But I will continue to investigate this matter. I believe you are innocent. It's time for the Vice Headmaster of Azure Dragon Academy to be replaced." Tingyu was a little surprised. The headmaster was choosing to protect him. He sat down next to Yu Shui as she continued. "This time, besides visiting you, I mainly wanted to talk to you about the Supernova competition." He asked, "The Supernova competition?" Ru Yin explained the details to him. The Supernova competition is a large-scale event jointly organized by the 4 beast taming academies: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Each of the 4 major academies sends 3 freshmen to participate in the competition. The participating contestants are all talented elites from the academies. She continued, "At Azure Dragon Academy, when it comes to the number 1 talent, Yi Shuangning's name must be mentioned. However, in last year's Supernova competition, she was defeated by Li Mukin from White Tiger Academy, only achieving 2nd place. Ru Yin confidently entrusted this responsibility to Tingyu. Therefore, I hope you can become one of the Academy's representatives in the competition, leading Azure Dragon Academy to reclaim our glory." She reasoned, hoping he wouldn't refuse. This can also be considered compensation for the regret of this freshman ranking competition. He calmly asked, "Headmaster, I don't even know the conditions for participating in this Supernova competition." She adjusted her glasses. She immediately explained, there are only two conditions for participation. First, the contestant must have contracted at least 2 beasts. Second, the contestant must be a 2-star beast tamer. Ru Yin patted his shoulder confidently. The competition is held next month. I believe you will definitely qualify before the competition begins. Tingyu was secretly moved. The headmaster valued him this much and had taken care of him many times before. He was determined to fight with all his might. Then I can't let Headmaster Ru down. Besides, I also want to see for myself the strength of White Tiger Academy that could defeat Yishuangning. He patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, Headmaster, the first place in the Supernova competition will be mine. That night, Tingyu planned to go deep into Yinan Mountain. He thought the contestants in last year's Supernova competition all had contracts with at least 2 beasts. He considered how to cope with the upcoming competition. Although I also have 2 beasts, Big Road is a nationally wanted criminal and cannot be summoned to battle in public. Moreover, right now, Blackwind is only a rank 3 initial stage Hellgale Wolf, making it difficult to cope with a high-level competition like the Supernova competition. He stopped when he reached an open space. Tonight is the time for Blackwind's breakthrough and advancement. Tingyu gave the command to summon Blackwind. It appeared majestically within a blaze of red fire. The ring on his finger began to glow. Items of various colors flew out one after another. Tingyu thought triumphantly. Fortunately, I prepared in advance. After Headmaster Ru left, I was discharged from the hospital and used my salary as a beast tamer doctor from the Firmament Guild to buy some fire attribute nutrient potions and evolution materials. Not only that, he had also collected items from battles. And these remaining items are rewards from the freshman ranking competition and the Yinan Mountain trial. Tingyu gathered a mountain of items. He said triumphantly, these should be enough for your evolution. Black wind, swallow them. It obeyed the command and immediately opened its mouth, sucking in each piece. After it finished eating, its body began to change. A blazing flame erupted around it. Tingyu encouraged Blackwind, hang in there. Big Road, who had arrived earlier, was also present, listening to Tingyu's instructions. Lulu, Blackwind's advancement has a risk of chi deviation. Please protect us. She quickly replied, understood. Blackwind's eyes gradually became wild, its breath aggressive. Blackwind, stay calm. Big Road quickly created a matrix to stop Blackwind from charging forward. Tingyu was knocked down by the pressure surrounding Blackwind. I can feel it. Right now, Blackwind is in pain. He struggled to sit up and called out the beast taming system, destructive windscreen. The screen obeyed. He requested, quickly check how much longer until Blackwind's evolution is complete. The system continuously updated the notification. Upgrade progress 30%. Upgrade progress 58%. Upgrade progress 73%. Upgrade progress 79%. Upgrade progress 87%. Upgrade progress 90%. Upgrade progress 92%. Upgrade progress 99%. The screen suddenly stopped at 99%, making Tingyu anxious. Don't tell me the evolution failed. At this moment, Blackwind's powerful paws stepped out from the purple flames. It officially completed its transformation. Tingyu shouted joyfully, Blackwind, you evolved successfully. Blackwind's new information appeared. Name, Netherworld Hellwolf. Rank, Level 1 Mature Stage. Bloodline, Hell Bloodline, Epic Bloodline. Talent 1, Hellfire, can inflict true damage on enemies, ignoring defensive armor. Talent 2, Demonic Power, can increase attack and defense. 50% of damage dealt to enemies is converted into its own health. Attributes, Fire Attribute, Wind Attribute, Dark Attribute, Demon Attribute. Skills, Hell Entanglement, Hell Explosion, Shadow Lurking, Silence Claw, Decisive Bite. Big Road was also surprised to see this. She exclaimed, the gates of the underworld. It unexpectedly awakened the demon attribute. She marveled at Tingyu's talent. This kid truly is a special beast tamer. He ran over and hugged Blackwind excitedly. That's great, Blackwind. You're even stronger now. Big Road then asked him, next, you still need to form a contract with the beast. What do you plan to do? He also began to seriously consider this. About that, the scene shifted to a conversation between Ru Yin and Tingyu. Ru Yin, knowing about his situation, proactively offered to help him. Tingyu, I heard you're about to participate in the Supernova competition. How can you do that without a beast? Come, I'll take you to buy one. He gratefully thanked her. Sister Ru Yin, thank you for the beast. She enthusiastically replied, oh, what's there to thank me for? You're my younger brother. Your matters are my matters. Isn't it just a beast? Ru Yin generously led Tingyu into the shop. Choose whatever you like. I'll pay. As soon as the shopkeeper saw them, she greeted them warmly. Ah, Miss Chin, you're here. She cordially inquired, are you looking for lightning attribute nutrient medicine or lightning attribute magical beast course today? Ru Yin took the initiative to speak. Shopkeeper, my younger brother has to participate in a competition next month and needs to form a contract with a new beast. Could you recommend something? The shopkeeper quickly replied, don't worry, leave it to me. The shopkeeper led Tingyu to make his selection. Young master, let me introduce you to this beast. First, there's a spider-type beast, the pink Tanan spider, with an attack power much higher than other beasts of the same level. Then, there's a tiger-type beast, and this extreme shadow purple fur creature is also pretty good. Agile in combat. It can inflict critical damage. And there's this one. Ru Yin interrupted the shopkeeper before she could continue. Shopkeeper, Ru Yin directly requested high-end goods. You don't need to introduce the cheap beasts. Just show us the high-quality ones. I'll pay. The shopkeeper understood. If Miss Ru Yin insists, then I won't hide my treasures. She opened the door to a separate room. I'll let young master choose the best beast in our shop. They stepped inside the room where many high-quality beasts were kept. So, Tingyu, have you taken a liking to any of them? Ru Yin showed him around, analyzing the stats of this Earthblood Super Mountain armor are excellent in all aspects. The burning and poison damage of the three-eyed Overlord Snake are also outstanding. The Frostbone Eagle has legendary bloodline, and it's no slouch in any aspect either. Tingyu is still hesitant, but none of these beasts have hidden bloodlines. Ru Yin from behind asked, what's wrong, Tingyu? Don't you like any of them? The shopkeeper was eager to help. Young master, you're not satisfied with such high-quality beasts. What kind of beast are you looking for? Just tell me your requirements, and I'll specially acquire it for you tomorrow. At that moment, a voice called from outside, shopkeeper, new goods have arrived. A large, sinister-looking man walked in carrying a cage. This batch is fresh. Inside the iron cage were two young girls. Tingyu quickly observed spirit-type beasts. He immediately questioned, as far as I know, spirit-type beasts are considered useless. Shopkeeper, why would you want to acquire spirit-type beasts? Ru Yin pulled him aside and whispered, if you sell these spirits as beasts, of course, they won't sell. But if you sell them as pets, you won't have to worry about finding buyers. He quickly understood. So it's to satisfy the pleasures of the powerful and wealthy. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, sensing a special energy. He scanned Freya's information. Name, Water Elemental Sprite. Rank, Initial Stage Level 1. Bloodline, Inferior. Talent, None. Attribute, Water. Skills, None. Hidden Bloodline, Angel Bloodline, Mythical Quality. He was extremely surprised. This Water Elemental Sprite has a hidden bloodline. Ru Yin, seeing him standing there in a daze, called out, Tingyu, what are you spacing out for? Tingyu. He suddenly turned around excitedly and said, Ru Yin, I want to buy her. The shopkeeper, hearing this, asked with a suggestive tone, young master, don't tell me you also? Ru Yin looked bewildered. Tingyu, you're not joking, are you? He indignantly defended himself. What are you two thinking? I want her as my beast. He paused, thinking to himself, this is an angel bloodline. After leaving the shop, Tingyu brought Freya back to Yunnan Mountain. He opened the cage and gently took her out. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. He fed her a healing pill. Eat this, and your wounds will heal. Freya ate it and quickly recovered, her spirits lifting. Then Tingyu extended his index finger and asked her, do you want to make a contract with me and become my beast? Freya hesitated, thinking it over. She shyly recalled how gently Tingyu had treated her. Finally, Freya took his finger, indicating her agreement. He excitedly asked, do you agree? So then, from now on, Tingyu pricked his fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall. Freya accepted the drop of blood, slowly absorbing it. She smiled faintly. I am your companion now. The contract was successfully established. At Yunnan Mountain, the contract between the two was formed. Tingyu cheerfully asked Freya, hey, little one, now that the blood contract is signed, do you acknowledge me? He reached out and gently touched her. Indeed, after signing the blood contract, a beast becomes closer to its master. Alright, there's also this. Tingyu suddenly remembered something, and a small crystal appeared in his palm. This is a bloodline awakening crystal. I've already crushed it. After you eat this, you'll be able to evolve. Freya cautiously approached the crystal. She reached out her tiny hands and touched it. Freya picked up the crystal fragment and gently ate it. The side of her cheeks puffed out as she ate was undeniably cute. Suddenly, she sensed something was wrong. Her face paled, and the crystal fragment she was holding fell to the ground. Freya appeared to be in pain. She felt as if thousands of electric shocks were piercing through her body, and she uncomfortably hugged herself. Tingyu knew this was a crucial moment in her evolution. He could only encourage Freya to endure. Hold on, just push through it, and you'll be fine. The energy fluctuations grew stronger and stronger, radiating a dazzling light that stretched up into the blue sky, displaying an incredibly powerful aura. Big Road sensed approaching danger and appeared beside him, shielding him. Master, what's happening? Are you alright? She used magic to protect him, her face showing extreme vigilance. Tingyu reassured her, I'm fine. A large vortex of light surrounded Freya's body, and the surrounding air vibrated intensely. It seemed the evolution was entering its final stage. Suddenly, from within the vortex, the image of a young woman with pristine white angel wings appeared, spread wide and shining brightly with a sparkling halo. Finally, it's complete. Freya appeared with a beautiful appearance, her long blonde hair flowing down, her aura incredibly majestic, as if nothing could violate her. The system panel appeared before him again, and Tingyu exclaimed, "The hidden bloodline has been activated. Name, Holy Light Angel Beast. Level, Initial Stage, Level 1. Bloodline, Angel Bloodline. Quality, Mythical. Talent, Holy Light Protection. Dispels negative effects from enemies and provides a Holy Light shield to allies. Attributes, Angel, Holy Light. Skills, Holy Light Cross Slash. Slashes out a cross-shaped sword energy, dealing triple critical damage to enemies, and stacking Holy Light shield layers on self and allies. Radiant Sword Array. Flaps wings to release a feather-shaped Holy Light Sword Array, dealing area of effect damage. Evolution Path. Holy Light Angel Beast. Four-winged Angel. Six-winged Angel. Archangel. Holy Archangel. He slowly approached her and softly said, "By the day I become a 9-star beast tamer, you'll be able to evolve into a 12-winged seraph, right?" Tingyu realized he still didn't know her name. "All right, I haven't given you a name yet. Before awakening your hidden bloodline, you were a water elemental sprite. How about I call you Freya?" Tingyu named her after the Norse goddess, which, fittingly, also has a connection to water spirits. Freya landed on the ground, facing Tingyu and Big Road. She knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully before her master. He looked at her and said with a smile, "Freya, from now on, we'll fight side by side." Big Road exclaimed, "Looks like you're one step closer to the Supernova competition." He replied, "That's right." Tingyu smiled proudly, a small smile that held a powerful confidence. The next step is 2-star Beastmaster. In the teacher's office, a hand slammed down on the desk. Someone was clearly angry. After listening to Tingyu explain his upcoming goal, Lin Shang was furious. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. "What? You want to register for the 2-star Beastmaster exam?" Tingyu smiled sheepishly, scratching his head as he admitted, "Yes, Mr. Lin. The Supernova competition is about to start. I have to quickly pass the 2-star Beastmaster examination." Lin Shang felt uneasy, frowning. How are these kids growing up so fast? The Murong siblings also passed the Beastmaster exam 3 days ago. I heard Tingyu's Black Wind has evolved to level 1 mature stage. He might actually meet the 2-star Beastmaster requirements. Lin Shang calmed down slightly. "All right, if your spiritual power meets the standard, I'll agree to let you take the 2-star Beastmaster examination." As soon as he finished speaking, Tingyu took the spiritual power meter from him, saying excitedly, "You promised, Mr. Lin." The surrounding teachers were also excited. They had long heard of Tingyu's extraordinary abilities. "Let us see for ourselves." The numbers changed slowly, indicating his spiritual power was increasing. Finally, the measurement stopped at 2583. The teachers around him were astonished. 2583. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Lin Shang looked thoughtful. Usually, after a beast evolves, the Beastmaster's spiritual power will increase as well. But based on previous data analysis, the spiritual power of a 2-star Beastmaster is usually between 2,000 and 3,000. He praised Tingyu. "The student I mentored before had pretty good talent, and his spiritual power only reached around 1,500 when his beast reached the mature stage. This kid is pretty impressive, reaching over 2,500. I approve you to participate in the 2-star Beastmaster examination. Tingyu said happily, "Thank you, Mr. Lin." He quickly moved to the Blood Mist Canyon, the location of the upcoming test. The canyon was deep and vast. In the middle of the wilderness, the helicopter carrying him was crossing the mountains. Tingyu pulled open the helicopter door to look. He stood there calmly, looking down. "Is this the examination site?" Tingyu pressed his earpiece, and Ru Yan's voice rang out. "You've arrived at the entrance of Blood Mist Canyon. The 2-star Beastmaster examination is about to begin. Please be prepared." Lin Shang also warned him. "There are a large number of magical beasts in Blood Mist Canyon. If you encounter a situation you can't handle, don't be reckless. Send a distress signal at any time." Tingyu stood near the helicopter door, ready to begin the examination. He calmly said, "I'm ready, headmaster." Ru Yan and Lin Shang, standing in the observation room, instructed him, "You just need to successfully reach the exit from this canyon entrance, and you'll pass the examination." The 2-star Beastmaster examination officially begins. "Good luck," Ru Yan said. As soon as the words left her mouth, Tingyu parachuted out of the helicopter. Below him lay a giant canyon, its depths unfathomable. In a monitoring room, Kai Nian reported the situation to Ru Yan. "Headmaster, Xiao Tingyu has entered Blood Mist Canyon." He spoke with a grave tone, painting a grim picture. To cross Blood Mist Canyon, the examinee must first battle the giant iron-jaw crocodiles. He continued, "Then they must escape the blood demon spiders entrenched in the demon cave. But among the blood demon spiders, several have evolved to tier 3. Can Xiao Tingyu really handle them? Moreover, due to last night's heavy rain, many scarlet swamp leeches have appeared. Both of them were apprehensive about the dangers of Blood Mist Canyon, imagining a silent, lifeless space. Below, perhaps sensing an intruder, a crocodile surfaced. Tingyu landed right in the crocodile's territory. He was startled. Beneath him was a pack of ferocious, giant iron-jaw crocodiles. The system interface appeared. Name, Giant Iron-Jaw Crocodile. Rank, Tier 3 Water Type. Bloodline, Elite Quality. Talent, Super Strong Bite, Lethal Toxin. Attribute, Poison Attribute. Skills, Death Vortex, Vulnerable Bite, Frenzied Spin, Toxin Spray. Sprays red toxin from deep within its throat, causing burns, slowness, weakened defense, and other negative effects. The crocodiles encircled Tingyu. Kai Nian said worriedly, "These giant iron-jaw crocodiles are all initial stage tier 3 magical beasts. If Xiao Tingyu summons the Netherworld Hellwolf, he should be safe, right?" Tingyu remained unfazed by the crocodiles. He shouted Freya. The mark on his hand glowed brightly. He was enveloped in a dazzling golden light, momentarily blinding the beasts. With Tingyu's summoning call, Freya appeared, angelic feathers swirling around her outstretched wings. Kai Nian was surprised by the sight. He didn't summon Black Wind. Not only him, but Ru Yan was also stunned. The second beast, Xiao Tingyu, formed a contract with. Meanwhile, Tingyu continued to battle the crocodiles. Freya cast holy light protection on him, a gentle light encircling his body. Kai Nian was shocked. "I didn't expect his second beast to be so rare." "Headmaster, Xiao Tingyu is strange. He formed a contract with an angel-type beast of mythical bloodline." He looked at Ru Yan, asking, "Angel-type beasts haven't appeared in Hidden Dragon City for a long time. Where did this kid get this beast?" She recalled something. "I heard that 2 days ago, Xiao Tingyu bought a water elemental sprite at the beast shop. Do you think it's that one?" Kai Nian was surprised. "Impossible. The water elemental sprite's bloodline is very low. The holy light angel beast has a pure angel bloodline." Ru Yan's face was thoughtful. "Lao Chen, don't forget, the Netherworld Hellwolf was originally just a sickly wind hound with a low-level bloodline." His eyes on the monitoring screen, Kai Nian softly said, "Indeed, Xiao Tingyu always turns the impossible in our eyes into the possible. This is what a true beast tamer is." At the Scarlet Swamp, the two were still battling the crocodiles. Tingyu called out, "Freya." With that, Freya launched her next attack, Holy Light Cross Slash. A cross-shaped slash descended, annihilating dozens of crocodiles. In the monitoring room, Kanyen exclaimed. One move. Just one move to kill a giant ironjaw crocodile. Bloodline suppression. As expected of an angel-type beast with a mythical bloodline, truly lives up to its reputation. After eliminating the crocodiles, Tingyu turned towards his next objective. He said to Freya, "Freya, lead me across that swamp." As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle hand wrapped around his waist. Tingyu, unsure of Freya's intentions, was suddenly lifted into the air. Flustered by her unexpected action, he stammered, Freya, what are you doing?" Ignoring her beast tamer's words, Freya carried Tingyu swiftly across the swamp. He was incredibly embarrassed. "Put me down. This is so embarrassing. Who would have thought that someone as strong as him could be as shy as a girl?" He covered his face with his hands in embarrassment, while Freya maintained a serious expression. Arriving at the next location, Freya set him down. Before them was a fissure radiating a dense, dark energy. He couldn't help but comment, such dense demonic energy. As he spoke, thousands of small spiders suddenly emerged from the fissure, their numbers multiplying exponentially. Webs grew increasingly thick and dense with the spider's appearance. The situation was no better than the previous challenge. Tingyu cautiously warned Freya, "Freya, be careful." Not to be outdone, Freya drew her sword, carving a large, glowing cross in the air. The thick webs seemed to hinder her attack, clinging to her blade. But it wasn't over. Now, Freya's attack seemed to take effect. The two intersecting slashes created a terrifying destructive force, startling even Tingyu. At that moment, a giant spider appeared, radiating dark energy. Red webs shot out from the fissure, growing increasingly dense. It roared, as if wanting to devour them whole. The system interface displayed its information. Name, Blood Demon Spider. Rank, Tier 3 Mature Stage. Bloodline, Elite Bloodline. Talent, Super Toughness, impervious to water and fire, impervious to blades and swords. Attribute, Poison Attribute. Skill, Spider Web Net. Weaves a large web, trapping the enemy inside and suffocating them to death. After reading the information, Tingyu frowned, thinking, Blood Demon Spider. Dozens of vicious eyes stared at him. Blood demon spiders were pack creatures. The number of blood demon spiders in this cave was likely no less than 20. Before Tingyu could react, the spider roared and lunged at him. In the observation room, Kai Yin and Ru Yin intently watched their every move. This initial stage Holy Light Angel Beast can actually overcome the difference in rank and inflict damage on a mature stage blood demon spider. The scene shifted back to the battle. The spider attacked Tingyu ferociously. He could only temporarily dodge. A light flashed from his beast taming insignia as he softly called Black Wind. The moment the words left his mouth, Black Wind appeared beside him, a powerful aura radiating outwards. Freya and Black Wind stood before Xiao Tingyu, ready to fight at any moment. Ru Yin suddenly spoke up, reminding him, "Xiao Tingyu, don't be too aggressive. The goal is to reach the destination, not to kill the magical beasts." Xiao Tingyu smiled slightly and commanded Black Wind, Howl. As soon as Black Wind unleashed his attack, the blood demon spiders seemed to sense the danger. They launched a counterattack, shooting webs towards Black Wind. Surrounded by the web matrix, Black Wind became entangled. Seizing the opportunity, a blood demon spider shot its web towards him. This time, the web accurately hit Black Wind's hind leg, binding it tightly and immobilizing him. Trapped and unable to fight back, Black Wind roared in frustration. Waiting for this moment, the spider army continuously shot webs, aiming to completely restrain him. Sensing the disadvantage, Xiao Tingyu quickly ordered Freya to assist. Freya, Holy Light Protection on Black Wind. Black Wind, turn and unleash Hell Black Lotus. Immediately, Freya cast her support spell, and her attack combined with Black Wind's, creating a protective shield around him, neutralizing the blood demon spider's attack. The protective whirlwind intensified, surging towards the spider army. In no time, the blood demon spiders were swept away. Xiao Tingyu relaxed his guard, clicking his tongue beside Black Wind. 25 of them, huh? Blood demon spiders are nothing more than this. He wasn't allowed to pause for long. The ground beneath him and Black Wind began to shake violently, and he realized something was amiss. This aura is... The wall in front of them suddenly exploded, sending debris flying towards the three of them. Before Xiao Tingyu could react, a gigantic spider emerged from the rubble. He gasped in astonishment at the creature's true form. A complete form magical beast aura. Detailed information appeared. Name, earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider. Previous form, blood demon spider. Rank, complete form, tier 1. Bloodline, elite quality. Talent 1, super resilience. Impervious to fire and water, unafraid of blades and swords. Talent 2, burrowing. Attribute, psychic. Kainyen's voice rang out, urging him, Xiao Tingyu run. Yesterday's storm allowed a blood demon spider to evolve. You can't defeat it. Xiao Tingyu was taken aback by Kainyen's words, replying in confusion, run. Instructor Chen, what about my exam? Realizing the danger Xiao Tingyu was in, Kainyen yelled, you can take it again later. Preserving your strength is paramount. Xiao Tingyu disagreed with Kainyen's solution, responding angrily. Take it again later. That's a waste of time. This is my 2-star assessment. I'll slay gods and Buddhas alike. As if understanding their master's intent, Blackwind and Freya simultaneously attacked, launching their assault on the earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider. Despite taking the full brunt of the combined attack, its ferocity remained undiminished. Xiao Tingyu seemed to finally grasp the danger of his situation. Kainyen said, Xiao Tingyu, you mustn't act recklessly this time. I'll come and get you immediately. Ruyan also urgently tried to persuade him. Give up. He's right. You can't be so reckless. You can't defeat it with your current strength. Xiao Tingyu's expression hardened. He showed no fear. How interesting. Ruyan was speechless at Xiao Tingyu's arrogant attitude. She simply uttered a questioning, Xiao Tingyu clenched his fists, resolutely declaring, I must pass the 2-star beast tamer assessment. I must kill this magical beast. I want to explore my limits. Ruyan cried out in alarm. You're insane. Facing the earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider, Xiao Tingyu didn't flinch. He commanded, Blackwind, sneak behind it and use Silent Claw. Blackwind began to vanish, preparing for its surprise attack. The earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider wouldn't waste a moment. It spat poisonous silk directly at Xiao Tingyu. He quickly gave a series of commands. Freya, protect me. Blackwind, attack. Blackwind now appeared behind the earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider. It unleashed its attack on the spider's back. The earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider, having detected Blackwind's presence, immediately retaliated. The force of the blow sent Blackwind flying. Xiao Tingyu shouted anxiously, Blackwind. Blackwind flew towards Xiao Tingyu and Freya. All three were caught in the earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider's attack, crashing into the rock wall behind them. Despite the counterattack, their fighting spirit remained unbroken. The earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider growled menacingly. Xiao Tingyu, however, showed no fear. He gave a thumbs-down gesture, his words dripping with disdain. Are you mocking me? As expected of a monster with a human-like face. What are you so smug about? His words truly enraged the earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider, which gathered its strength and spat poisonous silk at him. He quickly climbed on a Blackwind's back, assessing the situation. Blackwind, this spider's silk is poisonous. Get us out of here. With its massive body, the earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider quickly pursued them. Xiao Tingyu looked back at his pursuer, thinking, just chasing like this won't work. I need to figure out how to deal with this. Suddenly, he noticed something important. The earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider, its health bar, why is it slowly decreasing? The spider continued its relentless assault, despite the wound on its back constantly oozing blood. Sitting on Blackwind's back, Xiao Tingyu quickly realized the wound isn't deep, but the spider silk it's spitting out isn't as dark as before. Could its blood and spider silk be connected? After taking another hit from the spider, Blackwind was injured. Xiao Tingyu commanded Freya. Blackwind is hurt and can't carry us anymore. Freya, teleport me. Freya lifted Xiao Tingyu from Blackwind's back and into the air. All three simultaneously dodged the earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider's attack. Now certain his deduction was correct, Xiao Tingyu exclaimed triumphantly, the spider's health bar has dropped again. You rotten spider, I found a way to deal with you. He started giving instructions to Blackwind. Blackwind, spit on it, make it feel disgusted. Blackwind, as if understanding its master's intent, growled in response, woof. Waiting for just that moment, it continuously spat at the earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider. This time, he truly succeeded in enraging the spider spirit. The earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider simultaneously shot 4 clumps of poisonous silk, attacking all 3 of them. Xiao Tingyu reacted quickly, Black Wind, use shadow sneak, attack randomly. Black Wind swiftly used the skill, dodging the attack from the earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider. Observing the battle from above, Xiao Tingyu became more and more certain of his deduction. He affirmed, as expected, I'm right. If the earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider shoots its silk, it will deplete its own lifeblood. Xiao Tingyu continued to voice his speculation. When the last strand of silk in its body is shot out, it will be nothing more than a lamp without oil. He loudly laid out his strategy to Black Wind. Black Wind, don't risk your life fighting it directly. Just keep disgusting it. Black Wind growled in understanding. It continuously changed its position in front of the spider spirit, making it impossible for the spider to pinpoint its target for attack. Waiting until the earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider shot its poisonous silk, Black Wind leaped into the air to dodge the attack. Unfortunately, the poisonous silk still caught Black Wind's hind leg, pulling it forcefully from the air down to the ground. Black Wind didn't lose any health, and taking advantage of this moment, thanks to its agile movements, it escaped the restraint of the poisonous silk. Xiao Tingyu sensed that the opportune moment had arrived and simultaneously commanded Black Wind and Freya to launch a combined attack. Black Wind, don't hold back anymore. Use demonic pressure. Freya, cast holy light protection. Black Wind purged the negative status. Kainyan and Ruyan's helicopter had spotted Xiao Tingyu's group. Kainyan worriedly asked her, are we still not going to intervene? Ruyan calmly replied, continue to wait. He has found a way to handle it. He still seemed uneasy, asking further, so, can Xiao Tingyu hold on? The battle had gone on for another 7 hours, and the group of 3 was still struggling against the earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider. Xiao Tingyu was now exhausted, clutching his chest and panting heavily. In his mind, he continuously analyzed the situation. This rotten spider has already lost 9/10 of its health. The color of its web is also fading. It can't defeat Black Wind with the support of demonic pressure and holy light protection. If this continues, it's sure to die. Lost in his thoughts, something suddenly occurred to him. That's not right. All creatures have a will to live. Why is it consuming so much blood, yet showing no intention of stopping the fight? Is it simply hatred? But it has never gone far from its cave. Could there be some treasure inside? The earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider now shot a massive clump of poisonous silk, attacking Xiao Tingyu's group. The clump of poisonous silk was approaching faster and faster. The decisive moment had arrived. Xiao Tingyu ordered Black Wind to counterattack. Black Wind, use Hell's Howl. Black Wind used all its strength to unleash the skill against its opponent. The outcome of the battle seemed to be within Xiao Tingyu's grasp. He decisively shouted, it doesn't have much silk left, the opportunity is here. Xiao Tingyu gave the command for Black Wind to deliver the finishing blow. Black Wind, use Hellfire Lotus. After taking 2 consecutive critical hits from Black Wind, the earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider seemed to be finished. But no, it mustered all its remaining strength to resist the final attack, focusing all its power on Xiao Tingyu's group. Black Wind and Freya rushed to protect their master. Xiao Tingyu courageously commanded, don't worry about me. Switch from defense to offense. Quickly finish it off. Black Wind, use Hellfire Lotus. Black Wind obeyed the command, soaring into the air and unleashing its strongest attack on the opponent. The earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider had no chance to react, taking the full brunt of Black Wind's attack and tumbling a considerable distance. Xiao Tingyu finally allowed himself to sit down and breathe a sigh of relief. We did it. We actually did it. He didn't forget to praise his 2 partners. Black Wind, good job. Freya, you did great too. With the earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider defeated, Xiao Tingyu led his team into the spider's lair to explore what lay hidden within. Black Wind, Freya, let's go inside the cave and see. There's bound to be something good in there. The group began to advance into the cave. Headmaster Su's urgent voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Tingyu, get out of there now. Xiao Tingyu, still excited about the potential treasure within the cave, asked in confusion, Headmaster Su, I've already defeated the earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider. Headmaster Su gravely interrupted. Even if the earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider is dead, it can still be active for a period of time. Hearing Headmaster Su's words, Xiao Tingyu was startled, his face filled with fear. He quickly turned around, as if to check the situation. What did you say? Behind Xiao Tingyu was a sight he could never have imagined. The earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider, clearly defeated just moments ago, was now close behind him, preparing to attack. Using its last breath, the earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider roared, shaking the entire cave. Shouting you and Freya ran quickly towards the cave entrance. Seeing the beast standing there, he panicked. We're doomed. The only way out is blocked. The cuts on the spider's body were splitting open, causing it to cry out in agony. Shouting you quickly ordered Freya, quickly, hide in my beast-taming emblem. These words reminded Freya of his promise. I want you to be my beast. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Without hesitation, Freya flew straight towards the demonic beast. Shouting you cried out in alarm, Freya, come back. With incredible speed, Freya aimed directly at the demonic beast. A flash of light erupted, impacting the creature directly. The force of Freya's attack was so great that it sent the demonic beast sliding a considerable distance from the cave entrance. Freya immediately blasted it away, and the demonic beast cried out in pain. Then, just like that, it exploded before Freya's eyes. At this moment, Shouting You ran up behind Freya and asked, did you just learn a new skill? He excitedly embraced Freya like a child. Freya, you're amazing. Freya was a little overwhelmed. The two returned to the cave to investigate. Found it. This is what the earth-burrowing demon-eyed spider was protecting with its life. Shouting You pointed inside. Lulu, do you know what kind of seed this is? This is the precursor to the celestial fox vine, an ancient plant-type beast. He picked up the seed with a joyful expression. Ancient. This could very well be of phantasmal god quality. Such a powerful bloodline. It must be very difficult to cultivate. Lulu, do you know how to plant this seed? Lulu pondered thoughtfully. I remember. The conditions for planting it are quite complex. I think it needs to be watered with the dew from phoenix tailgrass, the nectar of ghostfire flowers, and fertilized with the excrement of a divine-bodied demonic beast. Hearing the answer, Shouting You sighed. A single seed, how can it be more demanding than a young miss? He lowered his voice and negotiated with her. Lulu, you're a royal beast and a demonic weapon that the Dragon Kingdom Empress hates. A big shot like you must know quite a few divine-bodied demonic beasts, right? Lulu angrily asked, you want me to lower myself to picking up excrement? Shouting You grinned mischievously. No, I'm asking you to request it. She interrupted him. Requesting it won't work either. Just then, Shouting You heard a loud noise outside the cave and quickly walked out. A helicopter appeared outside. The person inside shouted, Shouting You, are you all right? Headmaster Ruyan, I'm fine. 2 weeks passed in a flash. The scene at Four Spirit City was now crowded with people. Surrounded by cheers, Shouting You exclaimed, as expected of a national competition, it's truly lively. Yo Xiao, the great genius, you're here so early. It turned out to be the Murong siblings walking towards him. Shouting You spoke up. Murong Yang saw, hello. Lu Jin, long time no see. You've become even more beautiful. Murong Yang Suwa spat out the water in his mouth. He angrily asked Shouting You, what did you call my sister, you brat? He replied indifferently, Lu Jin. Writing Murong Henin is too troublesome, so I gave her a nickname. Murong Yang Suwa angrily crushed the can in his hand and asked loudly, writing, when did you ever write my sister's name? And you even gave her the childish nickname Lu Jin. This vulgarity. Today I'm going to beat you to death, Murong Yang. Henin reached out and stopped her brother. Brother, sit down. Hearing his sister's voice, Yang Suwa calmed down. Fine. Shouting You approached Henin and asked, Lu Jin, how have you been lately? How's your beast taming progress? She smiled and said, my first beast has evolved to the second-tier mature stage, and my second beast awakened the lightning attribute. Murong Yang Suwa was petrified. My sister actually took the initiative to talk to another boy and even accepted the nickname Lu Jin. He held his head in his hands, tears streaming down his face. A grown daughter can't be kept. My sister, who has always been reserved. I remember that year when I called her by her childhood nickname, she was angry at me for several days. But Shouting You calls her that, and she accepts it. Isn't this a bit too indulgent? Murong Yang Suwa looked up to the sky and lamented, heavens, this world has gone mad. The mouse is a bridesmaid for the cat. My sister has a sweetheart, and she's always helping outsiders. The two looked at him indifferently. What's wrong with your brother? Henin said helplessly, just ignore him. Shouting You wondered, speaking of which, who are our opponents today? I don't know. The draw results haven't been announced yet. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. No, the results are out. Everyone saw the newcomer and said in unison, Headmaster Ruyan. Ruyan instructed, your opponents in the first battle are the White Tiger Academy. No matter what, you must suppress them in today's solo matches. Completely defeat them. A sarcastic voice came from behind. Oh, why is Headmaster Ru Yin so angry? The newcomer was Qingyu. She continued, are you that afraid of losing to my White Tiger Academy? Ru Yin looked coldly at Qingyu. Headmaster Zhu, why aren't you returning to your team's seats? What are you doing in our Azure Dragon Academy's territory? If you want to watch, isn't the information available on your phone? Qingyu replied, I came to see your trump card this time. I heard it's a complete divine body demonic beast that can simultaneously control two contracted beasts, one from the underworld and one an angel, just like that man. Ru Yin angrily questioned, seeing is believing. I admit he has some skill, but he's just another Yi Ning Shuang, just a bit lucky. Do you really think your student is that strong? Seeing the tension, Murong Yang Saw intervened. Headmasters, please maintain your composure. Xiao Tingyu, sitting to the side, analyzed Zhu Qingyu. I heard she and Headmaster Ru Yin have been rivals since childhood. Whether it's achievements or family background, they always try to one-up each other. The two glared at each other. Just then, Kan Yin arrived to announce, the Empress has arrived. Qingyu threatened, just you wait. I'll make your Azure Dragon Academy pack up and go home. Ru Yin responded indifferently, I eagerly await that. With a hint of anger, she ordered, Xiao Tingyu, Murong Yang Samurong Han Han, come with me to greet the Empress. The gate in the sky slowly opened, shining down a brilliant beam of light. A colorful cloud appeared in the air, with a figure looming within. As the cloud drew closer, the silhouette of a giant beast became clear, with a majestic figure atop it. The crowd below cheered excitedly. The Empress has arrived. The Empress has arrived. Oh my God, this is the most beautiful and powerful woman in the Dragon Kingdom. This is Shangwan Lan, the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom. Her contracted beast is a fierce-looking white Qilin. Shangwan Lan, a beautiful and powerful woman, looked down at the people below with a stern gaze. Shouting You was also stunned by the sight. This is the strongest beast tamer in the Dragon Kingdom. Her aura is truly terrifying. Her contracted beast landed, and Shangwan Lan gracefully stepped down. Both woman and beast exuded an air of authority. Seeing the badge on her person, Xiao Tingyu exclaimed, an 11-star badge. An Emperor Beast Tamer ranks above all 10-star Beast Tamers. The gap between me and her is more than just a few stars. At the same time, he received information about Shangwan Lan's contracted beast. Name, 7-colored Saint Qilin. Rank, Trial Divine Body. Bloodline level, 3rd stage. Bloodline, Pure Qilin. Information on quality, creation, talent, attributes, loyalty, and skills. Unavailable. Xiao Tingyu nodded thoughtfully. As expected, the difference is too great, exceeding the demon god's eyes detection range. He smugly asked Lulu, Lulu, you're wanted by the Empress. How did you survive? Aren't you lucky to have met me? Without me, you would have died 800 times already. Lulu clicked her tongue. Although you're annoying, I can only accept it. Xiao Tingyu was curious. The 7-colored Saint Qilin. It's probably not Shangwan Lan's only contracted beast, right? Of course not. She has even more powerful demonic beasts. Xiao Tingyu quickly detected the dragon's aura around her. He was shocked. Dragon power. Pure dragon power. Lulu, Shangwan Lan has a purebred dragon beast. Weren't purebred dragons supposed to be extinct for hundreds of years? Lulu shrugged. I don't know, she explained. According to historical records, only purebred dragons, purebred phoenixes, and purebred Qilins possess creation-grade bloodlines. In terms of power, dragons are the strongest, followed by phoenixes, then Qilins. But it was the dragons who went extinct. Lulu also wondered if purebred dragons are truly extinct. Where did this woman find one? And she even has dragon tears, one of the 3 great treasures of the dragon race. It seems the extermination war wasn't as simple as it appeared. While the two were still pondering the truth, Shangwan Lan, from above, commanded, let the competition begin. Ru Yin came to inform Xiao Tingyu. According to the draw, you're first. Headmaster Ru Yin guarantees will secure the first victory. Murong Yang Suo quipped from the side. Xiao Tingyu, don't worry too much if you lose the individual match. If you can't win, we're still here. Xiao Tingyu descended to the arena as the announcer's voice boomed. The White Tiger Academy contestant on the right, Lin Tianxi, son of the Tiger Sword Guild leader, Lin Xiang. Following the announcement, a burly figure appeared. The Azure Dragon Academy contestant on the left, the rising genius, Xiao Tingyu. The competition began. At first glance, Xiao Tingyu seemed to be at a disadvantage. He summoned his beast, Appear, Black Wind. The beast roared as soon as it materialized. His opponent summoned a giant python. Sambarial Python attack. Its owner commanded. In the stands, Murong Han worried. The Sambarial Python has the Earth attribute. Doesn't that counter Blackwind's Fire attribute? Murong Yang Suo explained. In a battle between beasts of the same level, attribute advantage is even more important than bloodline suppression. This match will be difficult for Xiao Tingyu. Xiao Tingyu's opponent launched a continuous assault. Sand Burial Python, Sand Dragon Fist. The python created a massive sandstorm that surged towards Xiao Tingyu and Blackwind. He immediately counterattacked. Blackwind, Hell Howl. Blackwind unleashed a torrent of purple flames from its mouth. The two forces clashed head-on, but it was clear that the opponent held the upper hand, overwhelming Blackwind's power. Blackwind spat out a few drops of blood and staggered backward, seemingly in pain. The opponent confidently addressed Xiao Tingyu, Student Xiao, with the attribute advantage, "You can't win against me. If you surrender now, I might show some mercy." Xiao Tingyu replied with a seemingly unrelated comment. "The weather's rather humid today, isn't it?" He raised his hand. "Don't be so hasty. The battle has just begun. That was just a warm-up. I only need 2 more moves." His opponent was skeptical. 2 moves. Xiao Tingyu didn't leave him wondering for long. Blackwind, use Hell Howl towards the sky. Obeying his command, Blackwind looked up and unleashed a massive burst of energy skyward. The handmaiden beside the Empress wondered aloud, is he trying to melt the sand? But the Netherworld Wolf's flames aren't hot enough. Sangunlan Ziplit im Gazet. Intrigued, the handmaiden asked, "Your Majesty, then what is he trying to do?" Watching the scene unfold, a look of amusement spread across the Empress's face. "He's planning to utilize the rainbow clouds I created." As Blackwind unleashed its attack skyward, Tianxi was taken aback. All his previous confidence vanished. Xiao Tingyu, what in the world is he planning? Suddenly, a few drops of rain fell from the sky. Lin Tianxi, bewildered, wondered rain. At this moment, he finally realized Xiao Tingyu's plan. He raised his hand and ordered his beast, not good, Sambarial Python, quickly stop it. Xiao Tingyu replied with a smug look, "Too late. You've missed your best chance." By the time Lin Tianxi realized what was happening, it was already too late. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it. The sand is all wet." Whether it's Sand Dragon Fist or Quick Sand Burial, the Sambarial Python can't use them. Having completely countered his opponent, Xiao Tingyu ordered Blackwind to attack. Blackwind, Hellfire Lotus. Blackwind soared into the air and launched an attack towards Lin Tianxi's python. With no chance to defend or counterattack, the python took the full brunt of Blackwind's attack. Lin Tianxi's Sand Burial Python, injured by Blackwind's Hellfire Lotus, was nearly defeated by Xiao Tingyu and his beast. Lin Tianxi's python finally collapsed. The referee announced the result, not forgetting to praise Xiao Tingyu's skill. He did it. Xiao Tingyu actually did it. He really turned the tables and won in just 2 moves. Both Lin Tianxi and his python were still unconscious after Blackwind's decisive blow. The referee expressed his admiration. This artificial rain tactic is truly remarkable. The Empress of the Dragon Kingdom had been watching the match from beginning to end, but only now did she speak, praising him, precise timing, and a good mind. Her attendant reported, "Your Majesty, we've investigated Xiao Tingyu's background. No problems found." Sheng Wanlan seemed satisfied. In that case, give him the first invitation to this year's Imperial Soul Training. The attendant was surprised, the first invitation, to a commoner. The attendant bowed in obedience, understood. Back down in the stands, Murong Yang Suo saw Xiao Tingyu return and praised him. "Well done. You settled the match so quickly and easily." Murong Han, standing beside him, also applauded. "Great fight." Xiao Tingyu looked pleased. He was very satisfied with the result of the match. "Of course, I wouldn't lose." Headmaster Ruyin stood up and called out, "Xiao Tingyu, excellent performance. I'll definitely reward you when we get back." Xiao Tingyu waved back at her, replying casually, "Headmaster Ruyin, don't forget it when we get back." Dalu reminded Xiao Tingyu, "Phoenix tail grass, Xiao Tingyu, essence Phoenix tail grass." He asked, puzzled, "Isn't Phoenix tail grass supposed to grow on the border? Is there some in Four Spirit City too?" Murong Han softly asked him, "Aren't you going to watch the next match?" Shouting, "You made an excuse. My solo match is over. Nothing to do with me anymore. I'm going to the restroom." Her face fell when she heard this. "The next match is mine." Morong Yang Suo was indignant. "Hey you, what the heck are you saying to my sister?" Shouting, "You quickly consoled her. Lu Jin, good luck. You'll definitely win. I'll be cheering you on from the sidelines." Morong Han Han called his name, Shouting you. He looked at her, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Sorry, I really do have something to do. I don't have time to watch the match right now." Murong Han Han turned her face away, saying softly, "You have to spend time with me after the competition." Shouting you seized the opportunity and quickly ran off, determined to find what he was looking for. The referee's voice rang out again, announcing the second match. Murong Han Han, daughter of General Murong from Azure Dragon Academy, versus Zhou Yi, son of the Huangyan City Lord from White Tiger Academy. The scene shifted to Four Spirit City. At the Yuan Peak Plaza, a large crowd had gathered, cheering and congratulating. "Congratulations on your victory, General Zhou. Defending the border day and night must be arduous. Welcome home, City Lord. These are fresh eggs from my hen. Please accept them." Further away, another group continued their praise. "You are a hero who brought glory to Four Spirits City and an even greater hero to our Dragon Kingdom." Xiao Tingyu, squeezed within the crowd, marveled inwardly. So many people. Are they all here to welcome the army? General Zhou and his war colossus Rhinoceros strode forward. Details appeared. Name, War Colossus Rhinoceros. Rank, Sovereign, Second Stage. Bloodline, War Colossus Beast. Quality, Mythical Bloodline. Talent, War Cry, a roar that boosts army morale, increases attack and defense, and weakens enemy armor. Attribute, Superpower System, Immense Strength, Crushing, Loyalty, 150. Shouting you gaped in astonishment. He whispered it to Lu look. An 8-star beast tamer with a sovereign-ranked beast, and its loyalty is over 100. How many life-and-death battles have they been through? Lu spoke seriously. "I know the War Colossus Beast clan. They are very belligerent and have some animosity towards our Nine-Tailed Fox clan. As for the Zhou family, the only one who can be called City Lord is Zhou Xiong, who guards the west among the 4 border cities of the Dragon Kingdom." Shouting you realized, so isn't that Zhou Ye's father who's fighting Morong Han Han? Lu schemed. Phoenix tail grass grows in the ancient Lai Glacier in the west, where many magical beasts live. He's stationed there. So, there's Phoenix tail grass. You should go and steal his pouch. Shouting you chuckled. Lu, you make it sound so easy. You want me to rob an 8-star beast tamer? Mid-sentence, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Shouting you observed the rhinoceros's gait. It was limping. Could it be sick? The rhinoceros was covered in foam, even around its eyes. Shouting you felt like he'd struck gold. He called out to General Zhou from the crowd. "General Zhou, your War Colossus Rhinoceros is injured, isn't it? I have a way to treat it." His call caught the general's attention. He asked sternly, "My beast is sick. How does a young brother like you know this?" He looked Shouting you over, noting the Azure Dragon Academy Beast Tamer uniform. "Around the same age as my son. How do you know medicine?" Shouting you presented his card while introducing himself. "I'm a special pharmacist from the Craftsman Guild. May I ask, is your beast often lethargic? Does it develop red spots all over its body when it rains, and even experience skin ulceration?" General Zhou was both surprised and suspicious. "Exactly right," he confessed. "I returned this time to seek treatment for my beast. But, pardon my bluntness, I still can't quite believe you. Tell me, why is it sick? Is it the same as what the other renowned healers have said?" Shouting you replied confidently. "It's simple." Shouting you held the insect he'd taken from the War Colossus Rhinoceros and explained, "City Lord, please look, this is the cause of the illness, the sand mite worm." General Zhou carefully examined the young man before him. He clearly had some knowledge. "For years, I've hired countless renowned physicians, but none have been able to completely eradicate the sand mite worms from my War Colossus Rhinoceros. If you dare to recommend yourself, do you have a cure?" A cunning look flashed across Xiao Tingyu's face as he suggested, "City Lord, let's talk somewhere else. I need some medicinal ingredients." General Zhou immediately agreed to Xiao Tingyu's request. "Come to my residence. Whatever ingredients you need, just say the word. After you've cured it, Zhou, will help you with anything." Facing General Zhou, Xiao Tingyu couldn't believe he'd gotten such a good opportunity. It seemed he could not only obtain the Phoenix tailgrass, but also gain a valuable connection. The scene shifted to General Zhou's residence. Shouting You stood before a massive cabinet of medicinal ingredients, carefully selecting 15 grams of silver drop petals, 20 grams of sky bamboo grass, and 25 grams of restorative fire spirit. Adding his secret family recipe, he began to decoct the medicine, which would create the purple spirit essence. After preparing the medicine for the rhinoceros, Shouting You carefully instructed City Lord Zhou, "This is purple spirit essence, specifically for treating sandmite worms. The liquid is to be drunk and the dregs applied externally. It's fast-acting and has no side effects. If you're not at ease, you can have someone else test it." General Zhou, trusting Shouting You, said without changing expression, "Young brother, you think too much. I never doubt those I employ. Let me try it." He sat beside the rhinoceros and gently brought the medicine towards it. Stroking it gently, he whispered, There, drink it." Shouting You's medicine was like a miracle cure. As soon as the rhinoceros drank it, it fell into a deep sleep. One by one, the sandmite worms began to crawl out of its body. General Zhou was astonished by the effectiveness of Shouting You's remedy. This little fellow hasn't slept so soundly in ages. This medicine is truly miraculous. He admired Shouting You's talent. "Young brother, no physician Xiao from now on." Before General Zhou could finish, Shouting You quickly replied, "I know what you're worried about, City Lord Zhou. The sandmite worms on your beast will be completely eradicated. I can give you the recipe. When you return to Imperial City, you can also help the beasts of your soldiers." General Zhou thanked Shouting You, but didn't forget to ask, "Thank you so much. So what's your fee?" Shouting You stated his request, "I need phoenix tail grass and also ghostfire flowers." General Zhou didn't think it was a big deal. Phoenix tail grass wasn't an expensive ingredient, and while ghostfire flowers were rare, they weren't impossible to find. Shouting You added, "Just these two things will be enough." General Zhou was truly grateful to Shouting You. He extended an invitation. "Divine Physician Xiao, stay for dinner tonight. We've hit it off. Let's have a drink together." Shouting You scratched his head shyly at the invitation. "City Lord Zhou, to be honest, I snuck out here. By now, Luan Lang has probably finished competing with my team from the Azure Dragon Academy." Hearing about the competition, General Zhou exclaimed, "The headmasters of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger Academies have been at odds for a long time. Even I've heard about it." He then suggested, "Let's go together. I also want to pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress." Back to the match. The commentator is still narrating the battle between Murong Han Han and Zhou Yi. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition is getting more and more intense. The duel between Zhou Yi and Murong Han Han has lasted for a whole hour and is still undecided. In the stands, everyone is cheering nonstop. Shouting You, standing just below, can't believe his eyes. They're still fighting. Murong Han Han and Zhou Yi are still stubbornly facing each other. Zhou Yi, with an arrogant face and a somewhat contemptuous voice, says, "Murong Han Han, you're clearly at a disadvantage. Why bother struggling so hard? Besides, it seems like you haven't been focused since the beginning. What are you looking at?" Murong Han Han ignores Zhou Yi's taunts. She thinks, "Why hasn't Shouting You come back yet? If he sees me lose, I'll definitely be embarrassed." Murong Han Han tells herself, "No, I must win for him to see." Shouting You shouts from behind her, "Lu Jin, why are you still persisting? Can your spiritual power hold up any longer?" Murong Han Han turned around. Shouting You. Shouting You uses his divine eye to assess the situation of both sides. Both her and Zhou Yi's condition isn't good. Their spiritual power is on the verge of depletion. This is neither good nor bad news for either side. Let me see the attributes of their spirit beasts. Seo Tingu Lux at Murong Han Han's spirit beast. Is this Lu Jin's first spirit beast? It seems she sent out her trump card. This girl's competitive spirit is quite endearing. The details panel appears. Designation: Snow Spirit Hunter. Rank: Mature Stage. Level 2 Bloodline. Mythical Quality Bloodline. Talent 1. Demon Eye. Possesses powerful vision. Able to capture blind spots and enemy weaknesses. Talent 2. Extreme Cold Storm. After being hit by an enemy attack, icy waves erupt around the body, strengthening the shield. Attributes: Flight System. Ice System. Loyalty. 99. Shouting You looks at Zhou Yi's spirit beast. He's surprised by its special ability 12 shadow clones. No wonder they've been fighting for so long. The details panel appears. Designation: Evil-Eyed Wolf. Rank: Mature Stage. Level 2. Bloodline. Mythical Quality Bloodline. Talent 1. Wolf Head. Can reduce damage taken head-on. Talent 2. Doppelganger Technique. Shadow Clone. Consumes mental power to create 12 shadow clones. Clones can inflict real damage. Defeating a clone consumes additional mental power. Attributes: Psychic System. Loyalty. 87. Murong Han calls out her attack. Winter's Descent. The attack fires small ice beams towards the evil-eyed wolf. Zhou Yi immediately retaliates, using the doppelganger technique. Shadow Clone to dodge Murong Han's attack. The evil-eyed wolf dodges all of her ice beams. It continues to advance, growling in defiance. Grr. Seeing the imminent danger, the snow spirit hunter takes to the air to maintain a safe distance. However, it still gets hit by the evil-eyed wolf. A spectator comments, "This move is a bit too deceptive. Who can tell the clones from the real body?" Shouting You frowns, thinking to himself, "No, it's still possible to distinguish them." Shouting You looks towards Murong Han. He decides to take a gamble. Just one bet. From behind Murong Han, Shouting You covers his mouth and coughs repeatedly as if trying to signal something to her. Cough, cough, cough. Murong Han, as if catching the signal, looks towards the source of the sound, full of doubt. Shouting You continues to pretend to hold his chest, actively coughing. Cough, cough. Murong Han caught the continuous signals for Shouting You. She vaguely guessed his intention. What is he doing? Could this be a signal? Behind Murong Han, Zhou Ye's evil-eyed wolf showed signs of preparing for the next attack. She focused on observing the group of real and fake spirit beasts and finally found the true body. The real evil-eyed wolf differed from its clones in that it emitted the breathing sounds of a real spirit beast during battle. Pant. Having discovered the enemy's weakness, Murong Han immediately ordered her spirit beast to counterattack. Snow Spirit Hunter attack. Zhou Ye's evil-eyed wolf, no longer invincible as before, took a direct hit from Murong Han's Snow Spirit Hunter. Zhou Yi grimaced and exclaimed, "How could this be?" He couldn't believe his eyes and tried to reassure himself. No, she must have just guessed. Evil-eyed wolf, shadow clone shift. Murong Han continued to hit the wolf. After taking 2 critical hits, Zhou Yi's spirit beast was completely unable to continue fighting. The referee loudly announced the result of the match. Victory and defeat have been decided. The winner of this battle is Murong Han. The Azure Dragon Academy's individual match score is 2-0. After the announcement, Murong Han happily walked towards her brother and Shouting You. Murong Yang Suo praised her. "Little sister, you truly are the best." Shouting You also applauded. "Congratulations, Lu Jin." Murong Han rushed into Shouting You's arms and said happily, "Thank you." Shouting You replied with a smile, "You're welcome. It was nothing." Murong Yang Suo interjected, "Hey." He trembled as he watched their intimate actions. "Little sister, what are you doing?" Shouting You, "What have you done to my sister?" Murong Yang Suo, as if going mad, pointed directly at Shouting You's face and threatened, "Get your hands off her. If you dare to molest my sister again, believe me, I'll beat you to death." Shouting You forced a smile. "It's nothing. I was just giving Lu Jin some pointers." The scene shifted to Zhou Yi. His face no longer held the arrogance from the arena, replaced by fear. "Headmaster, I lost." Ru Yin became even angrier upon hearing this. Standing before the 3 people she considered the best in her academy, she angrily snapped her cigarette in half, startling Zhou Yi and, presumably, Tian Ci. Ru Yin furiously yelled, "Meeting this afternoon. We'll discuss team strategy. No one sleeps until we have a solution. Train until you drop." They replied in unison, "Understood." Cheng Gong, beside the Empress, commented, "It seems my son's strength still needs improvement. General Murong's daughter has a very keen mind. To be able to spot a weakness at such a crucial moment. She is indeed a worthy seed nurtured by the Azure Dragon Academy." The Empress's expression remained unchanged. "Don't play coy." You could tell. She was prompted. The one who prompted her was the very physician Xiao Yu praised. The Empress's words hit Cheng Gong right where it hurt. He immediately knelt and apologized. "Your Majesty, please don't blame them. Give these children chance." She paid no attention to Cheng Gong, who had just offended her, and simply said, "Zhou Yi, Murong Han, and even Shouting You performed very well. I will grant them invitations to the Imperial Soul Training Camp." Cheng Gong's face finally relaxed, and he smiled. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Back with Shouting You and the Murong siblings, Tingyu asked with a smile. Brother Yang saw. Dean Su is planning a barbecue tonight. Any suggestions on where to go? Yang Suo retorts irritably. Get lost. Who are you calling brother? I don't accept. Just then, someone from the organizing committee arrives with letters for Han Han and Tingyu. Xiao Tingyu and Murong Han Han. Your performance in the arena has been recognized by Her Majesty the Empress. These are invitations to the Imperial Soul Training Camp. Please accept them. Tingyu takes the letter and turns to Yang Suo, asking, Brother Yang Suo, what's the Imperial Soul Training Camp? The Imperial Soul Training Camp, Yang Suo explains, is a training camp specially established by Her Majesty for the 4 great academies. Her Majesty herself will serve as the instructor. Tingyu asks, those who graduate from the camp, don't they all become high-ranking pillars of the Dragon Kingdom? Yang Suo crosses his arms and replies, the Empress teaches them personally. Tingyu suddenly realizes the implications, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He thinks, although being close to the Empress has many benefits, Lulu and I have a blood pact. What if it's discovered? Lost in thought, he doesn't notice Han Han approaching. She places her hand on his worried face, surprising him. Han Han gently asks and encourages him, don't space out. You said you wanted barbecue, right? Let's worry about the future later. Tingyu sighs, all right, at the barbecue restaurant. Pieces of sauce-soaked meat sizzle on the grill, releasing a tantalizing aroma. Tingyu, Han Han, and Yang Suo sit together, enjoying the skewers. Munching on the food, Tingyu asks Yang Suo, Brother Yang Suo, you and Lu Jin are from the 4 great families. And yet, you're fine with street food. Yang Suo replies without hesitation, the 4 great families aren't ascetics. Don't even mention barbecue. My sister and I even eat instant noodles and spicy sticks. Han Han, more polite than the 2 of them, covers her mouth with her hand while chewing, glancing at her brother and Tingyu. Tingyu starts thinking about his little cousin back home, remembering the first time she saw a youtiao, fried dough stick. His cousin had asked innocently, Brother, what's this? Tingyu had been surprised. You've never even heard of youtiao. He chuckles. I thought things were similar in the 4 great families. Han Han, sitting beside him, sighs wearily after hearing his story. Ugh. Tingyu notices Han Han's reaction and asks, what's wrong? Han Han replies listlessly, nothing. Just finding you a bit annoying. Tingyu teases, are you on your period? I'm a pharmacist. Let me check your wound. Yang Suo spits out his food in shock, while Han Han seems to radiate murderous intent. Yang Suo yells, pointing his chopsticks at Tingyu. Shout, Tingyu, I'm going to kill you. Tingyu backs away. Brother Yang Suo, calm down. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks. Yang Suo crushes the beer can in his hand and shouts at Tingyu. Drink what? This stuff is as weak as boiled water. That's no punishment. Hearing this, Tingyu confidently calls out to the waiter, Boss, bring me your strongest alcohol. The owner replies, right away. In a flash, the waiter places a bottle of strong liquor on the table. Yang Suo challenges Tingyu. Shout, Tingyu, let's have a drinking contest. Today, I'll make you so drunk you'll be crawling under the table, or I'll take your last name. After challenging Tingyu to a drinking contest, Yang Suo stands in front of the restaurant, vomiting uncontrollably. Ugh, shouting you, still somewhat sober, said, Yang Suo, are you alright? Can you still drink? Yang Suo, unsteady on his feet, slurred, I can still drink. I'm warning you, after you get married, you better treat my sister well, or this brother-in-law will. Tingyu chuckled, Lu Jin, your brother's drunk. He's actually acknowledging me as his brother-in-law. Yang Suo, standing nearby, retched repeatedly. Suddenly, Lu Jin blushed and asked Tingyu, with my brother here today, it wasn't very convenient, but could we go out sometime? Tingyu scratched his head, flustered, and made plans with Han Han for another day. Tomorrow's the team match. How about the day after tomorrow? Yang Suo, sprawled on the ground, though completely drunk, why no, I want to go too. That evening, back at home, Tingyu held a seed in his hand, muttering, I have the phoenix grass, someone will bring the ghost flowers soon enough. Looking at the rare, glowing seed in his hand, Tingyu sighed, all that's left is the divine beast form sovereign beast droppings. But how am I supposed to get that? Unable to find an immediate solution, he clicked his tongue and gave up. Forget it, I'll think about it later. Time for bed. In the dead of night, the mark on Tingyu's hand glowed mysteriously. The next morning, the sun was already high in the sky. Tingyu was still sound asleep when a woman's hand touched his face, shaking him awake. Shout, Tingyu, wake up. Tingyu groggily opened his eyes and mumbled, Lulu. Seeing Lulu in the flesh standing before him, he bolted upright, yelling, "Holy crap." Tingyu jumped up and pushed Lu against the opposite wall. "Why did you come out on your own? Weren't you discovered by the Empress's people?" Lu replied calmly, "No, I came out to gather information. There's something very important." Hearing this, Tingyu calmed down, sighing in relief. "That's good. You scared me to death." He patted his chest to calm his nerves. Lu looked at him with a slightly disdainful expression and pointedly said, "You can pat your chest to calm down, but don't squeeze mine." Tingyu quickly withdrew his hand, waving it dismissively. "Sorry, my hand slipped." He sat down in an armchair, leaning back, and asked Lu seriously, "You left my beast taming insignia without permission. What did you find out?" Lu recounted, "The Dragon Kingdom's Grand Admiral of the Navy, Murong Yun, captured the calamity demon serpent Medusa. She knows too much. Based on my understanding of the Dragon Kingdom, they'll definitely execute her on the night of the full moon, 3 days from now." Tingyu asked Murong Yun, "Isn't that Lu Jin and Yang Sua's father? What does this have to do with you?" Lu finally revealed their connection. "Medusa and I are acquainted. She's my friend, a divine beast-form beast." Tingyu was surprised, as expected of the Dragon Kingdom's Grand Admiral of the Navy, to actually capture a divine beast-form beast. Then he realized, wait a minute, don't tell me you're planning to rescue her. Lu began to reveal Medusa's secrets. She possesses secrets related to Empress Shangguan Lan's involvement in the dragon-slaying war. "Master, could we?" Tingyu immediately refused. "No way. I absolutely won't go, even if you call me master." He began analyzing the terrain of the fortress where Medusa would be held. It was an underground fortress at the Navy headquarters, with thousands of high-ranking beast tamers patrolling and guarding the prison. Xiao Tingyu continued, explaining that even Grand Admiral Murong Yun, a 9-star beast tamer who commands a beast with the bloodline of the sea god, is stationed there. He concluded, "Just the two of us trying to break into the prison. It's practically suicide." Lu looked disappointed. "Master, Xiao Tinggu litid da lues chin. I won't go throw my life away, and you can't either. Don't forget, you're the beast I've signed a blood pact with. You have to obey me." While arguing with Lu, the system suddenly sent a notification to Xiao Tingyu. Ping. The system interface appeared. Quest. The quest details appeared. Special quest. Infiltrate Navy headquarters. Rescue the calamity, Serpent Medusa, and uncover the secret between the Empress and the dragon-slaying war. Reward for successful rescue: 1 pure-blooded dragon egg plus 10,000 tokens. Penalty for failure: the Empress will learn to lose whereabouts and her master's identity. Shouting, "You cursed, this damn thing." It rarely sends out quests, and when it does, it tells me to go kill myself. Damn it. He started to calm down. If my identity is exposed, she'll be implicated too. Looks like I can't refuse this mission. Finally, Xiao Tingyu decided to take the risk, thinking positively. If I can complete this mission, not only will I get the rewards, but I'll also have the chance to sign a contract with the divine beast form Medusa. Medusa's droppings can provide nutrients for the Sky Soul Vine Beast. I'll risk it. Xiao Tingyu changed his mind and pretended to speak indifferently. "Lulu, you're my beast, and you're also my family. I want to help you unconditionally. I've decided. I'll go with you to rescue Medusa." Lu was overjoyed. "Master, thank you." A notification popped up. Loyalty increased. Loyalty, 90. Xiao Tingyu's phone buzzed again. Beep, beep, beep. It was a Navy news article about Medusa's execution. Shocking. Navy headquarters announces public execution of Medusa on Icefire Island in 3 days. In a significant operation, Grand Admiral Murong Yun of the Dragon Kingdom successfully captured the extremely dangerous divine beast form, the Calamity Serpent Medusa. This action demonstrates the strength of the Dragon Kingdom Navy. Xiao Tingyu was puzzled. It's really in 3 days. Why did they choose this time? Lu explained, because of the unique bloodline of the Divine Serpent clan, only by beheading the serpent on the night of the full moon can a complete beast core be obtained. Otherwise, if killed on other days, the beast core will be incomplete. Xiao Tingyu felt a bit apprehensive. A 2-star beast tamer that wants to break into Navy headquarters, which is swarming with experts, to rescue someone. It seems far-fetched. Lulu, go back to the beast badge for now. I need to prepare for the next few days. Lu, though worried, had to leave it to Xiao Tingyu. I'm counting on you. Xiao Tingyu replied, let's finish today's match first. The scene changed to the center of the arena, surrounded by violently erupting lava and smoke. Below was a lake of red-hot, bubbling lava. Xiao Tingyu and Murong Yang Suo arrived at the arena. Shouting You looked around with disgust. The water in the lake looked exactly like blood, making him nauseous. Why did they choose this place? Murong Yang Suo replied, according to legend, during the Dragonfall War, a giant dragon fell into Fallen Dragon Lake. Its blood stained the water, making it look like molten rock year-round. But that's just a legend. There's no proof. Shouting You used his spirit eyes to examine the lake. This team battle is intense. The losers even get skinned. Let me see what's really in this lake. Looking deep into the lake, he saw a strange light. He felt a special power, a mysterious energy emanating from a dragon. Dragon energy. These are dragon bones. Shouting You pondered. There are dragon bones at the bottom of the lake. If a beast could absorb them, it would definitely evolve. But how can I get them? Seeing him lost in thought, the Murong siblings reminded him, "You've been spacing out since we got here. The match is about to start. Snap out of it." Bro gets serious. There are people all over the country watching this live. Above them, numerous helicopters circled. Welcome, viewers, to the live broadcast of the team battle in this year's Supernova competition. Countless cameras focused on them, broadcasting the scene live. Back at Shouting You's home, the commentator's voice boomed from the TV. Azure Dragon Academy versus White Tiger Academy. All 6 contestants are exceptionally talented individuals. Which side will emerge victorious? Thimon said cheerfully, "Sister Yushue, I'm sure brother will win this match." Man added, "Don't drink too much cola. You'll get cavities." Back at the arena, the atmosphere was electric. The crowd roared, cheering for both teams. Shouting You encouraged himself. Lu Jin is right. I have to show my sister what I can do. He raised his hand and summoned Blackwind. With a ferocious roar, the beast appeared, baring its sharp fangs and standing behind Shouting You, awaiting his command. Murong Yang Suo and Murong Han Han also summoned their beasts, Thunderstorm Lion and Bone-Winged Rock. Their opponents were equally determined. I'm tired of late-night training. Today, we will win. Tainted Scarlet Python, Tainted Bronze Wolf. Their 2 beasts appeared, a python and a wolf. Shouting You noticed the cunning look on the remaining opponent's face. Strange. Why hasn't he summoned his beast? While they haven't fully summoned, I'll take the lead. Murong Yang Suo commanded, Thunderstorm Lion, attack. The opponent remained motionless. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot out from beside him. Shouting You warned, Yang Suo, watch out. Murong Yang Suo realized something was wrong. What? Murong Yang Suo saw a dark blur flash past the white ape, leaving deep gashes. The shadow landed, revealing itself to be a monkey, its body radiating a toxic aura. The lion beast stood up, its muscular body exposed, looking ready to devour its opponent. Murong Han Han cried out in alarm. That's a shadow ninja ape. Murong Yang Suo worried. A beast capable of instant teleportation multiple times within a designated area. This guy's going to be tough. Seizing the opportunity, the other 2 opponents launched their attacks. Tainted Scarlet Python, Sandstorm Dragon Fist. The python unleashed a massive whirlwind. Tainted Bronze Wolf used Bronze Shadow Clone. 3 identical wolves appeared, making it impossible to distinguish the real one. The whirlwind rushed towards the Murong siblings. They conferred, "This is bad. Visibility is 0. Han Han, you have experience dealing with the Tainted Bronze Wolf. Can you handle it?" The Tainted Bronze Wolf was already panting from the prolonged fight, and now with this dust storm obscuring our vision, I can't even see the main body. On the other side, their opponents were also strategizing. Zhou Yi, tell the Tainted Bronze Wolf to focus its attack on the Netherworld Wolf. Understood. At this point, Heifeng was fighting alone, sustaining more and more serious injuries. This angered Shouting You. Heifeng, stay calm. Pierced through the dust storm. Hearing its master's command, Heifeng charged at the eye of the storm at incredible speed. It thrashed about, trying to break through the whirlwind, its determined roars echoing continuously. Shadow Ninja Ape used returning shadow darts. 3 sharp darts shot towards the whirlwind, embedding themselves deep into Heifeng, causing it to howl in pain. Shouting You yelled, "Heifeng, shadow form." Heifeng quickly dug a hole and jumped in, dodging the darts. Murong Han Han asked with concern, "Shouting You, are you all right?" He reassured her, "I'm fine. I anticipated this." Murong Yang Suo angrily criticized their opponents, using a concentrated attack strategy against Shouting You. How despicable. Murong Han Han agreed. They're deliberately targeting Shouting You. We can't let them succeed. Murong Yang Suo gestured to his beast. Bai Meng, Thunderstorm Beast, used Thunderclap to dispel the Tainted Bronze Wolf's clones. Bai Meng swiftly executed a series of basic maneuvers, causing the tainted bronze wolf's clones to fade and disappear. The opposing side was furious. Shadow Ninja Ape used returning shadow darts again. Not a chance. Bone-winged guardian beast protect the netherworld wolf. Murong Han Han's beast rushed forward to intercept the incoming attack. The black-clad opponent sneered, futile. You can't protect the netherworld wolf forever. Under our combined assault, Shouting You will definitely be the first one eliminated. As if the comment hadn't been directed at him, Shouting You responded indifferently. Oh, really? He then turned back and gritted his teeth, commanding, Hei Feng, unleash demonic power. Hei Feng stood tall, its body radiating a menacing aura. Looking at Hei Feng's sharp gaze, the black-clad opponent exclaimed in disbelief. What? Fully recovered already? Shouting You looked at them confidently. The battle has just begun. Hei Feng stood firm in the arena once more. The commentator excitedly announced, Dear viewers, this is the healing effect of demonic power. The wounds on the netherworld wolf have completely healed, restoring it to peak condition. The black-clad opponent on the other team was skeptical. The three of us focused our attacks on the netherworld wolf. Any other beast would have collapsed long ago. The healing effect of demonic power is truly absurd. Suddenly noticing his beast acting strangely, he uttered in confusion, The scarlet python, which had been so aggressive moments before, now recoiled and cowered. He panicked. My beast is showing signs of fear. Could it be that demonic power also has a mental intimidation effect? Hei Feng gathered its energy. Netherworld Fire Lotus. It reared its head and unleashed a massive burst of flames. Murong Yang Suo stared in awe at the scene unfolding before him. A beast's skill simultaneously encompassing 4 different attributes: fire, wind, shadow, and demonic power. Netherworld Fire Lotus is truly a formidable technique, more than enough to secure victory. Hei Feng launched the flames from its mouth toward the opponents. The buzz-cut guy defended. The tainted scarlet python used Sandstorm Dragon Fist to extinguish the flames, and his bee summoned another whirlwind. This whirlwind was so large that it almost sucked everything around it, rushing into the flames. Suddenly, the flames flared up fiercely, swallowing the giant whirlwind whole. The buzz-cut guy was petrified. How is this possible? Clearly, the earth attribute counters the fire attribute. Haha, attribute counter. Against absolute stat suppression. That's just a joke. Shouting You then commanded, Hei Feng, explode. Immediately, the flames in front erupted with a deafening roar, and the whirlwind shattered without a trace. The explosion caused everything around to become hazy, and the cameras and cameramen slid backward with screams of awe. Smoke and dust obscured the view, and the flames within the smoke continued to flicker. From within the smoke, the scarlet python emerged, its body covered in scratches, tears welling up in its eyes. The other 2 beasts didn't escape unscathed either. They looked disheveled, their clothes tattered. Murong Han Han glared angrily at Shouting You, thinking, as expected, Shouting You didn't use his full strength yesterday. He taunted his opponents. Is this the extent of the White Tiger Academy skills? Then I alone could defeat all 3 of you. The buzzcut guy cursed, damn it. The guy in black calmly stopped him. Don't let your emotions get the better of you. Stick to the plan. This time, we have to give it our all. This time, they attacked in silence. The Scarlet Python used Sandstorm Dragon Fist. The guy in black's beast leaped, throwing a barrage of darts forward. Not to be outdone, the tainted bronze wolf also lunged forward with its sharp claws. Hei Feng was now in a precarious situation, with the 3 opponent beasts attacking it from 3 different directions. The buzzcut guy seemed certain of victory. Even with demonic power, it won't be able to withstand an attack of this scale. Is that so? Shouting You chuckled, calm as if nothing had happened. As quick as lightning, a dazzling light appeared, illuminating the entire arena. The surrounding earth and rocks were thrown upwards, and behind the dust cloud, the silhouette of a massive creature loomed. The buzzcut guy's face paled. This is... Behind the dust cloud was Hei Feng, with a gigantic body and armor made of fire. The guy in black realized something, gathering flames around its body to form armor. This is the Blazing Sun armor battle technique that only transcendent fire attribute beasts can learn. The buzzcut guy asked, what's that? The guy in black explained, Blazing Sun armor can withstand a series of explosive attacks and convert the attack energy into armor energy. This battle technique tests the beast's comprehension and the beast tamer's spiritual energy reserves. How does Shouting You know this technique? Shouting You spoke up, reminding them, what are you guys so dumbfounded about? Haven't you noticed anything unusual? They looked around as if searching for something. The Murong siblings' beasts are gone. The guy in black looked up. Oh no, it's the sky. Meanwhile, their beasts were still oblivious, growling menacingly. The shadow ninja ape noticed something was amiss, but it was too late. Murong Hanhan's beast had directly landed on top of it. Her beast immediately flew up, spewing the power it had accumulated in its mouth towards it. The man in black angrily clenched his fists. Damn it, the shadow ninja's strength isn't enough. It's about to be pushed out of the arena. I'll have to summon my second beast. Thinking this, he called out, Rock Giant, go save the shadow ninja. But all of this was within Shouting You's calculations. He gave the order, finally forced out your fourth beast. Come on out, Freya. Seeing the rock giant's massive fist about to descend, Shouting You launched his attack, Mighty Fist. Freya effortlessly created a transparent shield with her weapon, successfully blocking the opponent's devastating blow. The man in black stammered that. I've seen that in books. It looks like a holy light angel beast, but how can an initial phase beast block my mature phase rock giant? Shouting You warned, my beast is stronger than you think. The battle raged on fiercely, the heat from the flowing lava causing the surrounding space to churn relentlessly. Murong Hanhan's bone-winged bat beast dropped Murong Yang Sua's beast into the lava. The referee immediately announced, we have our first beast eliminated from the arena. It's the Shadow Ninja. Unfortunately, due to interference from contestant Shouting You, contestant Murong Yang Sua was unable to save his beast. Shouting You stood proudly, accompanied by two incredibly powerful beasts. The pressure emanating from them was extraordinary. He instructed Hey Feng, in the next fight, you stay back. I'll let Freya show off. And nodded in response, Gur. Murong Yang Sua was angered by a Shouting You's arrogance. Incredibly arrogant. An initial phase dares to challenge our mature phase beasts. He then commanded his beast to attack. Tainted Scarlet Python, teach that deceitful Shouting You a lesson. Suddenly, Freya, who was beside Shouting You, vanished in a flash of light. Shouting You smirked. It seems he underestimated her strength. At this moment, Murong Yang Sua realized something was wrong and yelled, not good. Rock Giant, protect the Tainted Scarlet Python. It was too late. Freya abruptly appeared before Murong Yang Sua's beast. Her speed was so great that her form was a blur, leaving only a few afterimages. Freya suddenly unleashed a direct kick, striking down at the serpent, sending it flying dozens of meters. Murong Yang Sua's beast couldn't react in time and took the full brunt of Freya's attack. The rock giant moved to catch the airborne serpent. Her kick was unexpectedly powerful, forcing the rock giant back a few steps even as it caught the tainted scarlet python. Everything happened so fast that the camera crew couldn't capture it. What happened, director? Replay that. No, it's still too blurry. Let me try slowing it down 1,000 times. Maybe then we can see. Murong Hanhan, equally astonished, asked Shouting You, what kind of battle technique was that? A light speed kick. He replied with a proud smile. Freya mastered that technique herself. It's called Flash of Light. Zhou Yi frowned. That beast is too strong. Even the rock giant couldn't withstand it. Murong Yang Sua, what should we do next? He frowned and replied, I don't know. Shouting You stood opposite the two of them and called out, Student Yang Heng, has your beast ever been kicked at the speed of light? He pointed at Yang Heng. The corner of Murong Yang Sua's lips twitched. TSK, the humiliation is too strong. This line will definitely become the best catchphrase of the year. The two of them reassured themselves and their teammate. Don't panic, everyone. The opposing beast definitely can't use that lightspeed kick multiple times. We still have two beasts. We still have a chance. Yang Heng also spoke up. I miscalculated. Next, I'll give you my full support. Zhou Yi summoned his beast. Come forth, war drum, rhinoceros. Immediately, a blue rhinoceros appeared, its entire body enveloped in a dark green aura. Tianci was also extremely excited. The beast emblem on his hand flashed as he said, I don't want to lose a second time. Raging Howl Fox, under his summons, his beast appeared and nimbly joined the battle beside its master. The two Murong siblings on the other side weren't idle either. Murong Hanhan called out, brother, Murong Yang Suo replied, "Don't worry. How could I let him fight alone?" Xiao Tingyu immediately commanded Freya, "Freya, kick that smallest raging howl fox down." As soon as she received the order, she immediately dashed towards them. Yang Hung raised his voice, directing it towards Xiao Tingyu. "I won't let you succeed." Rock Giant. The scene shifted to the Murong siblings, who were still fighting against the relentless attacks of the opponent's beasts. Murong Yang Suo yelled, "Block them." Freya directly confronted Tian Ci's beast, delivering a light-speed kick straight to its stomach, leaving it no time to react. The beasts paired off to fight each other. Murong Yang Suo's Thunderstorm Lion was struggling to defend against the Rock Giant. Zhou Ye's War Drum Rhinoceros was also affected by the Thunder Attribute attack from Murong Yang Suo's beast. Zhou Yi, Yang Hung, and Tian Ci quickly became exhausted, panting heavily. It seemed their spiritual power was running low. Noticing the unfavorable situation, Yang Hung said, "Old Yang, my spiritual power is running low, but it looks like Xiao Tingyu still has plenty left." Tian Ci quickly added, "I'm almost at my limit too. I only have enough spiritual power for my beast's final attack." Yang Hung reassured them, "Brothers, let's use our ultimate moves. This is our last chance to turn the tables." Xiao Tingyu quickly noticed their hesitation and reminded the Murong siblings, their spiritual power is running low. They'll definitely use an all-out attack. Lu Jin, brother Yang Suo, let's use our strongest ultimate moves in this final round. All right, Murong Yang Suo commanded his beast, Rock Giant, Gigantify. Immediately, the Rock Giant grew larger and more robust. Tian Ci yelled, "Sandstorm Scarlet Python, use myriad yellow sands." Under its effect, a stream of green spiritual energy mixed with sand enveloped the Rock Giant. Zhou Yi also shouted, "Evil-eyed Jackal, use Dong Thuet, illusion eyes with the Rock Giant." Dozens of illusory copies of the Rock Giant appeared one after another. Xiao Tingyu's lips curled into a slight smile as he said, "Lu Jin, brother Yang Sa." Murong Han replied, understanding his next intention, "I know." Murong Yang Suo yelled, "Attack." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of rock giants charged straight at Hei Feng, surrounding him. They all lunged towards him, their fists slamming down like sledgehammers onto the ground. Under their ferocious attack, dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring everyone's vision. Suddenly, a howl pierced the air, attracting Yang Heng's attention, causing him to look up. Woo! It was Murong Han's bone-winged demonic beast, alongside the thunderclap lion beast, which was carrying Hei Feng in the air. It immediately launched its next attack. With the accumulation of magical power, a swirling vortex of red and gold formed. A smile spread across Xiao Tingyu's face as he looked towards it and said, "Hei Feng, give them one final blow." The battle was reaching its climax. Murong Han yelled, "Bone-winged demonic beast, transmit the nether flame." Murong Yang Suo also shouted a command to his beast, Thunderclap Lion Beast, transmit the power of lightning into the netherworld wolf's body. As he finished speaking, the two beasts channeled their respective elemental powers into Hei Feng. It absorbed the two immense power sources, and the magical vortex grew larger and more violent. The combined attack of the three beasts created a whirlwind that engulfed the entire arena, trapping all their opponents inside. Sensing that enough energy had been gathered for this skill, Hei Feng immediately unleashed its full power. A blazing stream of fire erupted from its mouth. The flames shot out like a ferocious dragon, tracing a long, burning streak across the sky, aimed directly at the spot where the opponent's beasts were concentrated. Upon impact, a tremendous explosion rocked the arena, sending smoke, dust, and shattered debris flying like a meteor shower. Countless rock giants were blown away by the devastating force of the skill, their bodies shattering into thousands of pieces of varying sizes. Not only them, but the entire arena was affected by the tremors. The surrounding water violently churned, as if recoiling from the combined attack. After a long while, everything finally quieted down. The residual winds swept away the thick smoke and dust, gradually revealing the state of the arena. The illusory rock giants had vanished, leaving only the original one lying unconscious. The other side wasn't faring much better. The evil-eyed wolf was completely unconscious, its body covered in wounds. The sand serpent shared the same fate as the other two beasts. Yang Hung, Zhou Yi, and Tian Ci collapsed onto the floor, exhausted, a mixture of powerlessness and regret on their faces. We lost. At that moment, the referee's voice echoed throughout the arena. The match is over. The winner is Azure Dragon Academy. Shouting Yu couldn't contain his joy. He hugged Morong Hanhan's waist and spun her around. Lu Jin, we won. She gave a slight smile. Morong Yang saw couldn't stand the sight before him and intervened, preventing Shouting Yu's inappropriate behavior towards his sister. Shouting Yu, don't grope my sister on camera. While he was still excitedly celebrating his victory, a voice called out to him, Shouting Yu. It was Yang Heng, Zhou Yi, and Tian Ci. They praised him. Shouting Yu, you're truly strong. Shouting Yu, Tian Ci added, I also feel that yesterday's loss wasn't unfair at all. This time, we're completely convinced of our defeat. He chuckled awkwardly at their compliments and replied politely, Hee, thanks for the praise. Shouting Yu suddenly noticed a conversation nearby. It sounded familiar. Headmaster Su. Congratulations, Headmaster Zhu. This time, our academy has caught the attention of the entire country, all thanks to your White Tiger Academy serving as a stepping stone. The image of the two headmasters shaking hands amicably and looking at each other fondly caught his attention. Eto helplessly, Headmaster Su again. Qing Yu provocatively said to her, Headmaster Su, keep a close eye on your students. Who knows? Next year, Shouting Yu might be one of mine. Ruyan wasn't about to be outdone, confidently asserting, trying to poach my people. Do you even have the ability? Having said that, she called for Ting Yu, Shouting Yu, come here for a moment. As soon as he got close, she quickly pulled him towards her. Ting Yu, not understanding her intentions, let out a muffled By the time he realized what was happening, his face was pressed against her ample bosom. He truly was a lucky protagonist. She looked haughtily at Qing Yu and said, I saved Shouting Yu's life. He'll definitely side with me. He quickly spoke up, Headmaster Su, don't do this. We're still live. She simply replied, oh. The scene changed in Gu Shue's room. The television screen showed Ting Yu and Headmaster Su talking with Qing Yu. Seeing this, Ngu Shue flew into a rage, unintentionally snapping the remote control in her hand. TSK, that vixen, T-Man, sitting beside her, was startled by her action. The scene gradually shifted to nightfall, with streetlights and houses flickering on, stretching into brilliant streaks of color illuminating the streets. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, Ting Yu and the two Murong siblings were on their way back. He slurred, Lu Jin, I can still drink more. Brother Yang Suo, let's have another round. Murong Yang Suo thought, strange, wasn't this kid a good drinker yesterday? He's only had a few bottles today, and he's already tipsy. Murong Han replied to her brother, maybe he's not good with cocktails. After getting him back to his room, the Murong siblings left him to rest. Let him sleep it off, little sister. Let's go. The bedroom door closed behind them as they left. As soon as he realized he was alone, Ting Yu cracked open his eyes, checking his surroundings. The beast taming insignia on his hand glowed. He called out, summoning her to Lu come out. Come with me to Dragon Chasing Lake. At his call, she appeared, asking him quizzically, aren't you drunk? Where are you going in the middle of the night? He replied, I figure out how to save Medusa. I need you to come with me. Delu looked incredulous at what he'd just said, her eyes wide with surprise. Really? Ting Yu explained, to break out of prison, she needs to evolve. She's been stuck at rank 3 Beast King for too long. The dragon's power within her hasn't been completely purged. What if I could get a purebred dragon's bone? She didn't understand. Where would you get a purebred dragon's bone? And what good would it do? He smiled confidently and assured her. She swallows the dragon bone, fuses with the pure dragon blood, completes her breakthrough evolution, and advances to become a 9-tailed dragon tiger. Dalu shukladli getli. Shouting Yu, are you really that foolish, or are you just pretending? Beast Kings, no matter the race, can't fuse with pure dragon blood. A dragon bone, no matter how good, is just a bone. His expression turned serious again as he countered, I know, but what if I have a way? She hadn't expected such an absurd request from him, and said with a wry smile, you want me to advance to a 9-tailed dragon tiger. A dragon tiger. Watajuka. Even as she said it, Delu hesitated at his request, unsure if she should follow his lead. The city at night was submerged in torrential rain, only the yellow lights from the buildings below illuminating the deserted streets. At Dragon Tracing Lake, the rain continued to pour from the sky. Shouting Yu and Delu were walking along the rocky edge of the lake. He said seriously, this stormy weather is perfect. The chances of being seen are very low. Lulu, Use your fire lake to protect me. After we go underwater, I'll guide you. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, she wrapped her tail around him and pulled him down with force. Dalu, take it easy. In just a moment, the two of them swam down to the bottom of the blood-red water, following Tingyu's guidance. Dalu asked him curiously, where exactly is the dragon bone? He directed her, Lulu, move a little to the left and keep diving. The two struggled a bit to get their bearings in the murky depths. Adjust your direction a little to the right. We're probably another 200 or 300 meters from the bottom of the lake. Diving closer to the lake bed, Dalu finally found what they were looking for. She called out to Tingyu, I see it. A gigantic skeleton appeared before their eyes. They couldn't believe such a thing existed at the bottom of the lake. Both of them swam towards the skeleton with all their might. Her eyes widened in astonishment. This is... Tingyu interrupted, the heart bone, the smallest bone, and also the densest and hardest bone in a dragon's body. She asked in surprise, you even know this? Are you really only 18? The ring on his finger suddenly glowed, and his expression changed. A large golden light emanated from the ring, enveloping the skeleton. The bones slowly shrunk and disappeared into the ring. Tingyu quickly instructed Lulu, after we get ashore, we'll go to the forest on the outskirts to fuse it. There are many ferocious beasts there, and it's safer if there's no one around. Dalu understood and replied, okay. The scene changed to a cave deep in the forest. Outside, the rain was still drizzling. Inside, Dalu was wringing out her soaked tails. We got the dragon bone. How are you going to help me evolve into a 9-tailed dragon tiger? He took out a red stone and handed it to Dalu. Don't rush. I have a treasure for you. She looked at the glowing red stone in her hand and asked in surprise, what kind of treasure is this? Is it real or fake? Where did you get it? The stone in Dalu's hand continued to glow. He tossed her another spiritual pill. Who's the beast tamer here? Mind your own business. All right, here's a heart protection pill for you. This can increase your chances of success. Tingyu thought to himself, I can't tell her that the blood fusion stone and the heart protection pill were exchanged from the system shopping center. If I say that, she'll probably think I'm crazy. Suddenly, Tingyu became serious. Lulu, Dalu replied, He continued, there are risks to your evolution. If the fusion with the dragon blood fails, you'll suffer a severe backlash. She took Tingyu's hand and said, are you worried? Shouting you, didn't you say you wanted to become the strongest beast tamer in the world? Why are you hesitating now? Then Dalu spoke frankly, from the moment I followed you to Dragon Tracing Lake, I've been thinking about it. To save Medusa, to make the Empress of the Dragon Bone Kingdom unable to do anything to me, to live openly under the sun, I want to become strong. I have to take this risk. Tingyu smiled and placed his hand on his chest. You're right, I was being indecisive. Lulu, let's begin the fusion. He then started the process, the ring on his finger glowing. Dalu transformed into the shape of a large fox, ready for the fusion. Tingyu released the skeleton from his ring towards her. The skeleton gradually materialized, regaining its enormous original form. He instructed Dalu to absorb the skeleton, the red stone, and the heart protection pill. Absorb it. She opened her mouth to receive them. In an instant, Dalu swallowed everything. She began to try and absorb them, and after a few seconds, a transformation began. Dalu's body trembled uncontrollably, burning up. Overcome with discomfort, she rushed out of the cave. Dalu ran straight ahead, knocking aside any trees that blocked her path. Tingyu chased after her, trying to reassure her, Lulu, the blood fusion stone is starting to take effect. Hold on, you can do it. He stopped abruptly, blocked by a powerful energy emanating outwards. Dalu saw the city lights below and looked towards them with a face full of hatred. On the electronic screen of a large building below, the image of the Empress of the Dragon Bone Kingdom appeared. She was the one Dalu wanted to fight against. Dalu's pupils constricted and rage welled up inside her. Noticing Dalu's unusual behavior, Tingyu quickly rushed forward to stop her rampage. Lulu, control yourself. Now is not the time for revenge. He continued, remember what you just said. If you lose control, all will be lost. Dalu whispered, Master. Only Tingyu's presence could calm her now. Lulu, you must persevere. We'll become stronger together. I'll take revenge with you. I'll help you live under the sunlight. I promise I'll be with you forever. Daelu go. She roared furiously, creating a strong gust of wind that blew him away. Although unharmed, Tingyu was still worried about Delu's state. Did it fail? Lulu, are you alright? The fox demon's form had vanished, replaced by a human figure. She breathed heavily, her beautiful face now darkened. Seeing that Delu had completed her advancement, Tingyu cried out joyfully, "What? You succeeded." Suddenly, she pounced on him, catching him off guard. Delu pushed Tingyu onto his back. She sat on top of him, and he looked at her in bewilderment. Panting, she said, shouting, "You jerk. Why did you talk as if you were proposing?" Delu brought her face close to his, causing him to stammer, "No, I didn't mean it like that." Delu looked at Tingyu on the verge of tears and said, "Shouting you, I still want to." He sat on a rock, his face pale and gaunt, dark circles under his eyes. Dark, brooding thoughts radiated from him, making him look exhausted. "Don't blame yourself," he muttered. "I was so stupid, honestly. I only knew that dragon blood could make a beast tamer stronger, but I completely forgot those 4 words. Dragons are inherently lustful. I'm only human. How could I possibly resist the 9-tailed dragon tiger? You want to ask why I didn't send out another beast to stop it? Because even if they all attacked together, they wouldn't be a match for Delu. But if you want to ask why a man couldn't control himself, I can only say, maybe it's just in my nature." This was even more absurd than causing trouble after getting drunk. As Tingyu was wearily pondering, a delicate white hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his throat. It was Delu, shouting, You shameless scoundrel." Tingyu cried out, "Delu, I'm the one who was wronged." Hearing this, she released him. "Damn it, why couldn't I control myself? If I go back, they'll definitely laugh at me." Tingyu rubbed his neck. Suddenly, he pulled a cloak out of his ring and offered it to her. "Cough, cough. Put this on. Being naked like this isn't appropriate." Delu said pointedly, "Haha, what shouldn't have been seen has been seen. What shouldn't have been done has been done. Now you're pretending to be polite. Such a hypocrite." Tingyu could only helplessly drape the cloak over her. "Delu, we're both adults, so if it takes just once, then I'll take responsibility for the little fox's livelihood." He spoke with a serious expression that startled Delu. She angrily threw a rock at him and yelled, "Get lost." Tingyu clutched his head and ran away in fear. He stopped, rubbed his head, and looked at something on his phone, then chuckled. Tingyu triumphantly held up his phone. "Delu, although a little something happened between us, I still want to congratulate you on successfully breaking through and evolving." The phone screen reflected her image. Seeing her changed appearance, she couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Are those dragon horns on my head?" His eyes looked unusual as he replied, "That's right." Delu looked around her body in joyful surprise. "Oh, the wounds on my body are completely healed." Tingyu was looking at Delu's information displayed by the system. Name, 9-tailed dragon tiger. Rank, divine beast level 1. Bloodline, 9-tailed bloodline, mythical bloodline, pure dragon bloodline, creation bloodline. Talent 1, Eye of Misfortune. After activating this ocular technique, one glance can petrify any enemy of a lower level. Talent 2, 9-tailed foxfire, burns the enemy's soul, accompanied by a terrifying mental attack. Talent 3, Dragon Force, maintains a constant overlord. State, preventing enemies from interrupting spell casting and resisting any enemy control skills. Simultaneously inflicts physical and mental damage. Talent 4, Dragon Soul, when severely injured, automatically releases the Dragon Soul to resist fatal attacks. Attributes: Dragon Tiger, Beastman, Psychic Fire, Loyalty. 88. Skills: Tailed Beast Bomb, Bloodthirsty Fury, 9-tailed Heavenly Strike, 7-tailed Dragon God, Dragon Claw Strike. Evolution Path: 9-tailed Dragon Tiger. 10-tailed Dragon Tiger, Unknown, Hobbies/Habits, Eating Bamboo Shoots, Sleeping. Tingyu gave her a thumbs up in admiration. Delu, you're the first beast in the world to successfully integrate pure dragon blood. You're truly lucky. She bristled, moody and pregnant, shouting, If you keep talking nonsense, I'll fight you to the death." The scene changes to a residential area. Tingyu was checking his phone for information. The prison is heavily guarded. If we want to rescue her, we'll have to go to Ice Island 2 days from now. My school's finals are in 6 days, so we only have one shot. If we fail, we'll have to fend for ourselves, abandon Medusa, and escape from the school tower, or we'll likely be suspected. He asked Delu, "Delu, do you have any questions?" Delu was still deep in thought. She brought her hand to her mouth thoughtfully. I'm thinking you're a 2-star beast tamer with a spiritual power of around 2,000 to 3,000. How can you possibly match the spiritual power of a 9-star beast tamer? He just casually replied, I have my ways. I just need dragon spirit pills. For certain reasons, I have to refine them myself this time. It's perfect timing, Delu. Now that you have pure dragon blood, give me some later. Hearing this, she immediately cut her finger with a knife without hesitation, just to help Tingyu. Take it. I'll definitely give you everything I can. He panicked at Delu's action and yelled, that's enough. She let her blood drip into a glass bottle to give to him. The blood continued to flow. Worried about Delu, he grabbed her hand and put it in his mouth to stop the bleeding, gently scolding her, don't hurt yourself so recklessly. Delu was momentarily touched by Tingyu's actions. Her cheeks flushed. Shouting Yu. Interrupting this romantic scene, Tingyu's phone notified him. Beep, beep, beep. He picked up his phone to check it, oblivious to Delu's adorable, blushing face beside him. He opened it to see a message from Lu Jin. Tingyu, 7 p.m. tonight. Meet me at the north gate of the night market. My brother wants to invite you to barbecue. Soon it was evening. Yang Sual was already waiting for him. Seeing him arrive, he waved and said, Xiao Tingyu over here. Tingyu asked, Brother Yang Sual, you two arrived early. Yang Sual replied with a tired and resigned expression, because my little sister demanded it. Turning around, he saw Han Han in a beautiful dress, shyly reproaching Tingyu. You're late. Both of them looked towards Han Han. He apologized flusteredly and made up an excuse. Sorry, I was playing games too intensely last night, so I slept in a bit this morning. Then Tingyu looked at Han Han. All right, Lu Jin, can you help me with something? Only he could call her by that name. She shyly asked, what is it? He immediately got to the point. I need some special medicinal ingredients. They're a bit expensive, and I can't afford them. Without hesitation, she agreed, okay, I'll help you. Hearing Han Han agree to help him, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Lu Jin, you're so righteous. I love you to death. Yang Sual quickly interrupted. Ahem, shouting you I'm still here. Han Han turned to her brother and subtly said, Brother, Tingyu and I are going to buy the medicinal ingredients first. Yang Sual understood the hint. Oh, I almost forgot. I have something to do tonight, so I won't be going to the barbecue. Before leaving, he coolly put his arm around Tingyu and pulled him aside to talk privately. Shouting you, I have something to tell you. Yang Sual put his arm around Tingyu's shoulder and whispered, I'm warning you, if you have any bad intentions towards my sister, don't blame me for turning against you. When I'm not around, you and my sister will be together, so be mindful of your actions. I'll overlook any clumsy or accidental touching, but if you dare to rent a room with her, don't blame this older brother for turning against you. Tingyu replied, I don't have those desires at the moment. After that, Yang Su bid them farewell as if nothing had happened. I'll go ahead. Have fun, little sister, and shouting you. Han Han reminded him, Brother, don't come back to the hotel too late. The scene changes to a traditional medicine shop. Inside, Tingyu and Lu Jin can be heard talking. These are all for you. Tingyu's eyes lit up at her words. Hee, Lu Jin, you've been too generous this time. To repay you, I'll research the right medicines for your beasts based on their characteristics to help increase their power. She smiled and replied, Okay, I'll look forward to it. Lu Jin hesitated then spoke. Tingyu, do you feel? He asked, feel what? Looking at Han Han's expectant face, Tingyu thought to himself, does Lu Jin want me to compliment her outfit today? Why don't I pretend to be oblivious and tease her? Thinking this, he decided to act and said, I don't feel anything. I felt extremely disappointed. She watched Tingyu's retreating back and murmured, is that so? Suddenly, a black cat with bright eyes appeared from the shadows. Startled by the cat, Han Han fell. Tingyu cried out in concern, Lu Jin. Han Han, sitting on the cold ground, replied, I'm fine, just startled by the cat. Tingyu knelt down to check on her. You've sprained your ankle. You're so careless. Han Han said dejectedly, I've sprained my ankle more than 20 times since I was little. I'm used to it. He turned his back to her and said, Lu Jin, the ground is slippery. Don't walk. I'll carry you back. Han Han waved her hand. No need. I can walk by myself. The black cat was still sitting in a corner, leisurely licking its paw. Tingyu urged, stop arguing, come on. Finally, unable to walk on her own, Han Han had to accept Tingyu's offer to carry her. Her chest pressed lightly against his back. The atmosphere between them suddenly became strangely awkward. Han Han hesitated. Siya Tingyu. He replied, what is it? She looked up at the sky and said something that instantly shattered the ambiguous mood. It looks like it's going to rain. Tingyu also looked up and confirmed that it was indeed starting to rain. Ting Yu carried Han Han and ran like mad. Damn, it's pouring. Han Han asked in surprise, shouting, "You, are you an ostrich? You're running so fast." He replied, "No kidding. If we don't run fast, we'll be soaked to the bone." After a while, they finally reached the hotel. The rain continued to fall outside. Back in their room, they both sighed in relief. Ting Yu dried his hair with a towel, finally back at the hotel. Then he looked at Han Han, whose wet dress revealed patches of skin. Ting Yu quickly tossed a towel to her. "Lu Jin, your dress is soaked. Dry yourself. Do you need me to help you change?" Han Han caught the towel. "No need, I can do it myself." Ting Yu continued, "Then let me rub your ankle." Han Han was about to call him a pervert, but before she could finish, Ting Yu had already knelt down. She looked at the man, carefully massaging her ankle, speechless. Ting Yu asked while examining her ankle, "Lu Jin, the first time you injured your ankle, it was related to a magical beast, wasn't it?" She was surprised. "How did you know?" Ting Yu thought to himself, it was the demon god's eye, but he simply explained, "Well, I'm a doctor after all. If I can heal beasts, I can heal people too." Han Han started reminiscing about past events. She recounted, "It happened when I was 5 years old, sailing with my dad. We encountered a tsunami, and the Navy's ship was attacked by countless water-type magical beasts. I carelessly fell into the sea and almost ended up in the jaws of a black-scaled iron jaw. Dad saved me, but he lost an arm in the process." Han Han suddenly said, "Compared to what Dad sacrificed, my sprained ankle is nothing." Ting Yu thought to himself, "Fate is cruel. Tomorrow, I have to infiltrate the Navy headquarters, clash with General Moron. I wonder if this operation will affect Lu Jin's family." He stood up and told her, "Lu Jin, try to limit your movement for the next few days. You'll be fully recovered before the finals. I'll be going now." Han Han replied, "Mem." It seemed she was reluctant to let him go, grabbing Ting Yu's hand to stop him. Ting Yu was startled, blushed, and turned back to ask, "Is there anything else?" Han Han shyly said, "My leg isn't convenient. Could you help me to the bathroom?" Ting Yu agreed, "Sure." Inside the bathroom, her silhouette flickered through the frosted glass door. Han Han relaxed and enjoyed the hot shower. The warm water flowed down her body, creating a misty fog. Outside the hotel, the rain hadn't stopped but was getting heavier. After showering, Han Han stepped out of the bathroom and thought to herself, "Did I make it too obvious?" Yang Saw, who had arrived unnoticed, sat on the bed, still holding a glass of water. Without looking back, he asked Han Han, "Little sister, is your leg feeling any better?" Han Han was startled. "Brother." Yang Saw seemed to hesitate before speaking. "Ting Yu asked me to come. He had something to do and left earlier." Then he reminded her, "I know you like him, but you're going about it the wrong way. You need to use the right approach. Be more careful with these feelings. Do you understand?" "Understood." Han Han was a little disappointed, but obediently replied to Yang Saw, "I understand, brother." As for Ting Yu, he was full of energy as he commanded to Lu, "Come and help me refine medicine." As soon as she appeared, she teased, "Why didn't you stay with that girl a little longer?" He replied embarrassedly, "It was to help her, that's all. No more talk. I need you to control the flames. We need to refine at least 2 complete dragon spirit pills. That way, the chances of saving Medusa will be higher." Delu, unable to get any gossip out of him, pouted, "You're no fun." That entire night, she and Ting Yu each focused on their tasks. He prepared the ingredients while Delu used her spirit fire to refine the medicine. The rain continued to fall relentlessly until near dawn. Finally, they finished refining the dragon spirit pills. Ting Yu's dark-circled eyes lit up as he saw the 2 pills. Success. He wanted to rest for a while, so he instructed Delu, "Lu, I'm going to sleep. We'll leave when I wake up." As Ting Yu was about to lie down, Delu stopped him. He opened his eyes in confusion. But Delu just smiled and said, "Thank you, my master. Oh no, you are." After a nap, Ting Yu was more alert. He stood in front of the mirror, excitedly saying, "Get ready. It's time to embark on a journey of unpredictable life and death." Delu said worriedly, "Master, maybe you shouldn't go. You have no obligation to risk your life to help a beast. I'm a divine beast now. Maybe we can retreat safely." Ting Yu flicked her forehead after hearing this. "Don't be silly. I've told you before, you're not just my beast, you're my family. No matter what happens on this journey, I'll see it through to the end." Delu was quite surprised by Ting Yu's serious attitude. "Master," she said frankly, "don't use that sentimental tone. I'm not doing this entirely for you." Then she reminded him, "Right, you're not going to be here for the next few days. How are you going to explain that to the academy?" Ting Yu said, "I told them my sister missed me, and I had to go back. Dean Su approved a 3-day leave for me. The academy is pretty lax, huh?" The scene shifts to the training grounds of the Azure Dragon Academy. Yang Sua's voice rings out. Xiao Tingyu has taken leave to go home. He won't be participating in training for the next few days. Han Han walks beside him, her voice low. Sure enough, Yang Sua glances at her and asks, "Where are you going?" Han Han turns back and says, "I'm not feeling well, so I won't be participating in training today. I'm going back to the hotel." Yang Sua replies, "All right, Han Han, you can go ahead." Yang Sua thinks to himself, what did she and Tingyu talk about yesterday? She seems so down. He looks at the backs of the departing siblings from the Murong family and sighs. Everyone's running off without training. No one even asks this teacher's opinion. At Azure Beach, the sun has begun to set behind the mountains. Tingyu and Lu are on the shore. Before them, across the water, is Icefire Island. Tingyu points towards their destination. Lulu, he says, going straight from Azure Beach is the fastest way to Icefire Island. It's such a short distance. You can probably swim there, right? She replies wearily, I'm a fox, not a shark. Soaking in the water for too long makes me uncomfortable. Tingyu asks, so what do you suggest we do? Delu raises her hands, brimming with energy, and begins to cast a skill. Watch closely, she says. Then, to Tingyu's astonishment, she slams a palm down, causing the water to churn violently. Any fish unfortunate enough to be swimming nearby are sent flying. Tingyu cautions Delu, Lulu, withdraw your power. The sea beasts are being drawn here by the commotion. She replies smugly, that's exactly what I want. Having targeted her prey, Delu raises her hand and strikes. Bind it, she commands. Using chains, she binds a large fish with horns all over its head and body and drags it up from the depths. Tingyu is surprised. A lava tiger whale king, a tier 1 beast king. Quite powerful, but unfortunately, it met Delu. After being restrained by countless chains, the creature becomes docile. Tingyu and Delu quickly jump onto its head, and she commands, let's go. Take us to Icefire Island. The unfortunate beast obediently complies with a grumble. Delu, still worried, asks him, Master, are you nervous? Tingyu, sitting cross-legged on the fish's back, replies, wouldn't it sound fake if I said I wasn't? She says playfully, it's not too late to back out now. He stretches out on the fish's back. I never regret anything. Lulu, it's still quite a while until we reach Icefire Island. Wake me up when we get there. Delu looks at him with affection and softly calls his name, shouting you. He lazily asks, without opening his eyes, what is it now? But Delu just smiles and replies, nothing. To herself, she thinks, shouting you, I will protect you with my life. The scene changes to Icefire Island. True to its name, ice and fire coexist on the island. At the Navy headquarters base, a man sits reading a newspaper about his 2 children. Suer and Han Han are both on the right track. He is Grand General Morong Jin. Then, his gaze falls on Tingyu, standing nearby. Jin can't help but praise him. This young man also has remarkable talent. Grand General Baiyu enters from the doorway and says, so concerned about your children. Why not take a leave of absence and visit them in Four Spirit City? Jin asks in surprise, Lao Bai, why are you here? Baiyu explains, Jin, Medusa's execution is a major event. Her Majesty is uneasy and sent me to assist you. Jin asks worriedly, Her Majesty is uneasy with my handling of things. Baiyu reminds him, don't be careless. You're unaware of the situation on the mainland. The Eastern Kingdom has been sneaking around, but our people intercepted them. The southern countries aren't peaceful either, full of escaped criminals. The most troublesome are the Yinming people. They won't give up on Medusa easily. Jin takes a thoughtful drag from his cigarette and asks Baiyu, have they discovered your arrival? Baiyu was ludly. His expression suddenly turns dangerous. I wonder if they'll even be alive to return once they discover 2 Grand Generals are on Icefire Island. He is Grand General Baiyu. 2 guards are terrified by his expression, their heads spinning and legs unsteady. Jin reminds him, enough. They're trustworthy subordinates. Don't pressure them. There's not much time left. Bring the prisoner to trial. A titanium transport tube is lowered. Inside, Medusa, bound in chains, is escorted to the execution grounds. Under the bright moonlight, she is forced to kneel before the guillotine, awaiting her execution. Baiyu stands above her and declares, Medusa, your crimes are heinous. Living until today is a mercy granted by Her Majesty. Suddenly, she opens her eyes and looks directly at him, calmly asking, my crimes are heinous. Medusa scoffs, how laughable. If my crimes are heinous, then what about Shangwan Land's unspeakable secret? Tingyu and Delu have arrived on Icefire Island. Delu whispers, two grand generals overseeing Medusa's execution. How can we fight them? Tingyu replies, let's wait and see. There might be an opportunity. He looks up, scrutinizing the scene, and thinks seriously, there's someone else here too. Meanwhile, on another front, waves roar, growing increasingly fierce. Jin's face is taut. He draws his dragon Fong blade and commands, execute. Droplets of water fall like bullets. Two of Jin's subordinates strain to pull the lever. After a struggle, the lever is finally pulled. Seeing this, Medusa's eyes flash. She shouts defiantly, Shangwanlan, do you think that with my death, your unspeakable secret will be buried forever at the bottom of the sea? The chains binding her body glow as Medusa unleashes a surge of spiritual power. One day, the sins you committed 200 years ago will be brought to light. Instantly, Jin's subordinates are affected by her spiritual power, their faces contorted in pain. The other subordinate fares no better, trembling as he grips the chains, his face growing increasingly pale. The spiritual power reached the senses of everyone present, and he was no exception, seemingly sensing its ominous nature. What was coming was inevitable. The spiritual power Medusa unleashed immediately enveloped the remaining subordinate. He was now completely controlled, his fear evident, but he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Delu, the Beast King, appeared, her booming voice echoing everywhere. Don't inhale the demonic chi. Bayu used his spiritual power to take control, creating a whirlwind of wind and countless thorny vines. Medusa stared at the upheaval, and at that moment, the Beast King's spiritual power enveloped everyone present. And of course, Bayu didn't spare Medusa, binding her with another layer of thorny vines, causing her to cry out in pain. Bayu sneered, praising her, Medusa, you truly are formidable. Even in this situation, you can still cast illusions. She looked at the disgusted expression before her and brought up the past. Bayu, have you forgotten the Bai clan massacre? Of the 5 great clans, only the Bai clan was exterminated. You, a descendant of the Bai clan, serving Shangwanlan. How very noble of you. Do you even honor your ancestors? Hearing this, Bayu's face hardened as if struck by a sudden realization. You meddle too much. Yiming's people arrived, and Murong Jin's subordinates reported the situation to them. The execution ground's power supply is right over here. Once the power is cut, we'll act immediately. Suddenly, a guard appeared, raising his hand. Or we'll open fire. The situation was urgent, and one of them exclaimed, this is bad. Call the guards. Detonate it now. The other one immediately complied. A tremendous explosion followed, its deafening roar echoing like an aftershock. The explosion destroyed a part of the area, causing a sudden flash of light. Yiming's people took advantage of the chaos, calling for action. Each of them was accompanied by a spirit beast, their combined roars deafening. Seeing this, Bayu shouted, don't panic. Activate the defensive sequence. Lock down the entire island. Not even a fly gets through. Murong Jin's aura blazed, his voice firm. Continue the execution. If Medusa dies, they'll leave on their own. Tingyu, growing impatient, urged Delu move. Delu acknowledged and soared into the air. Leave it to me. She positioned herself, cleaving the ground in two, scattering Murong Jin's subordinates who couldn't dodge in time. Delu swiftly grabbed Medusa and flew upwards. The path was hundreds of meters high, but she ascended effortlessly. Murong Jin saw only a shadow, but noticed a striking feature and questioned in horror the 9-tailed fox demon. As they ascended, Medusa, still bound, looked at Delu. Why are you? Before she could finish, Delu interrupted, don't say anything. Wait until we're out of here. Murong Jin, still reeling from the shock, began to gather his spiritual power. The 9-tailed fox demon. Wanted posters for you are plastered all over the Dragon Kingdom, yet you dare to show yourself here. Very well, I'll send you both to your graves. Before he could act, a dark figure appeared with a loud crash, resembling Madara Uchiha from Naruto. An area of Ice Fire Island blazed with flames, as if symbolizing the clash between two opposing forces. This attracted everyone's attention. Bayu looked over and said to Murong Jin, wait, look over there. The figure, cloaked in black, stood imposingly on the cliff edge, with Delu and Medusa behind them. Looking closely, they immediately recognized Yu, dressed in black and looking exactly like one of Yiming's people. Bayu was suspicious, as few of Yiming's people possessed such a heavy, invisible aura of oppression. May I ask if you are one of Yiming's people? Tingyu, with deep eyes and a cold voice, replied, "You are not qualified to know my identity. I'm only here to take this little snake away. Anyone who gets in my way will meet their ancestors." The two women standing together watching the scene each had their own thoughts. Delu silently praised, "This kid's acting is pretty good." Medusa, on the other hand, thought, little snake. With such low spiritual power, how dare this two-star beast tamer? Below, Yinming's people couldn't see clearly, only the black-clad figure fluttering in the wind. "Who is that?" Immediately, a voice responded, "Is he one of ours? Forget about him. Let's go help first." Murong Jin spoke impatiently, just loud enough to be heard. "Black-clad figure, whether you are one of Yinming's people or not, daring to barge into the customs headquarters, I will utterly destroy you." Contrary to Murong Jin's mood, Baiyu is quite excited to watch the show. If we capture the figure in black alive, there will be a handsome reward. Hearing this, Tingyu could only scoff. As if stimulated, Tingyu's spiritual power immediately flared. Even Medusa beside him could feel it. His spiritual power suddenly increased tenfold for no reason. Tingyu's eyes looked down at them as he muttered to Delu, "My body can only hold out for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, my life is in your hands." She replied simply, "I know." Murong Jin, using 100% of his power, ordered his subordinates, "Attack." They obeyed, accompanied by their beasts, their spirits high as they advanced towards Tingyu's position. They and their beasts aggressively advanced, surrounding and pressing Tingyu, Delu, and Medusa close to the edge of the abyss. "Una fraude, Tingyu decisively comanda da Lu, Duichi." She stepped forward and said, "Take good care, Medusa." As soon as Delu finished instructing Tingyu, her expression became serious. Immediately afterwards, she raised her head and let out a yell, the spiritual power within her body beginning to erupt violently. A furious bolt of lightning quickly descended, striking the enemy forces and creating a tremendous noise. The overwhelming power pressed down on them, leaving them unable to breathe. They could only manage a few groans. Even their beasts weren't spared, foaming at the mouth and staggering. One of Yinming's people, also foaming at the mouth, asked Kamita-san, "Why are we being attacked too?" He managed to reply, "Idiot, this proves that person really is one of Yinming's people." Witnessing Delu's terrifying power, Murong Jin made a guess. This fox seems to have had a breakthrough evolution. Baiyu was filled with awe. Dragon scales, dragon horns, dragon claws, and even dragon eyes, the power of the dragon that disappeared 200 years ago. Murong Jin suddenly said, "Old Bai, this one is extremely dangerous. We can't let him leave Ice Fire Island." Hearing this, Baiyu clenched his fists in anger. He replied firmly, "You don't need to tell me that." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground around him and everyone else began to crack. Tingyu looked at the crumbling cliff in horror. He could even feel something moving beneath the ground. In the blink of an eye, a beast resembling a plant appeared, enormous and ferocious. All three of them, caught off guard by the sudden attack, were standing above its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. The beast didn't wait for them to react, opening its mouth and swallowing Tingyu's group whole. Inside the beast's glistening red mouth, dripping with saliva, they slowly fell deeper. The gulping sounds it made sent shivers down the spines of those watching from outside. Murong Jin's subordinates were stunned. This was a divine beast type, the cursed flower demon king. One of them exclaimed, "Seeing is believing. A plant-type beast with ancient blood, it's truly colossal." He admired, "Grand General Baiyu is indeed the god of plant-type beasts, taking care of the intruders with a single move." Back with Tingyu's group, they had landed at the bottom of the beast's stomach. He pushed himself up, ignoring the sticky residue on his body. Then, Tingyu turned a glance at Delu standing nearby and asked her, "Where are we?" Medusa frowned, answering for Delu, "This is the inside of the cursed flower demon king's stomach." Suddenly, a horde of ferocious beasts, seemingly having been there all along, rushed forward to surround them, startling them with a cry of surprise. Medusa stared in astonishment at the dense swarm of beasts surrounding them on all sides, leaving no gaps. Tingyu's eyes flashed a bright red, and he began to assess the situation. Immediately, Delu quickly activated her violet-hued spiritual energy, creating a protective barrier around the three of them. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she looked towards a specific spot within the beast's stomach. Tingyu then pointed in that direction and shouted, "Lulu, Dragon's earth breath attacked the weak point on its right flank. At once, Dalu directed a dragon formed of swirling spiritual energy straight towards where he pointed. Outside, Bayu's beast, struck in its weak spot by Dalu's attack, swelled up in 3 places on its stomach and body. Murong Jin spoke anxiously, "Old Bai, are you alright? It's been 6 minutes." Bayu looked at it and replied, after being swallowed by the cursed flower demon king, "They'll suffer the pain of their flesh turning to water, their bones and flesh being stripped away. Even if that Long who has some skill, it can't." Before Bayu could finish speaking, his beast exploded, blood splattering everywhere, its body splitting into 3 pieces. Taking advantage of this moment, Dalu emerged from within, roaring loudly. Bayu was bewildered. How is this possible? That fox could pierce through the cursed flower demon king's stomach. Preposterous. Murong Jin was also shocked. Within the same rank, the power of Dragon Flame is truly extraordinary. Even if the cursed flower demon king is a plant-type beast possessing ancient blood, it can't withstand the burning of Dragon Flame. Suddenly, he boomed, "We've been fighting and tearing at each other with Yinming's people for 100 years. You possess extraordinary power, yet your name isn't among the top 10 on the wanted list. Who are you really?" Standing atop Dalu's head, Tingyu simply sneered at Murong Jin's words. His voice deepened. "If you refuse to reveal your identity, then we'll have to punish you according to the law." Swallowed into the underwater prison for a slow interrogation. Immediately, Murong Jin summoned his beast, a massive fish, which surged up from the sea, sending water spraying everywhere. Tingyu's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Murong Jin to summon his beast right then. Murong Jin's beast began generating sound waves that attacked Tingyu's group. It launched the attack directly at both of them, but Dalu reacted in time, creating a barrier to defend. Seeing this, Tingyu broke out in a cold sweat, muttering under his breath, "Such destructive power." Murong Jin's beast continued to unleash relentless waves of sound. Unable to withstand it any longer, Dalu retaliated, spewing a stream of flames towards it. The 2 forces collided, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the sky. With the situation becoming critical, Tingyu spoke up, "Lulu, we can't keep fighting. The medicine's effect will only last for another 3 minutes." Hearing this, Dalu turned in another direction, panic in her voice. "Then let's run, quickly." Bayu seemed to have seen through their intentions and sneered, "Don't even think about escaping." Myriad tendril prison. Instantly, Bayu's myriad tendril prison bound Dalu's entire body, immobilizing her. Bayu's voice boomed. Although the cursed flower demon king has been burned and wounded by the dragon flame, plant-type beasts are naturally impervious to pain. You miscalculated. Seeing the increasingly dangerous situation, Tingyu thought to himself, a pincer attack from both front and back, surrounded on all sides. This time, we're in serious trouble. Dalu's body was tightly constricted by the vines. She struggled to break free, but to no avail. Even so, the fish beast wasn't about to let them off. From somewhere, it produced a massive trident, then without hesitation, aimed it directly at the immobilized Dalu. Tingyu reassured her, "Dalu, stop struggling. Withdraw your dragon's 6 claws and dispel the defensive barrier." Dalu didn't understand why he told her to do that, but Tingyu didn't explain, only telling her to do as he said. In that critical moment, they escaped the vine's grip and vanished. Bayu found it strange. Why did that fox stop resisting and even give up its shield? Murong Jin said to him, "Forget it. No matter what, no enemy can withstand Leviathan's Triflower Strike." They barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief before there was a commotion below. Jin Xiong, that guy's still alive. He couldn't believe it. Impossible. A gigantic dragon suddenly appeared, roaring towards the sky. Having lived for so long, this was perhaps the first time Murong Jin had witnessed such a sight. A dragon. No, this is a dragon soul. Bayu was shocked. He can actually release a dragon soul. Just who is this guy? Dalu couldn't believe she was still alive. She explained that it was her burning endowment dragon soul. Its body automatically countered fatal blows. It was just the right thing to deal with Leviathan and the cursed flower demon king. Looking at Tingyu's demeanor, Dalu felt he was being far too calm. The system notification appeared. This part is quite long, but it mainly focuses on Dalu, so there's nothing particularly noteworthy. Blood trickled from Tingyu's eyes. He felt his spiritual power depleting. Just a little longer. I might fall into a coma or even a near-death state. We need to retreat immediately. Dalu devise the play. Then let's split up right now. Yu gnashed his teeth, seemingly frustrated at his inability to defeat them. Killed him. The tentacles burst from the ground, reaching up to take the lives of Lu and Yu. She brandished her sharp claws and roared, "Get out of my way." Looking at this image, everyone can see how terrifying the power of this attack is, so I won't elaborate. Although Yu was almost exhausted, he still tried not to miss a single crucial moment. Bloodthirsty crossbow. Lu roared toward the sky. But I'm just curious how Yu can still stand like that. A giant eye like the eye of a storm glared down at the ground. Jin signaled, "We represent the honor of the Dragon Kingdom Navy, representing hundreds of millions of Dragon Kingdom compatriots. We absolutely cannot let them escape Ice Fire Island." Leviathan, continue using the sea god's trident. Leviathan understood his words and immediately thrashed its massive tail, creating a colossal wave. Its weapon shot toward the enemy like lightning. Lu and Yu were not to be outdone. A purple spear shot out from the eye. The two attacks collided head-on. Impressive, it didn't even deviate a bit. As expected, a massive explosion, a veritable Big Bang, erupted in the sky. Everything around was affected by the blast. Yu and Lu struggled to avoid being blown away. I have to admit, he held up pretty well. After that, there was no movement. The smoke gradually dispersed. Jin and Yu stood on the ground, looking around, but they didn't know when Lu and Yu had escaped. He clenched the cigarette in his mouth. "Damn it, we let them get away." Yu sighed. "Is this the power of a dragon soul? We really couldn't hold them back." Jin still refused to give up. "This is Navy headquarters, not a place they can come and go as they please." He ordered all the warships and soldiers, "All Navy personnel, listen up. Search the entire sea area for me." Something suddenly struck the warships that had just set out. The soldiers immediately reported to Jin, "General, it's not good. We're being ambushed by the South Sea Island Alliance." "What?" Immediately after, another shocking report came in. "General, our #1 ship has been torpedoed." The radio continued to buzz with reports. "General, don't worry. The enemy is no match for us." "General, the turbine of ship #7 is damaged." "General, our #3 ship is under attack. You don't need to worry too much." "General, our flagship is down." Jin picked up the radio, silently pondering what to do. He ordered everyone to abandon the search for the black-cloaked figures. Leviathan, immediately go to the sea area to provide support. Lu had now transformed back into her human form. She was in the middle of the ocean, searching for Yu. "Master, where are you?" But she was unaware that because he had suffered the intense side effects of the dragon spirit pill, he was completely drained of energy, feeling incredibly sleepy and increasingly cold. A colossal creature suddenly appeared, swimming near Yu. A single bite from it, and he wouldn't even know he was dead. It turned out to be Medusa. She swiftly rescued Yu from the cold depths. She held him like a doll, a tiny human with the potential to oppose 2 9-star beast tamers. Truly an eye-opening experience. But I'm sorry, Medusa is about to enjoy him as a snack. I believe, a moment later, Lu will definitely save Yu.